Girl, you're looking sweet tonight. You find it every day, girl. Wish that I could love you right in a special way, girl. You light my fire. So lucky now to have you all alone, girl. I really love the way you love it, girl. Forever I'll be yours, baby. You blow my mind, baby. I'm so alive with you, baby. You blow my mind.
Hi. Okay. Why am I so zoomed in? Whoa! Alright, I'm ready. I'm ready. I am ready. I wanted to play this all day. Oh god, what's happening? Everything's loading in. Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna give everything a second to load in. There we go.
Something's on my mind.
What's up, Gale? Gale.
My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile.
Oh, shit. Hang on, bear with me. Oh boy. Okay.
Of course. I would hate for you to think me impatient or ungrateful. I shall persevere. For now.
Alright. Lae'zel. I'm going to swap Lae'zel for
The
Will.
Yankee people have a word for men like the Blade of Frontiers. Shalak. Roughly translated, idealist do-gooder. Or better yet, benevolent burden. His confidence is an asset. His pursuit of valor, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
You're full up. Dismiss someone first. Good. Our victory is most certain.
Alright. I'm gonna roll with this squad because we have shielded. And this is going to come in handy. I have a feeling. I have not been spoiled. I'm just going off my better judgment. Oh, I'm over here. Alright, well, we're going up.
Should mind my step.
Mind my step, I say, as I walk through nothing. Where's the teleporting stone? Over here.
Please don't remind me. But keep your guard up with her.
Mm. Oh, right. All this was way over here. Done the Karlach. Return to Zevlor. Right now. Oh, Fat Squirrel Matthews. Oh my god. Hi. Oh, banana. Thank you. Since you're in Sanctuary, maybe look for Will. I already have Will in my camp. I just don't have him in my party because of lore reasons right now. Where I'm taking people with the shielded condition and he is not shielded. Because we have to go through here.
It's a veritable plague of goblins. Let's hope we find them in one piece.
Actually, I have a better idea. This requires to go back into the teleporter though. Let's try our second hand. Try our hand at
So, dear,
persuasion again.
aren't you worried your kind will punish
Very
you for
good.
consorting with us?
Very good, very good. And hi.
My name is Lae'zel K'Chucky,
Hi.
and my kin will understand my need for servants. They will help you, but only if I ask.
It's fun hearing them bicker. Alright, last time I talked to these guys, they literally wiped my party. And I failed every
No chicken.
check.
Tastes like fish.
I'm sombreroed!
Contain yourselves.
Hola.
This quarrel sours our feast.
¿Qué onda?
Besides, tastes like pork. And what surprise is this?
Aw,
Brothers, look here.
I should make that last longer.
I've eyed yet another prize. Fortune favors our bellies. Stranger, be you friend or food. The mark is her measure. Show us the brand of the Absolute.
I'll do you one better. I'm goated.
Indeed. How regrettable that your meat must go unsavored. Food? Food. Not food. Friend.
Friend? I notice you don't bear a brand of your own.
I've no use for the Absolute, or any god. I follow two masters only. Gluttony and greed. The goblins understand my appetites. They sate my hunger for gold. And the rest sate my hunger for meat. Boss Goblin give gold. We check brand. Good deal. No talk.
Bonk. It's good to have both. I agree. Have there been any non-British guys yet? Unfortunately not. Everyone's British.
I am, by all accounts, a student of higher commerce and extortion. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
Persuasion. Oh god.
A slip of the tongue. You meant to make a better offer, surely.
Oh, god damn it. Intimidation. Come on, nat 20. Oh. All right, yeah, I'm done here. I'm out of here. I tried.
Such sweet
Would have been nice.
suggestions.
All right, offers off the table.
But you
I'm out of here. All right, we proceed onward. I wonder if I could have actually paid them 1,000 gold if I had 1,000 gold. I'm shooting arrows. Even the goblins are British. They're goblins. The ogres, they are British. Having themselves a spot of tea. A good copper. What's up here? Let's try the front door. Sure. Surely nothing bad can happen. Nothing bad can come of this.
They're just having a bit of fun.
Aye, so much fun that those thieves almost got past.
We got 'em now, eh? And once the whelp starts singing, we'll know who sent 'em.
Aye, might be we'll pay him a visit in return. That'll be some real fun.
I managed to hire them under 500 gold, and they died fighting the goblins. I took my money back. Ugh. If only I had gold, man. I spent all my gold on items. Let me do a quick inventory check. What have we all got again? Right, I gave you a good axe. Githyanki psionics, blah blah blah. Face of footwork, right. You're fighting. You're fighting. What do you have that's charm person?
Almost got past.
Turn it. No. You have do you not have
Start singing, we'll know who sent 'em.
Aye,
who has mage armor here?
pay him a visit in return. That'll be some real fun.
Is it me? I have Shilafay. I'm thinking of Gale actually. Yeah, I'm probably thinking of Gale. Alright.
If not over, then through.
Oi! Ain't no party in here. We're doing the Absolute's work. State your business. Now.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
British goblins are so weird. They're here to steal all your gold. They're just little guys. Just a little dude. I'm gonna do... Should I just follow the story? I've got... or should I intimidate? Let's do a little intimidation. I got more bonuses. Oh, guidance. 15. I could hit a 15. Wait, what's this? Customized dice? Oh, I can change the color. Do I want purple or blue? I'll keep purple. That's cool. I didn't know you could change your dice. Oh, let's go. The accent sounds more modern British. It's hard to identify a type of British when it's coming out of the mouth of a goblin. Didn't you build your character stats saying you didn't need intimidation and now it's all you're doing? Well, listen, you know? I also fully intended on role-playing as a evil slaying paladin, and look where I am.
All right. Normally we stick you foreign types in the spider pit. But the Absolute says we're all making nice now. So in you go, I suppose.
Who's in charge around here?
Well now, gonna have to be more specific than that. We're drowning in true souls, here we are. You here to see Priestess Gut, Boss Raxlin, or the Drow?
I'm here for Rexlin. I'm here for the priestess.
Do you now? Might feel different once she puts a burning brand to you. She's through the main doors. Just follow the smell of burnt goblin arse. Bloody racket.
Oh, come on.
Seluna. As if mingling with a horde of goblins wasn't bad enough. Let's do what we have to do, then get out of here.
Not your usual haunt, I take it? Or you don't have to tell me twice. You don't have to tell me twice.
Good. I wasn't intending to.
Wow.
Do you hear the Absolute voice? Do you feel
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
inside you?
I only hear her through you, priestess.
That's because she chose me. You're not worthy yet.
And the one thing I learned down there, don't matter if you're a slave.
Just taking a look at my surroundings. Oh, what the fuck? Camera? Hello? Huh? Oh, God.
Are you ready?
Alright, that was something.
The Absolute's mark on your flesh.
Yeah. Then I'll hear her voice.
You're too big.
Roa, Moonglow, Yurley, Erna. A lot of people in here. Alright, let me talk to the fucking big head honcho. Oh my god, this camera. Truth so good. Hey, Priestess of the Absolute. Wait, you seem busy. Are you distracted? Oh no, yeah, you're doing your thing. What else have we got around here? Oh?
Your hideout is. Poor lad. I could give you peace, you know. But no. You gotta keep silent, don't you? Where do they flee to, you stubborn rat?
Please, stop!
Here to see your friend, have ya? Come and join him if you like.
Say we'll take over. His work is sloppy. He'll kill the prisoner too quickly.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
I'm really starting to feel that -1 in wisdom. We'll go with the story option. Or, right? Oh, I have options. Oh, no. Alright. Command. Oh, it's 2. Wow.
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
Sorry, sir. I didn't realize. He's all yours. Just don't be too rough, maybe. Moonrise Towers might still want to take him. I want to watch that weird priest next door. Sounded like he was beating something up. Yeah, beating it good.
What? The prisoner?
Oh, forget about him. There'll be more of them soon.
So the tadpole gives us the ability to influence others.
Ignore it. Deny it. This is nothing but a disease, and every use will sicken us further.
Nonsense. Any power freely given is a power well received, and this is a valuable power indeed.
It's only valuable if we understand it, and we don't. Not yet, at least.
These are strange times and even stranger powers. We should seek to understand them before we make any rash decisions. Alright, so
Sensible.
I'll probably not use that too often. I feel like that's gonna probably debuff me. The women are such a buzzkill. Use the cool powers. But what if it, like, eats at my brain? The narrator said, I lose something that I'll never get back. Is it my humanity? Is it eating my flesh?
Please. Let me out. There's no reason for this.
How we captured?
I was with a group of adventurers. We came here for an artifact. It's called the Night Song. We tried to sneak past the goblins, but they ambushed us. I didn't think a pack of goblins could be so efficient.
The artifact. What does it do?
I don't know. The boss didn't say. He just said some wizard called Leroican would reward us if we found it. It should be here somewhere. He said there was a hidden passage underneath the temple. The place was supposed to be abandoned. When we arrived.
The Druid Halsin was with you. Where is he now?
I don't know. He changed into a bear, but I lost sight of him. I don't know if he's still alive.
Where can I find the Night Song?
had instructions, but the goblins got him. They said they'd eat him. Please, these shackles. I don't want to die.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I should let Asterion do this, actually. Can I back out of this? Fuck. Get a new brain? Become a squid? It's only in my head canon that I align myself with the squids. And then sleep with them. Oh, fuck.
You struggle with the set of lockpicks until they are bent entirely out of shape. But the lock won't budge.
Be patient, I'll be back.
Please, hurry.
Asterion!
Keep it quick.
No! Please! Oh, don't hurt me! You are? I need to get out of here.
Okay, alright. It should be easy. Easy peasy. Go rogues. We love our rogues.
The lock clicks and opens.
Thank you. I better go before they catch us. I should be able to make it to the Grove on my own. They need to know they're in danger.
All right. What now?
Is he just gonna walk out? Oh. Well, it's good to know that that's there. Billy Walk Trumpet. What's a mushroom?
Don't waste a step.
Round ya! Use 'em! Oh, yes! Everyone howls when they're on fire!
I know who this guy is.
Greetings, child. I've met few aside from goblins here.
You recognize the Scourge. This man is a follower of Leviatha, goddess of pain.
Ah. Are you also here to assist with the prisoner?
You mean the one they were torturing?
Please. The things they do to that man? So crude and primitive. I was invited to teach them. I live for pain and its intricacies, you see. But, alas. Pain without purpose is a terrible thing. Wouldn't you agree?
It's appalling.
Exactly. Pain is an intimate thing. It should be delivered with a loving and measured hand. But trying to discuss such subtleties with these creatures is simply... Forgive me, but that look in your eyes, something terrible has happened to you.
I got funky eyes. Look at how they move. It's so cool, actually. How'd you know?
Because I see those same eyes when I look in the mirror, dear one. We've all suffered in these dark times. It is little wonder you bear scars of pain and anguish. Please, let me alleviate this pain.
And how would you do that?
As the Maiden of Pain, the goddess Loviatar teaches us through penance, administered by my skilled hand. My work can grant peace and serenity, the likes of which few experience. It will be worth it. I promise.
I must see this. Don't you dare say no.
I was told I get a buff if I do this. And I've never actually seen it, so I want to see what it is. Sure.
Oh, I have something exquisite in mind. Both Loviatar and I are interested in how you handle pain, dear one. And should you delight her, you will most assuredly receive her most gracious blessing. Trust me. Simply face the wall, and we can begin. Yes, this will do nicely.
I forgot. Does he use a mace? That's a fucking Morning Star.
The pain you suffer will cleanse you. Do not fight it.
Performance. Yelp loudly and dramatically. Beg for mercy.
Your voice sounds so sweet, dear one. Keep going.
Would you have joined up with him if you'd known he'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion?
I mean, I had my hopes.
He's gonna beat the shit out of me. Ow.
Pain is proof that we live. Revel in it.
Performance. Writhe in exaggerated agony and cry out. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. Such pain I can easily heal with a potion.
That's it, dear one. Let Loviatar hear you.
My. Who knew our friend had so much blood in them?
Try not to lick your lips as you say that.
Ow. Oh, that one hurt.
You are doing so well. Do not give in now.
Performance. Situational advantage. Ooh. Give me guidance too. Oh my god, the double 8.
Yes, you can, child. Take the pain and offer it up to Loviatar. Offer it all. Sweet child, you bore the pain like a true believer. I could feel Loviatar's pleasure with every sting of my scourge. I am proud to have served you this penance.
That was an interesting experience.
Interesting is an understatement, dear one. Loviata herself found your performance inspiring. She has deemed you worthy of her blessing.
Ooh.
And on a personal note, thank you. That was positively divine.
Now, don't touch me.
Your world has strange custom. I need to see that again. Ask him if you can do the penance thing too.
True. You wouldn't have the grit.
Get in there. We might learn something.
Asking Lavenders love. You revel in the clarity granted by your pain. You have +2. Oh, they're doing their thing. Okay. What I got? I didn't finish reading that. You get +2 bonus to attack rolls and wisdom saving throws for 3 turns. Until long rest. Pain is the path of clarity. When you have 30% hit points or less, you gain +2 bonus to attack rolls and wisdom saving throws. Is this permanent? Oh. I get stronger when I'm at lower health. Not bad, not bad. Health pot. Alright, actually I should have just lain on hands. Should I just lay on hands to top myself off? Yeah, sure. Alright. Oh!
I wonder what the next move is.
Wait, you leveled up. What do you get at Cleric level 4? Please tell me you get Spirit Guardians. Add class. I forgot I can multi-class. Wow, I actually straight up forgot I can multi-class. That means I can still be a necromancer and a paladin. Oh, wait, I'm pogging. I'm pogging. Pogging my brains out. Oh, I'm pogging. Gain advantage on intimidation checks and performance checks for thaumaturgy. Light infuse an object with an aura of light. Blade Ward. Take half his damage from bludgeoning, piercing. Oh, Blade Ward's good. Produce flame. I'll do Blade Ward. Okay. Get a feat. Ability improvement actor. Alert. Okay, you are my dedicated healer. Is there a thing specifically for healing? Learn 2 cantrips and a level 1 spell from a cleric spell list. You can collect level 1 spell once per long rest. Your spellcasting ability For all 3 spells, is wisdom. Not really anything here. You regain full health points each time you take a long rest. Ooh. I don't really know what to do with you combat-wise. So I guess this is the moment to choose. I kind of want to make her like some like you get, you're already the healer, but you're not exactly durable or strong. At least I just don't have you set up to be. Whatever, I can always just respec later. Warcaster might be good. Gain advantage on saving throws to maintain concentration on spells. Actually, no, that'd be better on Gale. Medium armor master. When you wear medium armor, it doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth checks. The bonus to armor class you gain from your dexterity modifier becomes +2 instead of +2, or +3 instead of +2. That would just raise my AC. That would be good. Alternatively, lucky. You gain 3 luck points, which you can use to gain advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, or saving throws, or to make an enemy reroll their attack roll. Yawn. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. I can give you heavy armor. I can make you like a soft tank, actually. A healer tank? Ooh, I kind of like the sound of that. Because you might end up taking up the mantle of tank, and I guess you'll just dual tank and healer when I become a necromancer. Although, I investigated further. Necromancer doesn't really kick in until level 6, so I might just wait till then. Otherwise, I'm just going to be a wizard at that level, but at that time, I can just use oath, I could just do the Oathbreaker Paladin thing that I've got going on right now. It would not help or would not hurt to have another person in heavy armor, though, I will admit. Let me just look around a little more. Your spells and attacks ignore resistance to a damage type of your choice. When you cast spells of a type, you cannot roll a 1. Great Weapon Master. When you land a critical hit or a weapon, or when you land a critical hit or kill a target with a melee weapon attack, you can make another melee weapon attack as a bonus action that turn. Attacks with melee weapons you're proficient with and wielding in both hands can deal additional 10 damage at the cost of -5 attack roll penalty. Oh. That'd be better probably for Lae'zel, because she's really like our melee fighter. Performer, ritual caster, savage attacker. When making melee weapon attacks, you roll your damage dice twice and use the higher result. Ooh, that's pretty fucking sad. Ooh. I do like the sound of that. That's definitely gonna be a Lae'zel thing. Sentinel when make an enemy when an enemy within melee range attacks an ally, you can use a reaction to make a weapon attack against the enemy. Target ally must not have the Sentinel feat. You gain advantage on opportunity attacks, and when you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, it can no longer move for the rest of the turn. That might be good for me. Shield Master. You gain a +2 to dexterity saving throws while wielding a shield. If a spell forces you to make a dex throw, you can use a reaction to shield yourself and diminish the effect's damage. On failed save throw, you only take half damage. On successful save throw, you don't take any damage. Alright, I've made my pick.
Still breathing. Despite everything.
I don't get it. I thought the bleeding was
Nope.
the point.
That's not.
Breathe deep and move.
What's in here? Oh!
I want to have a word.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. He's mine.
Does your bird have a name?
Peach.
So I see. Do you have plans for this pigeon?
Keep him safe. Listen to him coo. Till I gets hungry or some such. What's it to ya?
What's it to ya? I'm British. I hate to see such a lovely creature in a cage.
Hey, he don't mind. Keeps him safe from me mates. Raids make him rabid. Then catch one on your own.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Oh, once per long rest I can use it. Okay. Read mind. I'm in your brain.
This Rengar better not go yapping about my pigeon. I should have turned him over to Minthara by now, but he's such a nice little pigeon.
Withholding prisoners, your boss won't be happy about that.
What? I ain't. Minthara don't give a cake what you think. Bah, just take him if you care so much. See if he'll sing for the likes of you, though. Bloody think. Here's the key. Pigeon's all yours.
Mighty kind.
Look at this. I'm quite saved. A joy to see a familiar face in such a precarious setting. I guarantee the story of your daring rescue of my person will live on for eons.
Should I extort him? You know what else lives on for eons? Gold. You want to pocket some over?
Oh, what's a bit of metal between allies, hmm? I'll do one better. Tell me where we can meet each other once we've slipped the goblin yoke. And I'll offer much more than gold. Knowledge, my friend, is priceless.
Fine, go to my camp.
Smashing! Soon, my friend. Soon we can share a flagon of something liquid and a tale of daring do. I'll slip away when the coast is clear. See you soon, my friend. I simply can't wait to pick your brain!
Waits. He says he's gonna wait for the coast to be clear and then just uses an invisibility potion. That's not exactly waiting for the coast being clear. That's more so just you leaving. Oh, I leveled up. Let's go. $36 health. Ooh, baby. Sheesh. Sheesh. I'm taking off protection from good and evil. I'm debating on getting rid of command as well. And bless. I mean, well, no, I guess bless isn't really too bad. Divine favor. Two D6, 1d6. But it takes 1d6 every turn. Or Searing Smite. Do Searing Smite. Feet! Which one was I looking at? Great Weapon Master. When you land a critical hit or kill a target with a melee weapon attack. Oh wait, hang on. Or actually, yeah, let me finish reading that. You make another melee attack. Oh, it's when you land a crit or kill. Make another one. Make another attack as a bonus action. And then I can make... I can do that. Do the other thing. Do the other thing. I'm sorry. Your strength increases by 1 to a maximum of 20. Incoming damage from non-magical attacks also decreased by 3 while you're wearing heavy armor. Three's kind of not a lot, but also 3 is kind of a lot. Performer, Polar Master, Resilient, Ritual Caster, Savage Attacker, Sentinel. I think this, yeah, either Sentinel or Shield Master. What does Weapon Master do? You gain proficiency with 4 weapons of your choice, and your strength or dex increases by 1. What weapons am I already proficient with? How can I check that? Because I can't really check that. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so it's either Shield Master or Sentinel. You gain a +2 bonus to Dex saving throws while wielding a shield. If a spell forces you to make a Dex save throw, you can use a reaction to shield yourself to diminish the weapon's effect on the save throw. You only take half damage. On a successful save throw, you won't take any damage. That's good for... I mean, that's just good for... if I'm ever taking... magic damage. Sentinel. When an enemy within melee range attacks an ally, you can use a reaction to make a weapon attack against that enemy. Target ally must not have the Sentinel feat. You gain advantage on opportunity attacks, and when you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, it can no longer move for the rest of its turn. This is more like target lockdown, or just yeah, like lock down enemies to that are engaging to me, sort of like a pseudo taunt, or negate spell damage. They're both really good, but I kind of want to go for spell damage. This does also make me, like... Oh, you know what this goes really well hand in hand with? Don't I already have a thing for reaction. It's that projectile thing. I forgot what it's called. Ooh. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I do want to keep the whole tank thing going on. Polar Masters also seems good. Shield Master. What do you guys think? Shield Master or Sentinel? I feel like Shield Master is slightly more situational than Sentinel. Although, how often is it that enemies really give me an opportunity of attack? Not very often. Like, at all. And it's just a weapon attack. My weapon attacks are not really... Really what this is helpful for is not having them move for the rest of their turn when I make my opportunity attack. If anything, actually, maybe this was more situational. Alright, we'll do Shield Master then. Right? You satisfied with this? Am I satisfied? I'm gonna be honest, I never really know when I'm satisfied. I'm the world's most indecisive Skulldog. Your constitution increases by 1, maximum you regain full health every time you take a short rest. Eh. Alright. I am the tank after all. Funny rogue! What funny rogue things do you get? Oh, right. I already know immediately what you're gonna get. Sharpshooter, your range attacks do not receive penalties from high ground rules. Ranged weapon attacks with a weapon you are proficient with have -5 penalty to their attack roll, but deal additional 10 damage. Which one's the other one? Crossbow expert. When you make crossbow attacks within melee range, the attack rolls do not have disadvantage. Your piercing shot also inflicts gaping wounds for twice as long. I do like this. This lets him use his ranged weapon in melee distance, which I'm mostly ever really going to be loading him with is the ranged weapons. Yeah, I'll give you Sharpshooter. Now for Lae'zel. What do you get? Oh, you just get the feet. Okay. You, I'm either going to give... where was it? Savage Attacker. When making melee weapon attacks, you roll your damage dice twice and use the higher result. That one's pretty good. Polearm Master is also pretty good when attacking with a glaive, halberd, or quarterstaff, which I intend on probably getting her a glaive or halberd. Or spear. You can use a bonus action to attack with the butt of your weapon. You can also make an opportunity attack when a target comes within range. That is also very helpful. There's another one. There was those two and... I think Great Weapon Master. When you land a critical hit or kill a target with a melee weapon attack, you can make another melee weapon attack as a bonus action that turn. Attacks with melee weapons are proficient, and deal an additional 10 damage at the cost of -5 attack roll penalty. Thing is, I'd have to get you a great weapon. I don't really have one for you right now. think you've just got a regular two-handed. Let's do this one. Let's do this one, I think. Now that really takes me forever to do, doesn't it? Can I talk to this person now?
Now here's somebody special. The Absolute has touched you, hasn't she? Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh.
I assume this mark has a purpose.
Shows our devotion to the Absolute. These maggots see how strong we are with her guidance. Whole camp will be branded soon, and you should be too. You ready? Brace yourself. This'll sting.
Actually, I'd rather not go through with this.
Maybe you don't need it. After all, you're special, ain't you? Like me.
She probes your mind, tangling your thoughts with hers. A familiar sensation. She too carries a parasite. Darkness seems to swallow the temple, leaving you with a vision of the goblin priestess receiving instruction from a handsome young man, one of the chosen. The vision dissolves away. You stand before the goblin priestess in the temple once again.
Push deeper.
Her faith floods into you, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestles within that mania, secure, hidden.
I feel you in there, digging around. Works both ways. And I saw some weird shadows swimming around in your head just now. Maybe I can help with that. Us true souls gotta look out for one another.
Can we talk privately? This is a sensitive matter.
Of course. Don't want this rabble interfering with true soul business. Let's go to my chapel.
Oi! Priestess! We want the mark!
Why do they think they're talking to a god?
Ain't we good enough for the Absolute?
Are we meant to turn out like that? Blissful idiots who thought they were talking to their god.
Quite the place.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
It's a dude trapdoor here. That's locked. What else we got around here? Nothing. Alright. I'm like half tempted to put her to sleep. Don't they have like sleep potion? Poison something? Did I pick something like that up? Nah, I guess not. Okay.
Ready to clear your head?
Oathbreaker. Oh shit. I'm ready to destroy your hold over this cult. Are you ready to die? That's crazy. I don't want you to brand me. Only darkness remains to fuel you now. You have broken your sacred oaths in pursuit of power and ambition. I could just leave. Wow, that's really funny. Alright. Bye. Are you a fucking shop?
That the jingle of coin I hear? You've timed it well, my friend. Already turned quite the profit today, so I'm feeling generous. You recognize the crest she bears, the winged serpent of the Zentarim.
You're no normal trader, are you? You're part of the Black Network.
Half right, sharp eyes. A Zen is a normal trader. Just a matter of what's for sale. Weapons and other exotic goods, true enough. But most of all, we offer discretion. No judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That a problem for you?
No problem at all. Let me see your wares. Holy shit! Fucking whoa! Oh man, this is expensive. Now this is a good trader. Finally, a good fucking finally some good fucking food. Wait, I just realized something. Do I even have fucking... Okay, yeah, I have proficiency in heavy armor. Okay. Blooded great axe. Oh, baby. Oh my god, that's so expensive. I want all of it. Oh, this is good shit. This is good shit. This is all good shit. Potion of Featherfall. Potion of Glorious Vaulting. Arrow of Lightning. Gold. Elixir of Arcane Cultivation. Gain an additional 1 spell slot. Replaces effects from other elixirs when drunk. That's crazy. I can just get a fucking level 1 spell slot. Scroll of Blink. I can learn this. Firebolt, Magic Missile, Protection of Energy, Ray of Frost, Ray of Sickness, Vivify, Witchball, Web, Vampiric Touch, Stinking Cloud, Shatter. Shatter? Oh. Okay, I have to get a very heavy great axe. Oh, you did have a great weapon. Oh, I forgot. What did I just give you? Oh, great weapon proficiency. Okay, wonderful. Never mind. We're good. You're actually fine. You don't need anything. I do want to get Shadowheart heavy armor, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I also want to get myself heavy armor. I've got medium.
My faith will guide
So 14, 13. You've got medium. Githyanki half plate, chain shirt, padded armor. Astarion also needs something that's literally not 11 AC. But alas, we are out of money. Actually, we could sell some shit. 3d6 radiant. I'll hang on to that. Sell these boots. Sell this crossbow. Sell the javelins. Scroll of Speak with Dead. Hang on to that. Scroll of Sea Invisibility. I'm hanging on to that. Scroll of Mage Armor. Scroll of Hold Person. Scroll of Grace. I'll sell the Elemental Arrows, I think. Yeah. Potion of Sleep. Oh shit, I did have it. Elixir of Fire Resistance. I'm so... it's only 6 gold. I should hang on to it. I think these poisons are kind of fucking pricey. What am I even trying to buy? I just... oh, right, armor. I'm not having enough anyway. Yeah, this shit's like in the hundreds. Actually, let's walk away. I need to keep people alive. Alright. Good to know this is here. I don't know if I'm going to completely uproot this goblin society yet by killing everyone. I kind of want to. Not gonna lie.
At least give me a sword. We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead any road.
Oi.
Another outsider come to see the boss. Mind your manners now, or he'll throw you in the pit. Get down there and stop complaining.
Oh no. Oh. Let's see what's up with this guy over here. Oh, there's way more of them.
Praise his ever-bleeding axe. Praise his throne of flaming iron. Praise Maglobiet.
You know Maglobiet, a tyrannical deity who treats his goblinoid followers as slaves.
Trying to interrupt my prayers? Scared of a real god? You're as goonless as the rest of them.
Maglobiet's a tyrant. Your people are better off without him.
Maglobiet's looked out for me since I was knee-high to a walk pup. Bollocks to this absolute, I say, and bollocks to you and all.
Okay. Oh. Oh. There's some shit going on in here. I'm looking around, hang on. It's the spider pit. It's over here. I was already over there. I don't know if I want to engage in this yet.
I command you, corpse. Speak. Reveal truth to the absolute.
By Vlaakith's blade, a geich.
Nothing. Must be reading it wrong. Suga no Shukok.
The hobgoblin turns to you, and the parasite squirms in your skull.
Dragonborn.
You taste the ale on his tongue and the bile in his soul. The visions cloud your inner eye for a brief moment once again. You see the hobgoblin bowing before the armored elf you'd glimpsed before. The elf speaks of the hunt for a great weapon and the rewards that will go to whoever finds it. The hobgoblin's eyes gleam hungrily.
Guess it doesn't matter what you are. You're a true soul. And that's good enough for me.
He doesn't speak his next words, yet they still rattle your skull from within.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
Study the corpse. Was this the mind flayer that tortured you?
This mind flayer's build is smaller, its garb plainer. A fearsome creature even in death, but not the one that tormented you. Yet it too roamed the Nautiloid. It would have seen you, known you.
Absolute says the dead squiddy had a weapon. I reckon the killer nabbed it and scooted off to that looter camp. We find who killed it, and we find who took that weapon. So settle in.
You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon the Absolute seeks. It's the artifact that she carries. The same one that protected you as you entered the goblin camp. Her mind focuses. Their suspicion cannot be aroused. They cannot discover that the weapon they seek is within their grasp.
Shit. No way he's just gonna let me... No way he's just gonna let me leave, right? Oh boy.
Your skull sizzles with Ragslin's displeasure. His mouth is still, but you hear his demand.
I speak for the Absolute, and I say, you stay.
Maybe I can fuck with the ceremony. Alright, fine.
You choke on black smoke as the hobgoblin bellows his incantation.
I command you, corpse, speak and say sooth. Lucan ok, al koldek, shulko kank.
The hideous corpse rises, tentacles writhing. Your heart seizes. Under questioning, the creature might recognize you as its killer.
Talk to me, freak. Who killed you?
The creature responds, not in words, but memories. You see a clawed hand open a holding pod, devoid of flesh, only darkness.
Damn it! That tells me nothing!
The memory fades, and the corpse awaits the next question.
I don't think I'll be able to get into his mind very easily.
Tell me who killed you, freak! No games!
Again, a vision comes to you. A memory, seen through the creature's soul-dead eyes. You see a clawed hand opening a holding pod. The merc clears to reveal a face. Yours.
It can't be. You're no true soul.
Oh. Cast detect thoughts on him. Thrust yourself into his mind? Can I outmind him? It's a mistake. I'm a true soul. Remember, we're connected. Persuasion.
Yeah, you're right. You're a real true soul. I felt it.
The corpse collapses, silent once more.
No, no! I'm not done!
Oh shit. Let's go.
Riddles, all of it. And nothing to show for the trouble but rotting squid meat. No answers, no killer, and no damned weapon. That damned Drow was right. Can't let her get all of that glory. Seems I ain't done with you. Report to the Drow. Minthara's the name. She's mounting an attack on that blasted grove. Tell her you'll join her.
Can't you do your own dirty work?
Say that again. 'Cause I know I didn't just hear you refuse the Absolute.
Fine, fine. I'll talk to Minthara.
Falling in line. Just what I like to see.
No prizes for guessing what this weapon they're after really is. The artifact.
If that's the case, we've got more problems than just the worms in our heads.
How strong is this guy? 75. Oof. Kinda strong. Can I meet the... Can I loot him?
Best keep your hands to yourself. You're being watched.
Ah, alright.
The Absolute honors you.
Ooh, hang on.
She'll fertilize the fields with the dead.
I'll do a bit of stealing. Astarion.
Keep your distance, darling.
Their city will be razed to the ground.
Very, very quiet.
Absolute. Your drink from her barrel.
Hang on. Where is my shit? Oh my god, all my stuff is... Hang on, how do I sort? Where's the sort button? Oh, I can hide them. I'll keep you with your helmet. I have a lockpick kit. Where the fuck did I put that? Disarm? No. Thieves' tools. That's for you. Mr. Rogue.
Easy.
20. Alright, well, here goes nothing. Oh, let's go.
Been spotted fiddling with that lock. Best fiddle with something else.
Great. Gotta do this when they're Metal Gear Solid Patrol style. Go away.
Leave no tracks. Time for discretion.
Don't make me potion of sleep you.
Ever believe this?
I did not mean to. I'm just eepy. I'm just a eepy little guy. Great. Well, there goes my potion.
Path lies before me.
You fertilize the fields with the dead.
What do we got up here? Anything? No. Alright. Let's go back over here. I have an idea. I have an idea how to get him to turn around. I literally just need him to walk away. Oh, perfect. Oh, great. Still looking. Actually, how much health do you have? 8 health, 6 health. Oh my god, I can sleep you.
Someone there?
Who is it? Who has sleep? Who has sleep? Don't tell me it's Gale again. Great, I think it's Gale.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Trust no one.
I just want to get in there, man. I just want to get in there. I just think it'd be really funny if they let me in there. I just think it'd be really funny if they let me in there. If I can just walk around, man. I can just walk around. Yes, perfect, perfect. Excuse me. Just gonna go ahead and do my thing.
Radio and they'll know she is absolute.
Can I put the fucking thieves' tools on my... Finally.
Your drink from her barrels. You will reign.
Oh my god. Please go away. This man is actually patrolling.
Just like old times. Quietly.
Oh my god, the animation.
Been spotted fiddling with that lock. Best fiddle with something else.
I hate it here.
Listen, the Absolute honors you and slays her enemies.
Watch the shadows.
To fertilize the
If I turn you around, now you're just gonna stare at me. Fine. I'll leave. No.
I have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Scrying eye?
If he doesn't, I'll cut out his tongue.
If he don't have a tongue, he can't tell us nothing.
The prisoner.
Boys. Again?
Oh god.
Do you wanna become spider food?
There's so many goblins. And there's a glitch. I can't stop hearing the lockpicking sound.
where those adventurers came from.
What are they doing? Hiding in trees?
Hang on, I'm gonna save and reload. Save, override save. Load. Load. No, I still hear it. What the fuck? In combat, hit O to hit tactical view? Oh. Have to go to main menu. Oh my god. I have to restart the game. That's annoying. My eye, ow. I'm flashbang. The British goblins. The goblins of Britain. Back once again. Alright, cool. What's in here?
More for me.
What did I just pick up? Scroll of Sleep. Ooh. Could be useful. Definitely gonna be useful for lockpicking. Ooh. Who's behind here? Anyone behind here? Hi there. Oh, just a boba newt. Hi there. Ow. I eat banana. Thank you. Hi. Hello. How you doing? How's our favorite newt? Oh, this guy's just not gonna let me go in there, any. Alright. This was gonna happen one way or another. I don't think we can do anything here. I don't really see a peaceful solution. We're gonna have to kill every goblin here. On the bright side, they're not very strong. At least the ones in this room are. No, actually, I'll talk to this lady.
See? It squealed! Hit it again! Keep your hands steady, 3. Again! Again! Make it squeal again.
He's helpless. Let him go.
It's staying right here. The beasts came in here with those robbers, killed Dink
and mince too. Boss is thinking of serving it to the wargs. But first, 3 more stones. Make it nice and bloody.
Yeah! Hit his head! I want to hear more noises.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Damn it. Just figuring out what to make for dinner. Ooh, what you gonna make for dinner? I'm gonna make something good for dinner. Can I have some? Are you gonna make enough to share with the rest of the class? Hope you're doing good. I am doing good, thank you. Playing Baldur's Gate. Stop.
How dare ya?
Alright, well, this is let's do it. Big fight, big fight. And you are way over here. Come hit this guy.
I will not know failure.
Do it. What are you doing? What do you mean provokes attack of opportunity? Get down the damn ladder. Okay. Oh, race superiority die. I forgot about this. What do these do again? Disarming attack, goading attack. Gains disadvantage on attack rolls on anyone against you. Disarming, goading. Alright, well, I tell you what, we'll do. How much health do you have? Yeah, got a good amount of health. Alright. Don't. Don't. I don't know if I want to action search just yet. Nah, fuck it, we'll do a funny little action search. What do you think? How big is the swing? Not that big. Alright, we'll just do lacerate. Can't reach destination. What are you talking about? Oh, well, you can do that, can't you? 35%. But I still hit it. And then I hit it again. But I missed. Oh, it's because Astarion's literally right here. Oh. Does this have any lore benefit? Biting a creature does not break stealth? Oh shit. That's actually good to know. No, okay, this is literally just purely for whatever. How does this provoke opportunity of attack? Oh, because I have to get in range? Alright, well that solves that. You go up here. Oh wait, there's a dude right here. Oh, never mind. Bite him. Oh. Go get him, bear. It's Lou time. Time to do Lou things. Cool Lou things. Like this, for example. That's all I can do. Oh, here's Shadowheart. I was wondering where you were. Oh, you have more spell slots now. And Channel Divinity. Not that that's helpful right now. We'll just fucking oh, great. Oh, great. Wonderful. Whatever.
Let's have a little fun.
Path is interrupted. Alright. Missed, really? That's a shame. I want to stop these guys. What's your health? 2? What's your health? 6. Yeah, I don't have any like distant damage things. I mean, I suppose that that's not entirely true. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, we'll do this too.
What path lies before me?
Are you serious? Who can land the shot? I'm gonna leave the shot to Asterion, actually. No, because he's... No, Battlemaster. Who's the Battlemaster? That guy. Alright, I should actually kill this guy. There's this butcher guy. Sorry. Damn, you really don't do a whole lot of damage, do you? It's fine. Actually, how far can I get with this? In terms of effectiveness. Oh, are you serious? Alright, now we're fighting. Now we're fighting.
Yes, here. We'll do it my way.
Path is interrupted? What do you mean? Nah, just kill him. And you missed. All right. Fuck me.
Victory awaits.
I want to hit 3. Nah. Oh my god, the misses are crazy. Alright, I guess that works. Oh, great. I'm down to tanking and more tanking. Love our tanking, don't we? No, it's not gonna reach. I was gonna do simple. Whatever, simple but effective.
Another step forward.
You guys really can't do a whole lot of much, can you?
Feel my mistress's wrath.
Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. 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 Sorry, I'm distracted. Pog. No.
Taking position.
Now they see me. Break them.
I mean, yeah, I can't really do a whole lot much. Hellish Rebuke. Reaction for level 1 spell slot. How much health do you? Sure. Bear, I need you to kill this guy. Oh wait, no, I need you to heal yourself. Oh, I never passed out potions. I just... Oh wait, I did. You just don't have one. I have 2.
Have to keep going.
I should not have moved her so far forward. Just do a simple little ranged attack, I think. I do want to move her forward though.
On the move.
And then you're at disadvantage, but you're fine here.
Shall we cut and run? Over here. Just like old times.
And he kills him. Never mind, he missed. I'm gonna scream. For God's sakes. Yeah, I'm not doing shit. Great, this guy gets to live again. No, I'm not gonna fucking Hellish Rebuke him. Alright, don't worry.
You bow or you break.
Pardon the viscera. One should cherish all of nature's bounty, but goblin guts are quite far down the list. You aided a bear without knowing if it would savage you. A true friend of nature. Or perhaps a lunatic. Either way, I owe thanks. I am the druid Halsin.
I've been to the Emerald Grove. It's in danger.
I am aware. I foolishly left it vulnerable to this rabble. There's work to be done. That look in your eyes. I've seen it before. Are you feeling all right? Oak Father preserve you, child. You're infected, aren't you? The Mind Flayer's spawn. But something's different. You're aware of the monster inside you. You don't bow to the Absolute like the true souls do. How is this possible?
I escaped the Illithid ship after being infected. Maybe the process was interrupted.
Perhaps. But I wouldn't want to place all my faith in blind luck. It's no coincidence that you found me here, I'll wager. You're after a cure for this parasite. I've been studying these parasites for a while now. Ever since I discovered these so-called true souls are infected with them. Someone is using very powerful magic to modify these tadpoles. They're using them to exert control over the infected. I'm sorry to say, I can't undo that magic, which means I can't cure you. But that doesn't mean I can't help. I didn't find what I came here for, a way to remove the tadpoles, but I found the next best thing. I found out where they come from. That must be where these enchantments are placed on them. And it's where you'll find your cure.
This magic isn't typical of how the Mind Flayers procreate.
No, this is different. Altered. The magic used is beyond me. It's either not of this world or so ancient as to be lost to even nature's memory.
What you learned about the tadpole's origin?
I overheard that the cultists are sending all of their captives to Moonrise Towers. Innocents go in, true souls come out. Given that all of these true souls are infected, it has to be the source for this magic. If you want to find a cure, you must head there and discover how the tadpoles are being manipulated.
You seem to know a lot about this. Actually... Yeah, will you come with me to Moonrise?
I wish I could, but there's still work I've yet to finish. Blood I've yet to spill. I've no right to ask more of you, but if you could help me, I'd be free to join your journey to Moonrise. I cannot allow these butchers to threaten my grove. The natural order must be protected.
Alright, how do I help?
My thanks. If you prevail, I'll owe you the debt of a lifetime. Rare is the beast that survives decapitation. Help me eliminate the Drow Minthara, the Hobgoblin Draw Ragslin, and that perversion of a priestess, Gut. They are the ones holding these parasites together. Remove them, and nature will cure itself.
Having a shape-shifting bear druid at my side might make things easier.
Be warned. My presence could make things more difficult. I can only restrain my bear form so much. I won't be able to help but attack goblins. If I join you, we'll likely have to slaughter this entire place. You may want to use discretion when approaching the goblin leaders.
I'm not really the discretion type.
So be it. May Sylvanas lend us nature's fury.
Hell yeah. First things first.
Let's have a look.
Ooh! Linebreaker boots, adrenaline rush. Once per turn when you dash, gain Wrath for 2 turns. What's Wrath? +1 bonus to damage with melee weapons for every turn. Ooh. Might give that to Lae'zel. I wonder what his story is. The druid, I mean. I don't actually know anything about him.
I'll take that.
There was a prison key right here the whole time.
Something good here, I hope.
Beastmaster's chain. Animal friendship. Ooh. I don't think I have a necklace yet. Wrong bond, wrong bond. Oh my god. Yay, animal friendship. Arrow of Roaring Thunder? Oh, it's an explosion arrow. Ooh.
Don't waste a step.
Is that a great axe? Hmm.
Well, hello.
Oh.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Stones. Spider silk cocoon.
Oh, cursed to put my hands on everything.
Decaying legs protrude from the hole. A failed escape, it seems.
Investigate. I wish I could speed up the animations.
It seems the tunnel collapsed mid-dig and suffocated him. A crooked heart is embroidered on his left shoe. The body comes loose, revealing a tunnel. Perhaps you can escape where he failed.
Wait, really? Wait, really?
Still blocked, but should be easy enough to clear. Still blocked, but should be easy enough to clear.
Oh. And so it begins. What do you have? Multi-attack. Per battle. Hide, dash, jump, disengage. Claws. What do you mean can't reach destination? We're blocking the way. We're a very inaccurate team. Very inaccurate. Can't kill one goblin. No, great. I'm not trying to just stand here. Astarion, please, the love of God, just kill him. Oh my God, please. Please. I live in hell. This is hell. I can't even fucking get out of here. Let my man Astarion go. I fucking I guess I'm trapped in here. Okay. Swipe. Wonderful. Where's the other one? And that's these motherfuckers. Do I not have movement? What happened to my movement? Oh. Bear jump. Alright, let's speed things along. You pop a potion. And move along. Dun, dun, dun. Where's Dash? There it is. Oh, I ended her turn early. Damn, I have to wait for the animation to finish. Fuck, she didn't move all the way. Actually, what do you have? I spend my turn looting. Cunning action. Dash. Oh damn, you go far. Oh boy.
Let none stand in our way.
Can you use ladders? Can't reach. What do you mean you can't reach? Is it because Astarion is blocking the way?
The dance macabre. Nature shall be defended at any cost.
Why? Why must things be like this?
I am fury. I am death.
Oh, but you can go.
A hidden threat.
Ah, the fucking scrying eye.
Can't give up. Moving.
Hide. Where's hide? There it is.
Good.
He's gonna keep patrolling. Trying to get a bear to climb a ladder. Yes. You can't tell me he can't do it. He can do anything. He's a bear.
One day I'll catch a break.
Who's there? There's two of them over here. Should we get the tank in there? Is it tank time? Mm-hmm. 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 Let's run. Dash. Go. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. What will the eye do? Oh, that's not good. Astarion, I need you here. You're gonna do the world's sickest snipe.
Into the shadows.
Good job.
We shall prevail.
Look, he can't go up the ladder.
Give up now.
Oh, look at him go! Alright, now do this one. I don't have enough movement. Can I jump? No, is that okay? I should have made him dash. Fuck. And I'm held. Oh fuck. Who is this, Lae'zel? Can I help action you? Downstairs and tangle prone. Target can't be helped. No, okay. Sag. Well. Prepare, ranged attack, astral knowledge. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Githyanki jump? I don't know if I might need that later though. Oh my god, I can go everywhere. Oh my god, but I'd be prone. Oh, there. Oh, I can go here. Whoa. Whoa. Githyanki. Jump. Awesome. And now, do evasive footwork. And I end my turn, Seto Kaiba. Seto Kaiba, I end my turn. It's time to duel. Shadowheart, you can't really do much. Not entirely true. Alright, if there's a time to buff, it's now. What kind of buffs you got, girl? I straight up forget what I give you. Like 90% of the time. Sanctuary, charm person. Warding bond. And you've got more level 2 slots. Your image. Warding. It's really only thing I can think of is just warding bot someone and then just sending them in there. Who's next after this guy? Me. Oh, I should ward myself. No, actually, I should break this bitch's concentration. Who's the one doing it? You. Path's interrupted. That's gonna be an Astarion thing then. Gain resistance to all damage plus 1 bonus to their armor class and saving throws. Each time the ally takes damage, you take the same amount of damage. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Damn it, girl. I need you to do more shit.
Got to press on.
Please. Yes. All right, back up. He's going for the drop.
Can't slow down.
No, boy. What have we got? Oh, thank you for the head pets. Ah, they're spread out. If I throw something, it's not gonna hit. Not gonna hit it. Well, actually, I can acid both of these guys. Arrow of fire. How big's this grease bottle? Wait, I have... Should I do it on this guy? This guy's kind of... You're kind of dangerous. You're kind of dangerous. So you know what would be really funny? Fuck. Wonderful.
They won't know.
Path interrupted. Path interrupted. Damn, this vantage point sucks. Can I get them from here? I'd have to move there. Target's too far. Oh, but I can do a regular attack? Must have advantage on target. Oh, it's probably because they see me. May brace ranged. Spend 6 meters of your movement speed for the rest of your turn. Roll range damage twice. Use the high result. Oh. Not yet. I have just piercing strike. Okay. Or fucking arrow, the arrow version. Oh, no. I don't. I've just got these. Or should I just get rid of this guy? No, I've got this advantage. Okay. Hamstring? I'm thinking hamstring. Because I can't really sneak attack anyone else. Which sucks. Unless I go over here? Or should I help Shadowheart? I'll help Shadowheart.
Get up and kill something.
Bro, move!
Outmaneuver them.
The scent of blood is in the air.
We're about to engage a fight on 2 fronts. Okay. Okay. You're gonna dash. You're gonna go way over here. Now I end my turn. Not enough movement. Even with jumping? Oh wait, I've still got this! I love it. Super jump! Alright, let's beat his ass. Alright, never mind, we suck.
Concentrate.
Damn, girl, I need you to have way better spells. I don't know what the fuck to... Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean 6%? What do you mean 6%? What do you mean? Increase my AC by 3. What's your AC already? Do it. Wait, fucking, where's the spell? Mirror image. Go for it. Oh boy, time to do funny things. I don't know what to do with this. That's just so that she doesn't fucking instantly die by the fucking 4 dudes back there. And this chick's goated. Stuff sucks. Is there a way I can aim this? Getting both. I can. Is that what I want to do though? Flame breath these guys? Contrast from dreadful aspect. Channel oath charge. Control undead. Oh. Uh-oh. 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 In hindsight, that might have not been a smart idea. Ah, fuck. Load the... I don't want to load the save. Am I really about... No, it's not load the save. I just gotta jump over there. Man. Fuck. Oh, but the loot, man! Ah, I'm dead again. I can't stop dying. Oh my god, I'm just dying everywhere. I can make the jump. Right? I mean, no, not really, actually. Jump uses bonus action. Great. Just great. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm just the most upset dog on the fucking planet, bro. What a clown show. What an absolute clown show. Oh, but the loot! Oh, I want the loot! Lion mode. Do I reload? I really want the loot. No, you could be an upset lion. Kitty grumble. Grumble kitty. Grumble, 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 grumble. Grumble kitty. Kitty grumble. Oh my god, this is before everything! You've got to be shitting me.
Breathe deep.
You've got to be shitting me. You've actually got to be shitting me. I've actually got to be shitting me. I'm gonna scream. Currently in the process of screaming internally. Okay. Yeah, you're telling me, bro.
All right.
Styrian, open this fucking door.
With pleasure.
Are you roll again. Oh my god, wonderful. I hate it here. That was terrible. That was just terrible. That was just awful.
If not over, then through. Maybe I need more pockets.
Nat 1, yay, Nat 1. We love a Nat 1.
Make it squeal again.
The fuck are you doing?
Look, you'll see. Give me that rock. I'll show ya.
Oh shit, release the bear, fear my wrath, intimidate.
All right. You're gonna throw a tantrum about it? Never seen someone so worked up over a stupid animal.
But I want to hear it squeal.
We'll be the ones squealing if we piss off the bear hugger. Hope you can control the furry bastard.
And then he starts killing all of them.
The bear sizes you up, wary but not yet attacking.
Attack the goblins. Sir Asterion, if you would be so kind as to kill this son of a bitch over here. Why, thank you. How do you not trigger attack of opportunity? Is the bear not a druid? The bear is a druid. Wait.
No time to waste.
Why do I have such a low percentage? I should stop listening to percentages, man. That's why we don't listen to percentages. Bonus attack. Pole Master. This fight went extraordinarily better than the last time. Let's pretend that was an alternate universe. That bear can kill that guy. Shadowheart, I need you to do literally anything. Classic Shadowheart. Why am I not surprised? You're good for healing, and that's kind of it. I mean, no, I shouldn't discredit you. You can do damage. No, you can't do damage. You can do like tiny fucking miscellaneous things. That's it. You know what? I should give you my Scrolls of Grease. That might actually not be a bad idea. You want my Scroll of Hold Person? You're probably better at this than I am. I should be giving you my scrolls. Let's do that. So you can fucking literally do anything. Do you want my bombs too? I'll literally give you my bombs. Here. Just doing this mid fucking combat. Here, take the really good grenade I just stole. Grease. What is this? Scroll of Sleep. Hold Person. Sure, I'll give you Mage Armor. I don't really think you need it though. And See Invisibility. Okay. What are we doing? Oh yeah. 15, 19. What's your health? 9. I don't need to worry about you. Pew! I end my turn. Yeah, I figured. Asterion, go do Asterion things. Funny little silly Asterion things. Because you're Asterion.
Let's find some. Let's do it.
Yeah. Rogues, am I right?
Victory awaits.
Go get him. And you missed. Ain't that neat? Great, they're gonna break out.
On the move.
I want to kill this thing before fucking those things get out. Die. Don't. Don't.
Hope your soul is
Pew!
intense.
That's all I can do. Astarion, do funny. Do the funny. Do the funny. We love it when Astarion does the funny. Yeah.
Victory awaits. Make way.
I wonder. Actually, no, I should wait for them to come here. Perfect.
Moving.
Arrow. Go. Oh my god. Why? Why is this the world I live in?
Still on my feet.
Life is pain. Do I how do I actually get that shit to move? Mage hand? Hang on, let me. Alright, sorry. Organizing. I'm a little OCD. I'm thinking, I'm gonna fucking, shoot, I guess. Yeah, not really a whole lot of options here. In terms of range, that is, I really don't have a lot of ranged options. Oh, that's why. And it's survived the fail anyway. Love it. I hope I'm not in range for that to fall on me. It's going around. Okay, good. Astarion! Oh, you don't have advantage. Alright. It's a fucking rogues. The bloodied war, the bloody elves. You're not an elf, right? No, are you an elf? What are you? I forget. Who are you? You're an elf, yeah. Figure with the ears. I don't know. I thought that with the ears were maybe just a vampire thing.
Make way.
Maybe I'm racist towards vampires. Is that a bad thing to assume, that all vampires have pointy ears? I just kind of assumed, you know, like Nosferatu.
On I go.
Oh, wonderful.
Will stand in my way. Don't waste a step.
Pardon the vet.
Okay. Alright. The Grove is in danger, blah blah blah. I don't know. Blah blah blah. The magic is not typical. What did you learn about the origins?
You must head there and discover how the
Will you come with me? Alright, how can I help?
They are the ones holding these parasites together. If I
Join me.
you'll likely have to
Come with me. Wait, actually, maybe there is a way for me to get out of here peacefully. No, actually, because I should not leave here peacefully. The leaders should die. They are too dangerous to be kept alive. They can't stand trial, Anakin. They're too dangerous to be kept alive.
Open up.
Mace Windu moment. I didn't loot that guy. And it would be helpful to fight them with the bear, would it? I don't know, maybe. I don't suppose it just let me engage him in fucking one-on-one open combat, right? Maybe it is better with the bear. Oh, that's not in here. Alright. I'm just gonna walk out the front door.
See what this does.
And you missed. Wait. When you have a shield, impose disadvantage on attacker when you're ally. Oh! Shield master! Oh my god. I'm passing out for the night. Talk to you later. No problem, Squirrel. Talk to you later. Have a good night. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you for the head pats. Oh boy.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Still alive, fuck. I might shield of faith. No, I'll hang off for now.
I will ascend.
You need to heal. Get your eye off my ass. That's hilarious. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I already used my bonus action. I'm gonna back you up.
I am ready.
Even if I dash, I don't think I can reach him. No, I can't reach him if I dash. Yeah, I'll just kill him. Okay. Why do I have disadvantage? There we go.
My faith will guide me.
Okay. The both of you need healing.
Take you. Take you.
That was not as good as it should have been, but whatever works. I really have to pee real quick, so I might take a quick bio break. You heal, and you heal. Do level 2. AP real quick. I'll be right back. Ez. Oh, so sorry, I just came back from the bathroom. Hi, Ez. Good to see you again. How's the Fennec? You are a Fennec, right? How's the Skulldog? Doing good, doing good. Playing Baldur's Gate. We're doing well so far. I had to reload my save because I accidentally fell down a pit and died. And I lost a lot of loot, and I was like, I'm not letting that happen, so I'm doing this part over again. Although I'm pretty much back to where I was last time. But it is going substantially better than it did last time, so we're good. We are chilling. Yeah, itty bitty Fennec guy. Aw, cute. Yeah, we could do a little bit of save scumming as a treat. Ignis! Oh, great. Girl, you gotta move up. Now, Ignis. You do no damage.
Let's spill some blood.
Been there. This game has a lot of like save scum moments. Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I'm doing usually. Oh yeah, I'm trying not to. This is the first time I've really done it. Like the second technical time I did it was when I what was it? I picked a fight with some ogres, and they wiped my party. So that was technically more of a game over, but I just reloaded the save before we all died, but we were pretty much all going to die. So I don't really count that as a do-over, but it is what it is. That's fine though. I need to jump. The bear is blocking the ladder. Get the scrying eye. Okay, never mind. I guess we're just fucking fucked. Shit.
Plenty of lashers, loads of hunters.
Can I jump over here? Can you please? Oh god damn it, the bear's in the way. Great. And now they're alerted. Alright, bear. Go fucking fuck shit up. What do you mean can't reach location? Use the ladder. That's a good bear. Now kill. Yeah, just follow.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
I'm afraid they're gonna break the bridge.
Press ahead.
This is the pit I fell down last time, and I fell down with like the boss and like her henchmen, so I got no loot, and I'm like, I'm so not staying there in that position, so I reloaded. I'm gonna do a cheeky little. You are one of the 3 bosses I'm looking for, so actually, yeah. Bless you. You. And you. I end my turn, said Okaiba. This is honestly my favorite boss fight. This person here? The Night Warden? She's nothing. She ain't shit. I beat this like 5 times. Except this is the part where I do some cool ass shit. Right? Let me think of my options here. $25. Go for it. Fuck. I'm keeping you up here.
Blood in the air. A subtle approach.
24. 21. 4. You can kill that guy. Kill this guy. I love rogue damage. Sneak attack damage is so funny. Actually, I can just arrow this guy. Pew! Use the ladder. Yeah, by the way, do you want a little bit of spoiler? Or rather, it's gonna sound like a backseat, but I don't want to tell you what you should or shouldn't. No. Let me figure it out. But I appreciate you asking first, though. I think I've got this fight in the bag. Unless she somehow fucking just blasts all 3 of us over here. I could action surge now. Oh, hang on. Alright, Mr. Bear. Multi-attack. This bitch. Excellent. Strafe. Ooh. Don't fucking hit me. You fucking... Why, Iota? Is this the right move? Hang on, I'm thinking. No, actually. The next attack roll. Never mind. Guiding bolt does not work well for this situation. I'm gonna hang on to blindness. No, actually, no. Guiding bolt does work really well because Asterion is next. With advantage. Let's fucking go. All right, finish her. Why are you using the bow? Push. All right, kill her. What do you mean? Oh my god. She just nuked the bear. I mean, she's dead anyway, but what the fuck? Oh my god. Please.
You should search that corpse.
Hang on. What do you mean can't be resurrected? What? Oh, come on. Oh, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day?
Ah, great. I don't want. I have to restart again. Great. I'm gonna be stuck in this fucking goblin camp for 7 years. I can't fucking believe what happened, bro. Can I go back to the logs? What did this bitch do? She used Divine Smite on a critical hit and got 29 damage. She rolled 68 and fucking nuked him. Look, that part is... And then did 25 radiant damage on top of that. Insane. Dumb that I can't revive him. Actually dumb that I can't revive him. Are you kidding me? Could the skeleton guy res him? Or is he like done because they did more than his health? Damn. That's shit. Great. I should have saved when I got out of the fucking warg pen. I had such a great first encounter. I'm never leaving this place. You know, I might actually just forego doing the whole bear escape. Like, I'm gonna free him, but then I should probably engage the bosses myself. Well, actually, we did have a good start. Listen, it's all about the RNG, man. It's all. I'm over here doing all this shit. Whatever. Whatever. How did I do this last time? Oh yeah, okay.
These scouts have seen everything.
See? It's squeak.
Yeah.
Make it squeal again.
Wait, if I turn away. That's it. I'm putting a stop to this. The spider's not a problem. Alright. Lae'zel. Your thing. Ah, yes, your thing. Wonderful. Off to a fantastic start. %12 at disadvantage. Fuck. Try it anyway. Critical miss. I love. Wait, I had the tiny one next to me. I didn't even know because he was so small. I hate it here. Grease. Oh, wonderful. And he broke the ladder too, so Astarion can't go on the ledge. This is where I found my beloved. You mean Harem? Harem? The druid. Is that who he romanced? Harim? That's his name. Right? And he's going for the door. Lae'zel, you must jump like you've never jumped before. And now swing like you've never swung before. Excellent. Yeah, Harim. I'm not crazy, right? That is his name, or am I? Maybe I am crazy.
Let's have some courage.
That one's down.
A better position. We'll do it.
He's gonna try and run. They always save the grease save, or succeed the grease save, is what I meant to say. Very annoying. Because I like using grease. Ba-bum. Ranged attack. What can I hit? Kill him. Is he dead? Almost. Oh, he missed! You suck! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Smack the shit out of this guy. Tenacity. Oh, well, that didn't work as I thought it would. But they have enough movement. They might have enough movement to hit Lae'zel, but I think she's fine. No, they both have dash. Okay. They all have to dash. Are you using karmic dice? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Smack. Nice. Once per short rest on action search? No, we'll hold off.
Can you feel death's cold grip on the heart?
Kill. Oh! It gets significantly harder after the beast escaped. Not entirely. I think it's fine. I think we're fine. This guy's gonna get away, and I'm so pissed about it. Unless he fails the grease. Never mind. I'm just fucked. That's fine.
Fall by my
Swing! Yeah, he brought friends. How much health do you have? 16? How much review? And he's fucking healed in front of me. Disrespectful ass motherfucker. Why do you have disadvantage? Because I'm threatened? Lies. Bullshit. It's fine. It's fine. Kill. Kill. You missed.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Karmic dice is a feature used to help balance out good and bad dice rolls. Good dice rolls are determined by a check passing and attack hitting, or even getting a critical hit, whereas bad dice rolls are the inverse. It's in the settings. I have it turned on just so I don't get nat 0 all the time. My luck is so shit. Oh yeah, my luck is also shit. Feature used to help balance out dice rolls. Karmic dice. Interesting. I think it's on by default. Oh yeah, like that. Avoid failure streaks while keeping the results mostly random. Okay, but what if like... but what if I keep that on? But what if I keep it on? I think I'm gonna keep that on.
Just like old times.
See, because I could still do shit like that. It's great. Oh my god. Never mind. We're so fucked. Son of a bitch. Oh, I can still move.
At the ready.
Miss.
My faith will protect me. Onward.
What do you mean can't get there? Missile snare. Why did I not have Shadowheart Dash? Am I crazy?
On the move.
I think I might be crazy. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Probably. Kill. Our only reliable killer in the fucking team, I swear. That's just rogues, man. I've just gotten used to it. I've gotten used to rogues just doing rogue things. When aren't rogues just doing rogue things, you know? Yeah, I just gotta arrow them. I pick this guy. I missed.
These boots have seen everything.
Need to stay focused. Got to move.
Rogue is the best. Big damage. Can even assassinate without starting a fight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a veteran of the tabletop of Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm well aware of rogues and their sneak attack dice. It's a meme. It's straight up a meme. I don't have enough. Arrow. Nice.
I'm ready.
Where's the other guy? He's fucking hiding. Oh. Why? You are only delaying the inevitable. Now you must die. Never mind, Astarion slipped. I will kill you myself with my own 2 hands. Never mind, I don't have enough movement.
Very well.
Let's end this. Onward.
I don't even know what this guy's over here doing. He's just back there. What the fuck? You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Go for the throat. Well, so much for peace. Let's get this over with.
What's the plan? Got to press on.
What the fuck did you just hit, girl? And honestly, you can get, and honestly, you get more turns with being sneaky like that. More game time. I have this insane rogue thief build if you want. Nah, I'm okay. I typically run rogue assassin. Actually, this guy might be pissed at me because I almost didn't help him. I hope he's not pissed. Look at him run. Look at him run. I'm just gonna skip action. Just beat the shit out of him. Ah, you fucking...
What should I do?
Oh my god. Please.
Heading there.
Yeah, that's why he's not doing anything. There he goes. Oh, a single goblin. A single goblin is doing this. He's just giving us the slip. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you for the head pats. Please. He has 2 health. Oh my god. Please. He has 2 health. Oh, thank god. What an awful experience. Halsin. Oh, I fucked up his name.
Pardon the viscera. One should cherish all of nature's bounty, but goblin guts are quite far down the list. You aided a bear without knowing if it would savage you. A true friend of nature. Or perhaps a lunatic. Either way.
Alright, I've had this conversation already. I've had this conversation 3 times. I've lived 2 billion, I've seen 4 billion realities, and I only have a reality where I fucking succeed in 2.
If you want to find a cure, I cannot allow these butchers. They are the ones holding these parasites together. Remove them.
The grove isn't my problem. The concentration Do I want to keep him around? Do I want to go about this the way that I'm going to go about this? Because I... Do I really want to fight my way out? I feel like there might be a better way to go about this. Because I'll be honest, in the realities that we've lived so far, this has not worked out. I think I'll go without you. I'll deal with this. You get to safety.
There is no safety. Not while this rot festers. Once it is cut out, once the grove is secure, then I shall leave.
Alright then, you know what, fuck it.
Be warned. If I join you, we'll likely have to slaughter this entire place.
Alright.
So be...
Everyone here has to die anyway, because parasites. Alright. Prayer. Do it. You're not even, like, fully healed. Alright, I have things I need to share. You get this. Move this around. Hang on. Hang on. Hey, where'd all my potions go?
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
I've got like a whole bunch. I got a whole stack of potions. They're not here. What? What? Alright, Lou, work is starting. I'm gonna lurk for now. Have fun with the game. No problem, Ez. Have a great day at work. And have a nice lurk. Alright, I just wanted to reorganize that stuff because she does not have anything in terms of items. I'm gonna give Astarion my elemental arrows. Oh wait, I was gonna give her my bombs too. Yeah, take my bombs.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Wits and blades, always sharp. I'm British. Everybody in this fucking game is British. You bloody twat. Fucking cheeky Nando's, in it, bro.
Action, not reaction.
It's them bloody cheeky Nando's.
Give up now.
Cheeky Nando's. One of these days before I die, I genuinely want to eat Cheeky Nando's just so I can know what it is. Even if it doesn't turn out to be good, I just want to try it. Just so I can say that I've eaten Cheeky Nando's.
Very well.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna loot the shit over here.
Better not be cursed.
All right. Sir Asterion. Oh, wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Always going for the fucking thing. Do not hit that drum. Do not hit that drum, or so help me. Do not hit the drum, or so help me. Cool. There's stuff in here. No. Okay. I was going to do something. Right, real quick, real quick. I think that's it, right? Yeah, okay. Let's rock. Let's rock and roll. Now they're gonna see. Asterion. Shit.
Looks that way, but scouts said they heard something moving around out there. Something big.
I'll pray.
Oh, Asterion. Oh, Asterion. Oh, Asterion.
Leave no trace.
How many raiders do we have?
Plenty of lashes, loads of hunters, and a few pariahs.
These pariahs, they're prepared to fight for the absolute.
What they do ain't exactly fighting. All they gotta do is light up a powder and burn.
Then they're prepared to die for the absolute. Good.
Dying's the only thing they're good at.
Oh, they know. Fuck. Hmm. Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Time to push my luck again.
I don't really have a whole lot in terms of the rest of this, but I need you to break your concentration.
On my way.
I already used my action. Fine. Oh, you're free!
Now they see.
Oh my god. Dude. They're fucking up the bear. They're fucking up the bear so bad. What's your AC? 10? Oh my god, wait, hold on. It's because your AC is so low. Oh boy, please work. Yes!
I am fury. I am death. Atazith.
He could potentially kill me though. No, I'm safe to heal. And I can still attack. Oh shit. Perfect.
Come on, can't stay idle. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
40. I could break the drum. Perfect. Oh, never mind. I can't break the okay, sorry. I thought I could do like the RP thing. Sure. Oh, she's so dead. What's it gonna be? Oh, he definitely was gonna kill that guy. He was definitely gonna kill that guy. Wonderful.
Time to strike. Let my name be known.
Wonderful.
Unleash me!
Where do I go from here?
What do I get for this? Level 1 spell slot, level 1 spell slot. Oh, I can't really do this very often. Ugh. Fine. Oh, wonderful. Can I shove you? No. I'm not going to. That would be foolish. Astarion? You wouldn't happen to be able to... Oh, thank God.
That corpse.
Let's go! War map.
Don't mind if I do.
Scroll up blur. Let's fucking go!
So tired. How do people do this all day?
Give me that fucking potion.
What's hiding here?
There's no time to waste.
Take your...
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this.
Take your...
Okay.
Blackets will be done.
Are we all good?
Still alive, so that's progress.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I get to loot.
More for me.
Here's what I'm gonna do. You save. Go. Alright. Defeat the goblin leaders. Defeat the goblin leaders. Yep, alright. Yes! What have we got? Yeah, 3 lightning charges. Boots of Strider! Woo! I'm so happy. Focus try. When you cast a spell that requires concentration, when you cast a spell that requires you gain momentum for 1 turn. This is actually pretty good for me. Oh, and a mace. Mace. Am I proficient in this? 5, 4, 11. 6, 5, 4. Nah. Center's fire. Once per short rest, you can encase a target in fairy fire for 2 turns if you miss an attack against it. This is actually good for me. I get a +6 to hit, but I do less damage. The Water Sparkers. Electrify water. When the wearer stands in water during combat, it becomes electrified. Water sparks. If the wearer starts their turn on an electrified surface, taking 3 electric charges. Next, Spider Silk Armor. Clean. Oh, this is for. Can you fucking guess who? Can you fucking guess who this is for? Homie just had his AC. Hold on, look at this AC. Oh wait, no, it's just 1. Never mind. I mean, better than nothing, I guess. You are the light armor guy, I suppose. You are proficient in light armor, right? I'm not just. Imagining things? Light armor, yeah, okay. Yeah, it actually is perfect for you. I don't know about this though. This whole water thing. Ooh, bard instrument. Drow leather gloves. I just noticed, who doesn't have gloves here? Why do we not have gloves? We're fighters. We should have gloves. +2, +2, +2. It's all trash. Scroll of Scorching Ray. Give this to you. Scroll of Blur. Give this to you as well. Scroll of Speak with Dead. No. Okay. Rest of that's not super important. What do I get? Poison resistance, speed, dark vision, fire resist. Oh, but I lost some of my things here. What if... Hmm. Concussive Smash, Backbreaker, Weakening Strike. Because these are both really good. These are both also pretty good. Pretty good. But Fairy Fire is also pretty good. I just don't know. I just don't know. I'll stick with this. But, however, I will give it to you. I'm trusting you with this. Don't you fucking dare betray me, or I swear to God.
Light on my feet.
Actually, isn't there a... Yeah. Oh. Stupid looting. Could do a little bit of looting as a tree.
Softer than a whisper. What do we have here?
Hmm. All very easy to kill. Thing is, could I do it without triggering what's over here? Likely not.
Keep your distance, darling.
What's next, I wonder?
You don't have Mage Hand. God, what I would do for Mage Hand.
Waiting with bated breath. Best get in and out.
There's gotta be a way. To release the spiders. Although I think I can only do that from over there.
Light on my feet.
Watch your back.
Asterion?
Has a signal heard?
Why are you all following me? $40 health.
Quiet. Bit of caution never hurt.
Action, not reaction.
Into the shadows. Let's get on with it. Calm and quiet, that's the way.
Time to kill.
From the shadows. Let's have a little fun.
Stas is slain, and the Horde is weaker for it. Does this count as adventuring?
I'm ready.
Looking ahead. What path lies before me?
Nice. Asterion, can you not make it?
Trust no one.
What do you mean you can't make it?
Let's move.
Don't touch me.
Too high. Oh, shit. Oh, wait a minute.
Like will be done.
None shall see me.
Ready.
What's next, I wonder?
Into the shadows.
Stay low.
We got this, we got this. We left the bear behind, but that's okay. Oh shit, is someone up there? Oh no. What do you mean it's too high? Fuck. If we go down there... Oh god, we're so fucked up. Oh, coming over here was a mistake. Do I have anything that can fucking help? Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. I can give him a potion of speed. That, man, that'd be quite a hell of a cost, but that's something. I wish I could throw people. Can I not throw people? Who's stronger, me or Lae'zel?
My patience wanes.
Strength of 17. Strength of 17. How about you, proficient? Too heavy to throw. Fuck. God, poor Astarion. Oh my god.
I just want a little look.
The bear's over there. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, okay, guys, we gotta back up. We gotta. This is so bad. I mean, the only other option is to just face what's in this room. We kind of have to. What is all this? Smoke powder barrel. That could be interesting. We can definitely use that. Astarion, what are you doing?
Really? Now?
What do you mean?
At once.
Oh god, they're gonna notice.
May I be unseen like nature's smallest creatures.
Jumping. Jumping. Can we jump down here and not get fucking messed up? What do you mean can't reach destination?
Don't want to think about where my eye is itching.
Minus 7 HP. You're crazy.
Never wanted the easy path.
Oh, there isn't even a ladder over here.
Free for the taking.
Fuck it, everyone back over here.
Something over there.
Over here?
Here we go.
Burrow hole.
I'm way too big. I'm way too big.
Can't I telekinesis? Hmm. Darn.
Should mind my step. What is it?
Alright. Fine. Oh my god, guys.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Oh my god, how do I get you to hold position?
Way forward.
It didn't work. That was a waste. Things are wonderful. Things are great. Things could not be any less fucking... ugh.
Vlaakith's will be done.
If this isn't
No fucking move.
Can't afford to fail. I see a way.
Alright. I've been doing this for too long.
Eager for battle.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Quiet as a mouse. With every breath, a purpose.
Minus 6 HP and prone. Can't even get back from over there. I should... I just want to go over there. I just want to go over there. I think I have actually exhausted all of my possible resources. Well. Ain't this dandy? Ain't this just dandy? Minus 6 HP. Fine. I can't believe... Ow. Alright, come on everyone. Fuzzy hand glider, hi! Hi! Oh my god, it's Tibet! Boss! It's Tibet!
everything. Can't slow down. Oak Father, guide me.
How you doing?
Gently does it.
Why are you whispering in my ear? Jump. Minus 8! Oh god.
Indolence breeds madness.
Oh yeah, this is probably the fucking worst plan I've ever had. Minus 7! I'm making everyone fall down. So we can proceed with this mission. Ow. Yep. That sucks. But we're all here.
Long road ahead. Anything of use?
And we can still this. What you got? Absolute War Bond. I can cast Heroism for free. Absolute's Ward. The wielder bears Absolute's brand. They gain a +1 bonus to saving throws. Oh, cool. Alright. And Absolute's Talisman. How are you, mister? I'm doing good. I'm stressing out over playing Baldur's Gate, but I'm making my way through. I'm just a silly goober. Absolute's Mercy you have to wear. Bears the Absolute's brand. They have advantage on death saving throws. Oh. I can cast Aid. 5 healing. Oh. This might actually be better for me. But then I won't have animal friendship. Nah, I'll give it to Shadowheart. You are our pseudo mage for now. I suppose. Give that silver tray. A silly goober with big dreams. Oh yeah.
We have work to do. Enemies to kill.
Oh. I didn't know this was an exit. My bad.
Oakfather's blessing. Is that blood?
I was worried that wasted a wild shape, but that didn't. I'm so glad.
Someone there?
Astarion, I'm gonna need you to do some stealth kills. How do I make everyone hold position? Enter turn-based mode, shift space. Leave turn-based mode with shift space. Flee from combat. Let's see. I think I have to separate them off like this, right? Yeah. Alright, Astarion, you're gonna be doing
No one stopped me yet.
Astarion things.
Time for discretion.
Shift space, enter turn-based mode. Game is paused around you. Time is broken down to rounds that represent 6 seconds each. Turn-based mode can be used to avoid traps, perils, or be spotted. Stealth. Oh yeah. Rogue time. Hang on. One of these goobers. Uh-oh. 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 I missed. How did you miss? Actually, how did you miss? Oh, fuck. This is gonna suck. What? It didn't work.
Ready or not.
That's crazy. He didn't notice because I missed. Insane. Actually, I just noticed we should probably short rest. Would that be worth? That would be worth. We would all top off. Alright, hang on.
Quick step. Very, very quiet. Step carefully.
Alright, I'm back with the group.
Alright. Time to see what new horrors waiting for us. Just like old times.
Lou.
Never a dull moment.
I'm gonna have you over here.
Step forward.
Can I have you close the door? Nice. You guys are gonna be on standby.
Careful, I'm behind.
This is about to be the fucking sneak attack of all sneak attacks.
Let's prowl. Hello, chum.
What do you mean I don't have advantage on you? Am I not hidden?
Like a wraith.
There we go. That's what I wanted. Yes. Metal Gear. Uh-oh. It didn't matter. I love it. Hi.
Let's keep to the shadows.
Oh, That's too much fun. Sneak attacks. I love sneak attacks. Okay. There is something I do actually want to do. How do I release these fucking spiders? Lever. Way over there. Damn. Damn. Medium toughness 26. The alternative. Where's that grenade? Smoke powder bomb. Oof, now we're really rogues.
Time for discretion.
Can it reach is the real question. 100% with advantage. But my path is interrupted. I don't think I'm ever gonna have a point in time where I can be there. Oh.
You took a life, now yours will be taken in turn.
Shit.
A fair exchange, perhaps.
How far can I move?
This will do nicely. We'll do it now.
What will you do? Run away. What is it? What? Huh? I'm so confused.
On my way.
I'm actually perplexed.
Leave no trace.
Don't have enough movement. Am I still hidden? Yes, I am. What are you doing? I literally just need you to go literally anywhere else. Alright, well that I guess that works. What's your health? 26? Can I one-shot kill you? Can I one-shot kill you? 1724, 1932. Let's try one of these. Oh boy. I can bite her. Does that do damage? How much damage does that do? Not enough. Fuck it, it's funny.
Just like old times.
Ooh. Aren't you slick? I'm having a 1v1 of a lifetime over here.
On the hunt.
Except now you're dead.
Just like old times.
How many extra health pots do I have? Oh yeah, you could pop that. Actually, I should pop a second one. Split item. 2. Styrian. Wonderful. Now, where was I? Right, releasing spiders.
On my way. Neither seen nor heard.
Releasing spiders. Actually, I could probably do that from over here. Oh, this guy might see me though. you guys also gain experience for this? I'm like fucking assassinating people over here. Oh, I love assassins, bro. Ah, so fun. So fun, so fun. I actually genuinely wonder, can I? I can. Hang on. Hang on. No, there's like 3 over here, right? Yeah, there's like the 2 guys who are here. This guy's on watch, and there's a dude in here. There's like 4 people over here. I don't know if I could assassinate all the people over here my way. No, no, no. No jumping, no jumping.
They won't see me coming.
Unless turn-based mode. Move. Bomb? Path is interrupted. Still. I would have to try from the staircase.
All right. What now?
Oh, that is not what I wanted to do.
Smells tasty. Let's move.
Can I turn this off? Oh, I can. I can make it dim.
See here.
I can dim the lights. He can dim the lights. Darkness. We operate in shadows. In the shadows.
Very, very quiet.
Excellent. Not the spooters. Oh yeah, the spooters. My real concern is this guy who literally patrols back and forth. What's your range look like when you over here?
Move unseen.
Yes.
How about pass?
And now we make our great escape. All right, how do I flee combat shift space? Enemy too close. Ah, damn it. Wait. Fucking, where's my sprint? Dash. Open the door! Open the door! Open the door! You're in free combat? Yes. Wait, what? I'm at camp. Huh. Oh, but these guys are still here. What the fuck? Get the hell out of here. So that's what that means. Okay, I literally can't leave combat. Okay, maybe it's because they're fighting. Yeah, they're fighting over here. Oh, wonderful. Oh, yeah. I mean, I fucked them up. Fucked them up real bad. Real bad. Can I still dash? Oh my god, I can. Alright, can I action dash? I'm still in the shadows. They don't know. Hide is my action. Alright, this is when we start attacking.
Got to move. Victory awaits.
We attack from the west. From the west. Charge!
Oh, Father, harden my heart.
What the fuck? What do you mean can't reach destination? Hello? Oh my god, he's too big for the door.
I must not stop.
That's so funny. Oh, great. Now that I'm moving speed to fucking jump. Ah, whatever. It's fine, it's fine. Charge! Alright, let's go spiders. Fuck them up, spiders. Yeah! Yeah! Fuck them up! Goddamn. Maybe we should let him fight, actually. Hang on, what if we just all just fucking... What if we just chill? Yeah. If the spiders start looking like they're losing, I'm gonna send Astarion in to start sniping people.
Enemies afoot. Let nature's enemies lie broken.
I want you to stay hidden. I will keep the bear over here. It's because this guy's looking over here. I just don't want to get spotted. Your cute little gremlin laugh. Listen. I'm evil. Oh my god. Damn, they're fucking agile, bro. Holy shit. Those guys better not be coming up the stairs. Do they even know we're here? Oh, they know we're here. No, well, Astarion. Astarion. Seize this man. Excellently done. Ooh. They're putting up a good fight. I'm really glad. I'm so fucking glad I made this decision. This is great. This is great. I'm not even worried about killing the spiders when they're done because they fucked up the spiders pretty well. And Astarion can just fucking kill them all. Look, this one's got 2 HP. This one Astarion can just one shot. We're fine. We're fine. We've never been more fine in our lives. Oh my god. What a jump. It's just NPC battles. Let's go. Oh, they're probably gonna kill a spider right now. Yeah, that's one down. I might start sending Astarion in.
Survival is all that matters.
It's these 2 goblins. Whose turn is it? Oh, I just can't see. What's going on? What'd I miss? Wait, I'm missing the action. What happened? Check the logs. No, he spit something at him. I think this guy, yeah. Who am I playing as? Shadowheart? Nah, chill. Chill, Astarion. Oh, Astarion. Seize this man.
Let's find some.
Ah, too far. Too far. Final dash. So I could be like, wait, let's scoot a little over here. Please don't notice me. I'm still hidden, right? Yeah. Nice.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Can these 2 goblins kill the spider? Can the 1 goblin kill the spider? Oh, he's dashing. He's got 7 health though. Spider's got 15. Big damage, big damage. Oh, the miss! So lucky. 5 damage. It's more than half. 10 damage, 7. Oh, the miss! It's the fight of a century. 5 damage! Is the gremlin gonna win? Oh, a flat 10 damage. Put up a real good fight. Put up a damn good fight. Props. I give him props. That was good. That was really good. They really did all the work for me. They really did all the work for me. Ugh. That's so funny. Where's he gonna go now? He's just gonna start going to other rooms and killing people? That's the real question. He's gonna come towards us. He's only got 5 health. He's gonna come towards us. Alright, that's fine. If he stays right there, I can kill him.
Spill some blood.
Funny Asterion! Oh my god, I get all this shit for free? For me? You shouldn't have. Oh baby, you shouldn't have. A burrow hole. Nah, my ass is too fat. I didn't get the job at Hooters. They said my ass was too fat. I'm a little upset about it. Do you guys know that video? I love that video. Oh baby, I'm about to be loaded in cash. I don't think I've ever been more loaded in cash in my life. Oh, Asterion, you can come back to the group.
At least things have stayed interesting.
That was a hell of a 1v1. I kind of thought the little guy was gonna win. Oh, for me? Oh, baby. Look at all the dead bodies. Yay! I'm evil.
Might be useful.
Ooh. Yoink. Yoink. I'm yoinking all this shit. Ooh, yoink. 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 What do we got down here? Oh, that grenade was such a play. What a good play. God. You have anything on you? No. Loot the spider. 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 A bloodied great axe. Oh, god damn. God damn. You got nothing on him. Yeah. God damn. Where's the bear? I just noticed. Why are you fucking over here? Silly goober. Oh, he took some damage. That's fine. Come back with the group. Target is too far away.
1 moment.
You big silly boy. You silly bear. There's a goblin in here. Oh, that's these guys. Are you guys evil? Should I kill you? I'm probably gonna kill you anyway.
What now?
Oh, Asterion. Seize this man. So fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. Oh, hang on. I don't think I finished looting. Yeah, I didn't. Anything good over here? Also, how did those guys not notice the entire fucking slaughter happening over there? And I'm over encumbered. It's the
Step quick.
I'm a loot goblin. A little goblin. I'm a little goblin. I'm the trash man. I throw trash all over the ring, and then I start eating garbage. Can I leave him alive? I mean, I'm not really like, I don't really have anything like against him. And hang on.
I've got a long road ahead.
If I walk around, will the bear follow me? Bear's gonna follow me. Okay. Wow, that over encumbrance? Whew, I'm feeling it. Alright, we gotta divvy out the loot. Fucking organized by type. Ooh, I'm seeing some good shit. Oh, staff. Ooh. A glaive. Ooh. And a great axe. I'm seeing some good shit here. 5 to 14, 620. Whoa! 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 I'm like Crash Bandicoot. Whoa! 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 Plus 6, 5 to 16. Oh, these are kind of the same. Really? No extra bonus? Is it great axe? Great axe. Huh. I thought you'd be more proficient. Would you prefer a glaive? 6, 5, 50. You do less damage. I'll keep you with the glaive. Wait, what does it do? Relentless Revenge. When the wielder has less than 50% health points or less, they deal an additional 1 to 4 or 1d4 slashing damage. Cool, I guess. What does this one do? Monster Slayer. This weapon deals an additional 1d4 damage against monstrosity type foes. Refined Vaulting. Jump distance is increased by 1.5. Oh, that's actually kind of crazy in combination with your other jump distance ability. Kind of goated. Potential goated possibility. Oh, this rest of this shit. Actually, who doesn't have a helmet? What does this do for you? Get rid of this. Have a +1 to dex. I'll take that off of you though, because you look kind of dumb. Actually, no, I'll leave it on. Take it off the dialogue though. Rest of this is trash. Rest of this is trash. I have stuff for Gale to eat. I have to feed my Gale. And I have more scrolls for Shadowheart. Another Grease. Grease is always good to have. Another Hold Person. Hold Person's always good to have. Arrow of Ice for Astarion. What is this? Scroll of Ray of Frost. Who doesn't have like a special melee weapon? Astarion. And me, I guess, technically. But I do not want to use either a quarterstaff or a glaive. And Astarion, I don't think you can even, you can't use like any of those. Yeah, no, you're good with your, just, listen, your thing is not melee. Your thing is literally sniping people like a fucking, like it's Call of Duty over here, my guy. Like, shit. My man's does more damage than the entire party. I don't want to kill him, but fine. I guess I'll kill you. I feel like that's gonna bite me in the back, though. I don't have a problem with you. Listen, they're distracted. They're not hurting anyone. I really just want the loot on this guy. Will they target me if it's just Astarion? No. Perfect.
Not for communal use, it seems. Best show some respect. Or some more cunning.
Ah, fine. Oh, great. Now he's looking this way, too.
On the hunt, like a wraith. On tippy toes.
Tend to your wounds, and we shall continue.
That's it? Okay, well, at least it wasn't too much of a pain to get.
one's stopped me yet.
What's my encumbrance looking like? Good. Am I good? Can I still walk?
Farther can I go?
Oh, I can't run. Oh no. Alright, I gotta divvy out some of this shit. Who wants to hold on to the armor? Also, we all have AC of 16. That's really good. That's really, really good. We're doing great. What weighs more? Probably all these shields. Oh, and then these armors. Alright, Lae'zel, you're gonna have to carry this. Oh, that's gonna be worth so much money. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're making good money tonight. We're eating well, boys. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Why do I sound like Piglet? Oh dear. Looks like meat's back on the menu. Wait, no, that's Winnie the Pooh. What does Piglet sound like again? I don't even remember. Can I close the door? Perfect. Oh, Asterion! Seize this man! Oh, fuck. Wait, we're not in combat. Is it because the bear's not here? Where's the bear? Oh, he's way back there. Alright, everyone back up.
Into the shadows. Nice and easy.
The real question is, if I get into combat out here, will the people in the room hear it? I guess there's only one way to find out. If this guy can turn around so I can kill... Nah, I mean, he's probably gonna see anyway. God damn it. Blast it all to hell. Pew! Uh-oh. Pew! This is awkward. Ooh, you got new shit. Girl, you better be doing some cool ass shit with that new axe, bro. Girl. Lae'zel, girl. I tell you what. That ain't my purse. I don't know you.
No time to waste.
Oh, I know. What's the line? That's my purse. I don't know you. Face of footwork. And the rest of you dash.
Heading there.
Actually, maybe don't dash in that far.
I can't even catch my breath.
I can go in.
Have to keep going.
I've got good AC. Alright, what are you gonna do? Nothing. You ain't gonna do shit. Protection! Super disadvantage. Super disadvantage. Do you know who I fucking am?
Just like old times.
I played Dungeons and Dragons before you were even born. Kill. Oh. Kill. Kill. Oh, you've got to be fucking. Ugh. Just fucking shoot him. Where the hell's the bear? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Run! Oh my god, please no. Please don't kill the bear. I haven't saved in so fucking long. This, if the bear dies, literally the whole, it's all over. I've never needed you to level 3 heal faster in my fucking life. Now you're gonna fucking dash, and you're gonna get the fuck out of there. Where's Shadowheart? Who's next? Me? Can if we share a turn, yeah, okay. Just gonna scoot over.
Let us see the battle won.
Shadowheart, heal. Please. Can I
Nothing important is ever easy.
assist him? I can. Oh, okay. Well, the fight's on now. Yeah. Oh boy. This door, we hold him at the choke. This is the choke. Shield of Faith. If there's a time to pop shit, it's now. I've got 2 more smoke powder bombs. Oh fuck. Oh baby. 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 I'm like Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life. You know, does anyone get the joke? Please tell me someone you get the joke. I'm gonna give the bombs to, who do I give this to? I have 2. I'll give 1 to Shadowheart because it's funny. I'm going to grenade everyone here. I do. Thank you for understanding my references. Okay. Okay. I'm worried. I'm anxious. Who are these 2? Who's going next? This guy who's far away. This guy who's close. He's probably gonna open the door. He opens the door, that's fine. I have my bonus AC. I don't think he has the distance to open the door. If he does have the distance, oh wait, no, literally the entire rest of the enemy fucking team is about to go. Fuck. If I stay close to the bear, I can protect him.
I shall not yield.
She's going up in the rafters. This also reminds me. I know it's mid-combat, but I'm not redoing the entire spider fight, the fight over here. You're out of your mind. Okay. Who is this? Shadowheart. Okay. Girl, I've never needed you to heal someone more in my life. I wasn't even enough. You are an ally. Cannot be targeted until you harm or attack a creature. You can still take damage from area spells. Take a sanctuary. Astarion, where are you? Where am I putting you? You're going in the back line. Most likely over here. Oh god, everyone's in the fucking way. The bear is literally in the way. I have to jump over. Is that all my movement? Oh no. That's all my movement. I don't think they can reach me from over here. No way. I'm worried about this guy. He might be able to like arrow me like way over here. No, I should be fine. I should be fine. I could dash, get into a much more favorable position. Let's do that. I want him like... Could you hit me from over here? No way.
This will do nicely.
Want him here. Is there any light sources here I can turn off? Nah, he's fine. Alright.
Time to strike.
You... fuck it. Oh, you have Mage Hand. What can you Mage Hand? Can you Mage Hand these fucking things up here? That'd be sick. That'd actually be sick. They're not gonna go through the door. This door is locked. They're literally all gonna funnel through here. Ah, fuck. Okay. Lae'zel, you're with me on the front line. I wish I could prepare an action, man. Like actual D&D. I could do evasive footwork. No, I don't really need to. I'm literally just waiting for them to open the door. I'll put Lae'zel like slightly over here. He's gonna open the door. Yep. And so it begins. And so it begins. They're all gonna dash. Oh boy, if there's a moment for AoE, it's right there. Where are you going? Alright, Astarion, what can you do? If there's a time for you to do funny things, I mean, you could probably get rid of this guy, right? Oh fuck, what is happening with my camera? Okay. How much health do you have? 75. Oh, I'm gonna be... Actually, Astarion, that's your job. Question is, how can I get you in a favor? Oh, you know what I should have had you do? I should have had you go up into the fucking rafters. That would have been great. No, I didn't have time. There's also no ladders. How can I shoot you? No, Astarion's gonna have to shoot him in next turn. I could spend this next turn. I could close the door again. Wait, hold on. Interacting with an object would cost him an action, so theoretically, whoever would come up here, hopefully it's the big guy, would lose out on their potential attacks. And I don't really have anything that lasts until next turn, so I think I'm good. Astarion, yeah, just fucking snipe this guy. Perfect. Shadowheart, I'm actually gonna keep you over here. You're in a great spot. What more buffs can you give? Charm Person, Animal Friendship, Cure Wounds, Disguise Self, Sanctuary, Guiding Bolt. Are you not concentrating on something? No, you're not. I could Guiding Bolt the big guy? That might not be a bad idea. It's got 100% Leadership Aura. And you're a fiend, aren't you? Don't you take bonus damage from Radiant? No, you're a Hobgoblin. Never mind. I don't know why I thought he was like a something. I don't know. Oh wait, you've got like an astronomical amount of scrolls. Hang on. Oh, you've got the grenade. Can you reach? Can you reach? Path is interrupted. Oh, I can get like all 4 of these guys. Oh my god, yes, this is such a good idea. Oh wait, they all have the same fucking turn. Hang on. Ah, but the bear's in the way. Wait. Squeeze through. Grenade! Right? Yes. Dead center right there. Right here. This is a big AoE. Oh, let's go. Big damage. Big fucking damage. Alright, back up. What do you have for bonus action? You got anything? Sanctuary? I've already got Sanctuary up. I can give Sanctuary to another person? Wait, that's a level 1 spell slot. I should save for Guiding Bolt or... Right? Or I could Sanctuary Lae'zel. No, Lae'zel. Close the door. Actually... Wait, did you already interact with an object? Oh, that doesn't cost an action. Oh. You know what'd be really funny? No! Don't move! Fuck! I misclicked. I misclicked. No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. Grenade! Big damage, big damage, okay. Offed 2 of them, okay. Hey, Shadowheart, can you, Uh-oh, you can't close the door. Uh-oh, you can't close the door. Wait, I think it's okay, though. I think it's okay. Oh, God, my whole plan literally revolved around closing the door. Second wind, evasive footwork. I could action. Oh, I can't action surge. That wouldn't give me movement. I think we're done. I actually don't think I can do anything. Astarion, do you have? It is not this character's turn. Click to jump to this character, whoever's turn it is. Oh, he finished his turn. Damn. I could evasive footwork Lae'zel. Just in case. You know what? No. Let it play. Let it play.
Stay focused.
What are they gonna do? Okay. My turn. Door. Actually. Ooh. Actually, maybe not. Alchemist's fire. I think he's a... Are you weak to fire? Potion of animal speaking, antidote, grease bottle. I could do grease bottle and alchemist's fire. I mean, I've got 2. Path is interrupted. How? Oh, now we're fine. Throw! Alright! Close the door. Is there anything else I really want to do? No, I still have Shield of Faith on. When did that go away? Until never, I guess. The late long day. I mean, I guess we're good there. I'm just gonna actually. Can I loot this guy? Nice. I end my turn, Kaiba. Kaiba, I end my turn. I do it again. I'm not worried about this guy because Astarion can snipe him. And so it begins. Oh my god. Hellish rebuke. Oh, that guy hurts. That guy hurts. How hurt is the big guy actually? Oh, you fucking guy. Big guy's pretty hurt. They're not super hurt, but hurt. I'm not worried, I'm not worried. Never been worried in a single day of my life. You know who I am? 24 damage. That's who I fucking am. I'm out of big spells. I'm out of level 2 for her. I can do this. Now retreat slightly.
Victory awaits.
Would it be funny if I closed the door again? Actually? Yes. What kind of fucking question is that? I'm evil. Action surge. Lae'zel. Beat the shit out of this guy. Disarming attack, goading attack. Disarming attack. Actually, what else we got? Cleave. 1634, 1634. Oh yeah, no, disarm. Oh! 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 That's my fucking girl. Look at him scrambling. Don't know how to react to a closed door. Expend a spell slot to regain hit points while in Wild Shape. Can I heal other people with this? I can! No way. Oh, no, that just healed me. Oop. That's actually fine. That's actually, like, totally fine. What's this? No. Half of me kind of wants to go in there, the other half of me kind of doesn't. I also don't know where the backup party is coming from. So we will maintain formation. Formation is life or death. Greater potion of healing. I have range, so open the door. Just throw random bullshit. Close the door. I end my turn. Did you just fucking hit me for 2 damage? Oh shit, it's these boys. Shadowheart, no! Where are you going? Are you a caster? You're a caster. You could potentially serve problematic. Astarion, can you kill this fucking guy up here? You can't even... Fucking camera. Oh my god. Please. I beg of you. Wait, I think I saw him? Oh my god. Is there a way to move the camera? Keybinds. Tactical camera. Oh! Perfect. 42% disadvantage. Even if you're counting action?
On the hunt.
Not enough distance. Try a regular shot. He's only got 8 health.
Yes.
Perfect. What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? Rogues.
Got to focus.
This 15, 17. Never mind. This is not problematic. These people are grunts. You do not understand the amount of spell scrolls I've given this girl. How are they traveling is my question. Okay, frost, blur, sleep, 24 hit points. Wow. What's the distance on this? 18 meters? That is just enough for all of them. Now target's out of sight. Advance. 24. You. Not you. But that does eliminate who I was looking at. The alternative, I could shove. Nah. Keep him asleep. Now for this room. It's not a problem. It's not a fucking problem at all. Okay. Actually, you know what'd be funny? That missed. That's really funny. That is really funny. Sacred Flame for 3 damage? Are you serious? Bear! Chop this guy's balls off. How much health do you have? 8 health. No, I'm not. I was gonna multi-attack him. That would have been overkill.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Oh, I didn't even know there's a guy over here. Get out of here. Dude's just in my face. I gotta help Lizelle. Actually, I don't really need to help her. You're fine. Those other 2 goons are sleeping. He's gonna wake up his goons. And then there's this random. Astarion, I actually need you to fucking 360 no-scope this guy. Target's too far. Even with killing action.
Let's move.
Damn. You live for another day. And by day I mean round. Kill. Kill, kill, kill.
I am fury. I am death. My path be true.
Kill, kill, kill.
Oh, Father, shield your servant.
You can't really do anything here. Retreat, question mark? Sure, I guess.
Still on my feet.
Arrow, go! I missed. Fuck. Oh well. Oh, they're awake.
We'll do it now.
That's my boy.
I'm ready.
Actually, I should have done something else with her. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. How much health? Fucking nothing. Literally nothing. Oh, you're hurt. You're like actually hurt. I just realized. Kill this one. Not bad.
Nature's fury shall not be checked. Moving to position.
Bear jump. My dudes really gotta go all the way around. I'm scared. I feel like they're gonna push him off. Dreadful aspect. Control them. Shit. Just need like a small blast on these guys. Alright, I at least get rid of one of them. Alright, never mind. I'm not getting rid of shit.
Breathe deep and move.
It's literally just these 2 guys, man. Oh my god. What a Astarion. So lucky. It's actually so lucky I can't just Astarion my way out of this.
Let's end this.
I should have had him fucking Cancel turn in. Oh, I can do that? I'm pogging. That's actually an insane thing to learn while this many hours into the game.
Concentrate.
Not enough movement. Jump. Now beat the shit out of him. Good job.
I am fury. I am death. On the move.
We shall carry the day.
Finally.
You did it. You actually did it. The leader's dead. Praise Sylvanas.
That was great.
That's not right. Praise you, my friend. The Grove owes you a debt beyond measure. Killing's never my first choice, but those three were too dangerous to leave alive.
Oh, I'm so good. Maintaining formation, sticking close to our strengths, playing our strengths, fucking stealth Astarion, doing funny rogue things. It's over. It's over, bro. I've done my part. Now you help me to Moonrise.
Let's get out of this pit, firstly. Return to the Grove. I'll make my own way there. I can see to some matters there, and we can discuss what comes next amidst more bucolic surroundings than here.
You got it, homie. A whetstone. Can I use that?
Traps, please.
Bow. Loot time. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Wait, can't I just Lae'zel, 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 Lae'zel. That's enough for now.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
So many. Alright, what did this guy have? Faithbreaker. Bunch of this shit. What does this guy have? Can I even loot that guy? Oh. There's a dude up here, no? Oh, well, I'll just take the ladder, I guess. Wait, where is the ladder? How'd they get up there? Oh, there it is. There he is. Oh, and this guy too. In Guild Wars, when you loot, you're at least for the female char, she'll go, your character will be like, ah, the spoils of war. That's how I feel. Ah, the spoils of war. Riches renounced to me.
Hardly a challenge.
Now I can do this. Hit him. Yes! Right on the money.
No
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Alright. Well. Oh my god, the spoils of war. Here, we'll do our last short rest. Oh, I can open this fucking door now. Alright. Yep. Let's make like a tree and leaf. What do you guys say? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's these fucking goons. What's the most health? 15. Oh, this guy's like no health.
Radio. On my way.
Oh, you missed. Oh, you missed.
My path be true.
Oh. Did I just run up to this fucking guy?
Survival is all that matters. Best be on my way.
Actually. Nice. Ow, 5 damage, you fiend. Excuse me, that was very inappropriate. Just shoot him.
Anything of use?
Hi.
Your stealing has caught someone's attention. What will you do?
Talk my way out. Intimidate. Oh, I can double click it to make it go faster.
You've been given the benefit of the doubt this time, but something tells you next time you won't be so lucky.
I have no qualms with you, weird sadist man.
My energy wanes. Time to rest.
I just remembered there's a side exit, actually. We don't have to go out the front. No, well, we're already here. Alright, who's the most health? 7, 15, 15, 7. Don't. 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 Pew! What do you mean paths interrupted? What do you mean? Is this door closed?
This way.
Oh. I can't hit anyone. Are you serious?
Can't afford to let up. On I go.
Well, so much for peace.
Yeah, right? My character's like, well, so much for peace, yeah. You're telling me, man. You're telling me. Tell you what, we let it play out, whatever's going on over there. Yeah, that's fine. They use their action. Lae'zel, do Lae'zel things. We love it when you do Lae'zel things, don't we?
This is your end.
Like that. That's pretty cool. Am I going to long rest after this? I think so. Yeah. Oh my god.
Be quick. They want you to be quick and quiet.
Need to act fast.
Rogues are so funny.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Taking position.
Mastery. And you missed. Astarion sees him.
Let's have
Encumbered.
Don't waste a step.
Alright. What's heavy? What is heavy? Great Axe. Lae'zel. Thank you for being my pack mule, Lae'zel. Let's not leave out the front. Actually, can Astarion even make that? That's the real question.
keep a blade close.
If Astarion can't make that, we're fucked. Oh, thank God.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Alright, we're out of here.
On my way.
Excellent bout. And I get a chest. For free. Oh, for God's sakes.
Let's crack it open.
Astarion. You know, when I started this playthrough, I didn't like Astarion. But man, is he really carrying the team on his back.
Never a dull moment.
Actually carrying... Ooh. Once per short rest, if you are below 50% health points and take damage, you gain 8 temporary hit points. That's actually insane. Equip. Where's the other shield? Oh, I didn't even look at the fucking hammer this guy gave me. What's so special about it? It's just a +1 hammer. Oh, wait a minute. It's a war hammer. That's for me. Oh, baby, that's all me. Alright, we're looking kick-ass. We are looking kick-ass. And I can get a fucking... Give me one of those. I want a metal helmet. No leather helmet for me. Who else wants a metal helmet? Shadowheart, should you have a leather or a metal helmet? What do you have? You've got a haste helm. No, you're good with what you have. Alright.
Moving in.
Oh! Well, that's rude. Okay. Hang on, I'm still over encumbered. Cultist brand. Please tell me there aren't more of those. Torch. I have a bottle now. Free shit. Oh man, we're not even out of it. Do you think they'd be aggro? Do you think they'd be aggro? No way. It's not like I'm carrying their leader's weapon or anything. Oh, the dots are red. The dots are red. Hey guys, how do you feel about a long rest? how you just can't. Oh wait. We're out of here. Into the forest. What the fuck? That guy had a shit ton of money on him. This is a fucking dead end. You serious? God, for God's sakes. Yeah, we're not out of we're not out of it yet. Oh, we're so not out of it. All right, back to camp. That's an eventful day. Very eventful. And best part, I'm loaded, bro. I'm loaded. We're so loaded. I'll tell you what, I gotta stash some of the fucking supplies. General Drake died? Huh? I'll pass. Alchemy pouch. That's heavy shit. A gold ingot, oh baby. Oh, I also need to figure out, like, who's getting what. In terms of, like, fucking the random shit. Actually, can I feed Gale this? What can I feed Gale? I want to give him the staff. Oh, I just give it to him right now. Monster Slayer Cave. Maybe I'll give him this. More sparkers, speedy light feet. Either that or maybe one of these fucking lightning things. These are kind of terrible. Actually, what has less value? The water sparkers. Spring step boot and the weird dashes. Now we'll do the water sparkers. Not really jazzed about them. I got a necklace too. How many of Singers chosen? Huh? Evocation cantrip. 1d8 healing. But possibly falls asleep. Oh boy. That's ass, dude. I have 8. What? Arrow of Roaring Thunder. That's gonna be pretty sick. Pretty sick. Alright, let's go feed Gale. I don't have anything to say. Any smart things to say? Let's check with the party.
Very well.
Let's check around.
Something the matter?
The artifact seems to be protecting us somehow. Do you still have it?
the understatement, but yes, I have it. And I'll guard it with my life.
Alright. I want to talk about your Shar worship.
I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can just talk about freely.
I don't have any problems with Shar worshippers. I don't even know what Shar is. Anyone?
Very well. Perhaps there's potential in you. Let's see how you handle this. I am indeed a disciple of Shar, Mistress of the Night and Lady of Loss. I assume you've heard of her?
No. Remind me?
My Lady Shar is the Night Singer, the patron of darkness and loss.
Continue.
Most fear the dark, like children, because in darkness they see their fears reflected. But Shar teaches us to step beyond fear, beyond loss. In darkness, we do not hide. We act. Pain, hope, the promise of better days. All of these are heavy cloaks that bend our backs and burden our hearts. We shed those cloaks. Before Shar, we stand gloriously naked, beyond the vanities of mortals.
When you... how exactly do Shar worshippers turn people to their goddess?
We tear down the lies the world is drunk on. The institutions they trust, the so-called gods they worship, the lives they cling to. We destroy false idols, topple corrupt organizations, fight heretics wherever they're found. There's often suffering, death even. Many people break before they embrace Shar's truths.
I don't judge.
Curious. Most are afraid of my lady. I think I did well by joining you. Most agreeable company.
I'm an Oathbreaker, bro. I don't give a fuck. Gale's dying. Let's feed him.
You'll have to speak slowly. I'm finding it quite difficult to concentrate with my condition gnawing at my insides like a teething displacer kitten. That is most gratifying to hear. May I?
Let's see. Water sparkers. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. It is a strange experience. Each time anew. Like a lost soul is spelunking through the darkness that is me, only to be sacrificed on the dread altar of the heart. Somehow the second artifact hasn't had the effect of the first. somewhat relieve the discomfort, but I fear my hunger hasn't quite...
You're right. Is there anything I can do?
You do plenty for me, more than you realize. But this cannot be remedied. The magic isn't having the effect it should have. It's not like the last time, like a rainstorm that quells a forest fire. It merely drizzles. The embers still sizzle, the fire remains undefeated. I'm not certain what's going on, but nothing good. Please, I need to think. I need to retrace my steps to a glade of calm and think. Thank you for the artifact. A great deal of trouble it was too. A great deal of trouble indeed.
Mm-hmm. Will?
Well met.
Nah, none. Bolo!
Ah, my good fellow. Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much. I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
What do you know about mind flayers?
Why, I'm practically an expert. They've tentacles, you know. Quite shocking. The druid Halson had some kind of mind flare specimen in a jar in his quarters. A replica, no doubt, but truly fascinating to see up close.
I fought one of them.
Here, on the Sword Coast. Impossible.
Not only have I encountered a mind flayer, I killed one.
That can't be.
I was captured by them. I'm lucky to be alive.
You're mad! But, tell me, have you noticed any residual psionic malaise since the alleged encounter?
Mm-hmm.
That's quite impossible. You'd have undergone ceramorphosis by now.
Nope.
If what you say were true, you'd be a mind flayer by now. You? Infected by a mind flare? Huh, ridiculous. Isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Ridiculous.
Still, there'd be no harm in me taking a teensy look, would there? I know all the signs.
What do you mean, take a look? I know I have it. What?
If I just peer in your eye, I could quickly... Oh, dear sweet gods!
I'm trying to get rid of this.
If we managed it, we'd have a specimen of incredible rarity on our hands. I'll need to research the particulars, however. Give me a bit of time, and I'll have this little issue sorted.
Oh. Blazer of Benevolence. Light armor. Interesting. This is definitely for a bard. We have no bards here. Wait.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable.
Have your research turned up anything?
Not yet, I'm afraid. But my expectation...
Oh. Your icon shows a store. Invasion plans for the Sword Coast? Do you have anything?
Speak, Oathbreaker.
Nothing. Alright. It's sleepy time. Whoa. Penis! Penis warning, everyone! Look out! There's a penis!
It's heavy. Moisture drips down your forehead. Pain shoots through your fingers.
Rub my hands.
The ache builds as you squeeze your hands together. Were your fingers always so thick? Your skin always so sticky?
Chukil Gate Vlakith Mazathok. Can you feel it crawling through you? Tendrils squirming in your chest, gripping your heart, piercing your belly. Your bones popping, your flesh swelling. I can. I see it in you. I feel it in me. We are lost. I will be quick with my blade. First you, then the others, then myself.
Your minds intertwine. You sense a touch of uncertainty, a touch of disgust.
Sure, what are you thinking? Right? Should I explore her mind? I can deceive her. I'll explore the mind.
Your mind lurches, reeling suddenly as if bitten. Lae'zel's fear grips you. Not fear of death, but fear of insignificance. The great warrior Lae'zel, a failure to her kind. She will wield no silver sword, ride no red dragon. Forever unknown to the great Lich Queen Vlakith.
You will survive this. You will please your queen.
I will not let the Geich take me. I will earn Vlakith's honor. I will wait. But know this. I am watching. If the sickness does not pass come dawn, I will end us all.
Mm-hmm. It's time.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
I know your voice. I've heard it before.
Yes, you have. I saved you before. And I'm here to save you again. Don't worry. You will not become a Mind Flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you. We haven't much time, so listen closely. There is great potential within you. It comes from that parasite. Your instinct is to resist the power it gives, but you must accept it, nurture it. I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of both of us, you must learn to wield it. A fight for the fate of Faerun. A fight we are losing. For now. You can change that, but only if you embrace your potential. I have to go. The enemy is closing in. I will be back. You'll feel better. I promise.
Nice. Consuming parasites. You can now absorb the psionic potential of fucking those stupid the little things. Alright, how do I open the menu? Hey, I've still got this on. I don't think that's ever going away. I'm gonna hand some more stuff over. Gotta make room because we got a big fight ahead of us. The wearer gains advantage on melee attacks while surrounded by 2 or more foes. That's actually... that's good. What's this one again? Missile snaring. Oh no, I'm not getting rid of that. I'm never getting rid of that. Bro, I'm telling you, the second I get heavy armor, it's actually over. I gotta remember to throw javelins. I always forget. Hand crossbow. Oh, it's smaller. Nah. This is taking a while. I know, I'm sorry. But it must be done. I do apologize. Alright. That's a lot better. I don't need this. Don't really want this. Underdog's bravery though. Right, have advantage on melee attack rolls while surrounded by 2 or more foes. That's really good for the tank, but actually, what does Lae'zel have? You have on hit with a weapon attack, possibly inflict a minus 1d4 penalty to the target's attack rolls and saving throws. I do like that. It's a small debuff, but effective. Actually, very effective. Wait, can I not give you this? Oh, there you go. Yeah, we don't need the rest of this. How do I consume the thingy things? B. Is it not B? Elithad powers. Or maybe that's for when I'm in combat. Reactions, normal inspiration, alchemy. I don't do any alchemy. H. Oh, I can make... Oh. That's really helpful to know. That is very helpful to know. Yeah, that's not happening here for some reason. My powers. Maybe I have to be outside of camp.
Ah, my good fellow. Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. My research turned up a rather brilliant technique that seems quite actionable. It's not too deep. Just behind the orbital socket. I could attempt an extraction. I've a needle in my tunic, after all.
I'd rather get a second opinion. Or actually, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be enough. I'd rather get a second
You will
opinion.
find a more learned opinion on this matter, I assure you.
No. Don't fucking touch me.
You only have a matter of days to live. Don't dally, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Back into the world. And so... killing. Once again. So much killing. Does it have to be killing? There's some asleep over here. Asterion?
How delicious.
Sending you in.
Not a sound. That's good.
Hostile.
Look at all these
Don't step on that.
sleeping beauties, dead to the world.
Hmm. You need a fucking thing, one of these.
It's packed too tight. I'll need a shovel.
Oh, I thought it was a. I thought. Oh, okay, never mind. Thought it was a ward. Could I kill them all in their sleep without them knowing? That's the real question. Oh, Asterion, you're about to have a field day, my man. You're about to actually have a fucking field day. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Should I do an AoE? No, I'll do single target. You do have advantage, right? Yes. Oh, I should do this. Hmm. I just dashed. I did not mean to dash. Wait, I don't have sneak attack. I don't have sneak attack. No, no, no. Stop, intern.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Hide.
These things have stayed interesting.
That's 2 down.
Trust no one. Neither see nor.
That's 3.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Keep your distance, darling.
One in the watchtower. All right, I'm gonna have you do some. I'm gonna have you do the looting. Actually, I don't think we need to be in turn order for this. Let's do with the sleeping ones first.
Silent as the grave.
Perception check on what? Perception check on what? Let's go this way. Alright, now I'm going to turn order. $13.7.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
What's all this racket? Are we under attack?
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Relax, everything's fine, go back to sleep. $10. Oh boy. Oh! Inspiration. Oh, thank God. I got that. I actually shat myself.
Yeah. Make another peep and I'll clubber you.
Shut the fuck up.
Shouldn't have wished to live more.
Alright, time to try again. Is he staring at me? He's sleeping while standing. Nah, now he's dead. Alright, we can get a turn order. Fire wine. Fire wine. Fuck is fire wine? Like Fireball? Yeah, they're out here drinking Fireball? That shit's nasty, bro. Oh god. Astarian Adventures. Let's do with one at the Watchtower. Actually, who can we pick off who's by themselves? Excuse me. Oh god. Watchtower, then this guy probably. I saw a guy by himself over here. Uh-oh. Oh, I fucked up. 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 No, 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 this way, this way. Where the fuck are you guys going? Where the fuck are you guys going? Whose turn is it? Oh boy. Well, I really stirred up the beehive, didn't I? Except we have a goated archer. Are you fucking kidding me? Arrow of fire, arrow of roaring thunder. (1962) or 1932, 1724, 1724. 1932. Let's do this one.
Into the shadows.
I've been spotted. We funnel them through high ground. I should have saved. Actually, I'm gonna save right now. Oh my god, everyone. Where did you come from? Okay, that's gonna be a problem. Well, that's gonna be the responsibility of these guys. Dash. Super jump. Shadowheart jump. Shadowheart end turn. This is entirely doable. A majority of them have less than 10 HP. It's the casters I'm worried about. Should I just jump on him? Can I jump on him? Is that actually a thing I can do? Jump on it. Jump on it. Oh. Hello there. Oh, you...
It won't work.
I can move without provoking attack of opportunity. The real question is, where are they fucking going? There's no staircase. Oh, there's this. But I broke this. Would it be possible to break this as well? Food for thought. I'll move away.
On the move.
Actually, I've got less movement speed. It's cost your action. Damn it. Can I take back the can I take back that movement I just did? DM, can I restart my turn? How much health does he have? 7. I'm really not worried. Actually, do you have a javelin in your inventory? You want a javelin, Sky? I could throw a fucking great axe at him. That'd be pretty funny, actually. I've got swords, got hammer. Just throw up on random bullshit. Go. That's really what this is about to be. Random bullshit. That did 1 damage. Are you fucking serious? Okay. Well, that was useless.
Again.
Oh yeah.
Try something else.
Who's talking to me? Also, I just remembered something. Alright, there's 3 over there, there's 2 over here. Where did these guys come from? That's like a... Oh, there's a burrow hole. Uh-oh. We need to plug that hole. There's like 3 holes. Uh-oh. We're about to get swarmed. Oh, we're about to get swarmed. Yeah, fucking bite this dude. We need to buff up. We gotta buff up. Buff up. The fight is here. Oh shit. Okay. Don't you have... Where's your fucking... Wording bond? No. Blade Ward. Right. Resistance. Is this what I want? Shrimp person. Sanctuary. Undead. Pest trace. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. So many spells. So many spells. Actually, girl. Do some damage. Disadvantage. Disadvantage, disadvantage, disadvantage. Never mind. Why are you disadvantaged? Threatened. Oh. 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 Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and Blade Ward. And because I can... Don't tell me you're gonna go through the hole. Girl, if there's ever been a moment for you to come into the fight, it's now. Kill him. Oh my god. Never mind, I don't want you to action search. Oh my fucking god, yeah, I can't believe you missed. I can't believe you just missed. I can't believe you just fucking missed. I love Dungeons and Dragons. I love Dungeons and Dragons so much. Oh god, now they're all gonna... Yeah, they're all storming the holes. Oh no, where are you going? We've got a great position right now. We just need to hold it. Our formation line is kind of fucked. Time to bless up. And what else have I got? What kind of tricks have I got on my sleeve? So I've got fucking God knows I've got a lot of tricks. Poison? Yeah, let's pop some poison. Just storming the holes. Is there a hole over there? There is a hole over there. We need to clear this fucking top area fast. It's literally all up to Shadowheart. I mean, Lae'zel and Astarion. Hello? Whose fucking turn is it? Who's going? Oh god. God, Astarion, if there was a moment for you to start doing some multi-attack kills, it'd be right now. Actually, what do you have that's area of effect? That's area of fire, acid. Actually, I could kill this guy. Oh, but I also need to plug the holes. Listen, they're all archers. They're all archers. That gives us a benefit. Crusher. Lae'zel. Astarion do damage.
Let's find some prey.
Oh boy. That killed 2. Missile snare. Oh. Oh. That guy's a problem. That guy's a huge problem. Okay. This guy's only 7 health. I need to think. It's this area that's a huge problem. I need her to be next to me. Damn it. Alright, what tricks have we got? Make the creature larger, smaller to affect their weapon damage and strength checks and saving throws. Fireball, blur, attackers disadvantage of down you. Maintain concentration. Actually, I might just give blur to Lae'zel. Might not actually be a bad idea. But for now. Oh boy. I have a knight. I don't wanna grease. I don't wanna grease Lae'zel. I don't wanna grease Lae'zel. Oh, Shadowheart. You really are just the support character. Now let me cut you some slack. You're doing great. Oh boy. I have no distant healing. I need to fucking do something over here. Alright. Relax. I can sanctuary her. Dude. Wait, that was actually a terrible idea. She's next. Well, no, I can use that as an opportunity. Get you here. Can I have you close this? No. Alright, stay there. I am untargetable. Isn't that so funny?
Make way.
Here's what I'm gonna do. My potion of greater healing. It's all you, girl. Use it wisely. Well, never mind. You used your bonus action. Wait. No, you ain't got... Girl, you ain't got shit. In this case, I'm gonna take my fucking potion back. Because I'm gonna have Shadowheart heal you. How long does this last? Sanctuary, 9 turns. I'm just gonna have to have her fucking chill, I guess. I could try and kill something with her. Actually, I can give her a grenade. Hey, you want a grenade? Who has the grenades? Shadowheart. You got a Void Bomb, Spiked Bulb, Caustic Bomb. Actually, they sell fucking cast grease, girl. Split item. Confirm. They sell. Alright, they sell. You're about to do some cool shit. That does not break Sanctuary, does it? Nope. Awesome. It's fine. Maintain formation. Maintain formation. I'm about to do some cool shit. Oh, I thought that would ignite. Shit. Damn. Oh, their movement provokes attack of opportunity when they come out of the fucking hole. Let's go, Lae'zel. Great weapon damage for the win. What are you doing? Missile snare. Cutting actions, bonus action. 7 health, 7 health. God, I hope I don't fucking regret this with my life. I need to move.
Over here.
What's the biggest one you've got? Not big enough. Actually, will this ignite the acid? Is acid flammable? I don't know if I want to risk that. I could just do a straight kill. No. Excuse me, holy shit. That's bad. Oh, actually. Perfect. And you can move back here and hide. Fuck. This guy's a problem. Level 2.
Take you.
I can't give a potion to someone, that sucks. Well. I don't think it's worth it to action search here. Hey, where's that potion? Where's that what is drink. Drink, girl. You must drink. Otherwise they're gonna kill you. Who's next? This random and this random. Alright, I'm not worried. They're just standing there. Oh my god, you're actually an asshole for that. Great. Just kill this guy. Oh, Lou, come on, man. I should have healed myself. Fuck. Great, now they're coming out of the holes. Oh, you're the one from over here. Great, and that one's still fucking close to me. Wonderful. Can't go around you without provoking. Damn it. You wanna fight, huh? You wanna fight? You wanna fight, bitch? You wanna fight?
You wanna fight? You wanna catch these hands? I'll show you what it means to catch these hands. That's what it means. That's what's up.
Oh my god, they're doing tactics. They're running for the holes. Can I Hellish Rebuke on you? How many spells does Lou have?
No choice but to keep going.
That would be my last spell slot. No. I need this man dead, and I needed this man dead yesterday. Who's next? This one.
What should I do?
The rotation. I'm not worried about the ogre. I don't think this would work on them. They're not humanoid. Right? They are humanoid. I don't like you. You do too much for what you offer. I still need to heal myself. Alright, you're not moving. Could sanctuary myself. No, I'm using too many sanctuaries. Excellent. Lae'zel, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Last read 1526, 1526. Prepare for an additional 3 slashing damage. 1634. Disarming attack, goading attack. $16.34. Or should I do this one? That 34. I'm doing the math in my head. No. This one's way more worth it. I don't want to do goading attack. That's actually. Listen, he's already held. He's already held. I could hold off. Alternatively, actually no. All right. We'll do prepare. Now we kill him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's my girl. Lae'zel, I still need you to heal just slightly more. I'll have you use second wind after this. Or in your next turn, I mean. In the meantime, where should you have you move? Actually, no, stay there. You provoke opportunity of attack if you're by the hole. Prevents them from going in. Actually, I think the ogre is literally like standing over the hole so they can't go in. Oh, perfect. Maybe not perfect, I'm kind of dying over here. I forgot I have cure wounds. Alternatively, dreadful aspect. I mean, they're not that strong. But Lou is definitely not meant for combat. Wait, what is this? Oh, that uses a spell slot now. Oh, I could lay on hands myself, actually. Let's do that. I'm already a difficult enough target to hit anyway. I could do Shield of Faith. That would be the smart move. No, I still have to deal with the horde downstairs. Well, Shield of Faith then. Just can I have my turn? Damn, okay. Actually, Why not? Alright. No. Like I said, I'm hard to hit. And Astarion, I need you to kill this motherfucker.
Outmaneuver them. Ready or not.
Damn it. Oh. Alright, Shadowheart. Fucking... actually, I could have you heal instead. Yeah, do some healing. Do some healing. Do some healing. Alright. Level 1 or level 2? 23 out of... what could this be? 4 out of 11? I'll do level 1. That's not enough. I should have done level 2. I rolled low. What are you dashing at? Nothing, that's what you're dashing at. Oh, great. I'm over here getting bullied by these two. Just gotta smack him. Just gotta smack him. Just gotta smack him. Oh, a bog. Later. 5 damage. Not bad. And that's one less to worry about. Alright, I'll just loot.
Open up.
They're gonna start throwing shit at Astarion from down there, from that angle, aren't they? Or me. Oh, fuck! The whole...
Time for a new delicious.
Nice. How many more down there? Oh, we've done a great job of thinning their numbers. This bar used to be full up here. Now there's only like a handful. There's this one up here, the ogre, this guy over there, and this guy. Oh yeah, I'm not worried. What's her health? 7? I already have Firebolt. Burning Hands? It might be overkill. I can Burning Hands this guy, actually. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, wait. That's AoE. Never mind. I wish I could fucking smack you. I wish I could smack you. Can I hit the hole from here? Can't be reached. No. I just gotta smack him then. I'm weighing my options. Hang on. Oh, nice. Listen, we're doing fine. We're doing perfectly fine. I don't want to see a single person. Oh. Ah, we're fine. Yeah, keep plugging the hole, moron. Please land. Oh, god damn it, Lae'zel. I'm action surging, right? Am I action surging? It's once per short rest. There we go. Second win. I'm gonna have her stay here so she can destroy the hole.
I won't give in.
As for me, can I not close this? Damn it. Fine.
I think you can take me on.
Works either way. What's up? You gonna go in the hole or what? Do you choose to live longer and delay the inevitable, or shall I kill you? Kill you where you stand. I just camp in the hole now. How do I play with you? What do I make you do, Astarion? I really have to use the bathroom. I really have to use the bathroom. What are your health? 9, 12? Okay, I have an idea. If I can reach.
Keep them guessing.
Nice. That's something, I guess. Cunning action dash, but where? But where? I guess the Shadowheart. How many spell slots do you have? Should I just
go for the throat?
No, I should health pot Astarion. Split item.
Talk to me.
Really quick, guys, I have to use the bathroom. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. Alright. What was I doing again? Everyone up here is dead. Yeah, it's just those two and the big guy. Well, now what do we do?
On I go.
Path's interrupted. Damn. Hmm. Let me see here. Should we start dropping down? No, I need Lou to loot first. Grab all we need from here. Lae'zel can't loot. I mean, Lae'zel can go down. Sure. God. How much movement do you have? Alright.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Freya, my cat is here. She's nuzzling the microphone. Come on. Over here. There you go. Go to bed. Her bed is next to my computer on my desk. That's where she likes to stay. Oh right, loot. Ah, I killed the traitor. Ooh. Not that great actually. Listen, we'll probably find a proper traitor more up ahead. Damn, that guy had a mal fucking gold. I should have bonus action dashed. Oh. Oh, the other guy died. Astarion, kill him. Oh god. A flourish for 1d4. Let's push short rest. Sure. Flourish him. Nice. Nice.
What should I do?
This is what you're gonna do, okay? I'm gonna have you go over here. Scorching Ray. Ah, are you kidding me?
Got to press on.
What kind of tower is this? Path interrupted. Fuck. If I could just move slightly farther. You should be able to have an angle there, right? God, I hope so. No, he's... Oh, that really hurt. Like, wow, that really hurt. Can you goading strike or disarming attack? Not wise to goading strike.
This is your end.
Shit. Evasive footwork.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Oh wait, there's an antidote here. Come on, girl. Not bad, I guess. Fuck.
Another step forward.
It's fine. If she like dies, I'll just scroll over revivification her. Oh god. I'm sorry, I can't really do much. It's fine. Who's next? The important ones. That's who's next.
Cut a person, then a throat.
That's alright. Come on, Asterion. Ooh, damn good.
Let's finish this.
Couldn't have said it better myself. 6 health. Firebolt. Firebolt. Please land. Yes!
I'm ready.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Wait, is this guy not dead? Oh, he's knocked out. Kill him. Alright, are we done here? Yes, alright.
Another step forward.
Asterion? Wait, Asterion. Oh, well, alright, never mind, actually. She's fine, she's fine, don't worry about it. Oh, baby! Nice.
Watch your back.
I wonder what the next move is.
Can't give up now.
Hello, my dude. Alright.
What am I to do?
Actually.
Indolence breeds madness.
Alright, what now?
Or just maybe a short rest. Right? That would be the smarter move. Just looking at everyone's inventories, making sure we're all good.
Waiting. I crave blood.
What to do?
Short rest. Alright. Yeah, you do have to heal. Actually, we've got a shit ton of these. Just fucking... Wait, so...
Waiting. I crave blood.
Alright.
time to rest.
Oh, I didn't loot him. I had nothing. That's disappointing. Incredibly disappointing. Oh wait, we've still got more. Bugbear. Asterion, your services are required.
Let's prowl. Just like old times.
He lived. I mean, not for long.
Into the shadows. A fine opportunity.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Damn, rolled low initiative. What will he do? That's a good question. I don't even know. Oh, he's surprised. Surprise round, yay!
At the ready.
Kill.
Do you think we can search for you, Lae'zel?
I know they do not. It is my responsibility to cleanse myself.
They pursued the Nautiloid. Perhaps they were trying to free you.
A vain notion. I am one of many, and will not be a burden to my queen.
Bunch of food.
One day I'll catch a break.
Ooh. Oh, God. Alright, well, better start picking shit up.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Alright. What's my cumbrance looking like? We're good, we're good. Love to see it. I picked up metal shield. That's still just +2, fuck. Alright. And we got these two chuckleheads. I never really walked around and talked about or talked to people.
What a day. This way.
You guys hang back.
Ready or not. Step carefully.
Assassination. Too far? 15. You know what? Fuck it.
Step lightly.
Can't give up now. What's inside?
Oh, baby. Oh, but my armor looks so cool. Goodbye, Scale Bale of Vengeance.
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
You are my favorite. I like this armor a lot because it looks like the one I'm wearing. I like this armor a lot because it reminds me of the King Aragorn like fit. It's nice. But it's mine now. Show me that 18 AC, baby. Oof. Looking good, looking good. Let me see what the... Yeah, there we go. Ready to kick ass. Alright. Am I the only one with 18? Yep. I am the tank after all. Leather medium.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
That's nothing. Alright. We have officially cleared the camp. Let's teleport out of here.
Murder or theft?
Killing is good. It culls the weak. But theft would be paid for painfully, 1,000 times over.
Good to know.
Alright. Where's the grove? God, I wish I had a better fucking place to the grove. I also still never opened this thing. I can open this now, actually. Let me go on a quick side thing. Quick little side thing.
Hello, Dread Knightley. Simple.
Nice.
Stay vigilant. There are traps here.
Oh.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, this place wasn't built for the living. Seems simple enough.
Jesus.
Something ancient must have been worshipped here.
Careful, I might.
You're gonna be the MVP around here, Asterion. Oh, fuck.
Take heed. I see a trap.
Nice.
Be careful. There are traps about.
This should be enough. What's this button do?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting territory. Be cautious.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Well, that's not good. Is that gonna stop? Oh, no, no, no. Oh my god. How far back is the load? How far back is the autosave? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
These things have stayed interesting.
Why? But like, why? But like, why? Stop. Shit. Alright, let's think here. Get up. There's gotta be a way out of this. I should have... Elixir fire resistance. Gain resistance to fire, can no longer burn. The elixir is thrown... Targets... Alright, well... I'm already resistant, but... not burning is helpful. If I get out of here, it's a miracle. Shit, I don't think I can reach that. Fuck. Damn it. Alright, let's try our hand on these. I'm going through my inspiration. Oh boy. Oh, leave it. Oh, that thing sucks. This is gonna suck even more. Yeah, there's no reaching that one. Move. Move, you stupid idiot.
Action, not reaction.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Yeah, you're telling me. This is burning through all my pots.
Looking ahead.
What a mess. What a mess.
A little help, please.
Ah, you idiot.
Need to find a way forward.
What's next?
Oh. Oh. No!
Let's get going.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. I can't disarm that one. Greater toughness? Greater toughness, huh? Damn it. What can break greater toughness? Because this is just dumb. It's not possible. She's literally just stuck. I think this is actually the worst thing in the game. This was supposed to be a small detour. Just a tiny little detour. Oh, great.
A little help, please.
Best help before it gets worse.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh my god. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed.
Eager for battle.
We're literally gonna wipe in this room. Okay, we're leaving. How far back? Dank Crypt. Dank Crypt. How far back is the Dank Crypt? Load game. stupid.
Be careful. There are traps about.
Okay, yeah, okay. Here's how we're gonna handle this. I'm sticking to the room. Wow, though. Fucking. What a joke. What an actual fucking joke.
Oh, I like it. Homely.
Let's move. Time to press ahead.
Damn it.
Assume nothing.
Don't touch me. One step at a time. Traps. How considerate.
Ah. No, I'm not blowing through my inspiration. What are you, crazy? Good thing I got plenty more. This might not be worth it at all. Or maybe it is.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Gotta go around, disarm literally every single trap in the fucking room. Every single trap.
Still breathing, despite everything. If not over, then through.
Indolence breeds madness. Take heed. I see a trap.
Alright, that's this corner done. Gotta take it corner by corner.
Subtle steps.
Eager for battle. Objective noted.
Don't move.
What now?
Don't move.
Assume nothing.
Go back over here.
An efficient path.
Never a dull moment.
Where?
Someone there? Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. I spotted a trap. Move with purpose.
Traps. How considerate.
That one's too far.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Very well.
Trust no one. Watch the shadows.
Assume nothing.
Where?
Without delay. A trap. Just as I expected.
Watch your back. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Excellent.
Be careful. There are traps about.
Going smoothly.
Is that blood? No, never mind. carefully. There's a trap.
Asterion, you know what to do. That just leaves the one over here. That's it. Good.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Oh, I didn't even notice this was here.
No one's stopped me yet. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Eager for battle. One true way.
Keep a blade close. Yes, let's.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
What to do?
Looks like a trap there.
Oh, good eye. Thank you.
Moving.
Hello.
With haste.
You're the fire resistant one here. Actually, do another sweep. You're very perceptive. Is this a trap? Are these traps? No, alright.
Never a dull moment.
All that for a spear. Who can carry this?
Keep your distance, darling. I wonder.
I've got a long road ahead.
Someone there? Yes, please. An iron coin. I prefer gold. I'll take it.
Let's not touch the button. Alright.
Looking ahead. I have to keep going.
I hate this place. First things first. Nah.
Open up.
Alright, what else have we got? Another chest. Let's say no to another chest. 3 scrolls. Alright, we got this door, that door. Let's try these. Shared stash, let's take the... Oh. Oh, I know what this is. First things first.
Here we go.
Little side door. Where are we?
No handle. How does it open?
Asterion.
No lock, no handle. How does it open?
No lock.
Can't give up now.
Ah. Oh, it's those guys.
Here goes nothing. Never wanted the easy path.
What do you say we come back? Our inventories are full. I just wanted to see what this was. Now I know. I am going to empty my inventory and come back. I don't like that. Because that is some shit. That is some shit.
Your sour face is tiring, Shadowheart. By all means leave if I am so distasteful.
I'd rather not turn my back on you, if it's all the same.
This tiefling's proof fragile.
Yes, no?
A scout just reported. The goblins' leadership has been decimated. We might escape this place yet. I took a collection from all of us. It isn't much, but you've earned it.
Oh, nice. Thank you. I'll take it.
It's not enough, but it's all we have.
Halsin will likely want to thank you too, mind. He returned just a while ago. I believe he's catching up with Korga. As for us...
No armies at our heels. Amazing. We can finally leave. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells. We'll join your camp tonight to celebrate if you'll have us.
So we'll see you there.
Now, stop squirming. No, there's coin
Nice.
in the city. They'll pay good coin for it, I swear.
Fine, but you're carrying it yourself.
Hey, I got shit to
So
sell.
it's true. You scattered the goblins. Peace can finally return to this corner of the Sword Coast.
The goblins.
Thank you.
The goblins. It's all about the goblins. The goblins. Back it up.
As am I. And I'm sure those poor refugees would quite agree.
What are you buying? What are you selling? I'll buy that at a high price. Oh, I can highlight it. Perfect. Oh. I'm about to rob this man clean. Javelins, longsword, mace, morning star, ritual staff, torch, circlet, leather helmet, leather armor, my scale mail. I'm gonna pocket this. This can go. Will's underwear. Dwarf poem. I should probably hang out on that. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Huey the Bull, I'm in pain. Oh no! Why are you in pain? In pain, Huey? Queuing for Final Fantasy XIV. Ah, I'm aware. I'm quite familiar with the queue times. There's like 2,000 people ahead of me. Classic. Even in any MMO. Long wait times for queue raids or for raid queue. That's just a given. $2,000 people though. Oh man. Sorry to hear that, buddy. $8 gold. Alright, I have officially robbed this man clean. How can I sort your inventory? Type? Value? Value. Oh, look at that. Not even raid queue. The game just finished maintenance, new giant update, new expansion. That's right. I forgot the name of the expansion. There is a new expansion. I knew that. I semi have like a ear in Final Fantasy XIV. This is the queue to get in. Oh, it's the login queue. Oh shit. I thought you were in raid queue. Damn, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Actually, let me keep that shovel. Slave mind? Will this be useful? I'm actually genuinely very curious about that. Dye remover. Ocean dye. Excuse me. Alright, what did you act? Do you actually have anything that I genuinely want? Because I'm gonna be honest, I really don't think so. I really don't think so. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Yeah, look at me. Spoke too soon. You got chainmail +1. That's great. It's gonna boost my fucking AC to 19. Ringmail armor +1. That's the scale mail +1. Padded armor +1, hide armor +1. What does Astarion have? That's as good as it's gonna get for light armor, I have a feeling. Oh, I never gave my old... You can have my old armor. Oh wait, no, that's medium armor. Alright, wait, perfect. I get new armor for myself. Hell yeah, now we're looking like a paladin. And you can take my old armor. Where's my old armor? Chainmail. Nice. AC of 18. Oh, damn, that's crazy. That's so good. That's so good. That's great. You have an AC of 16. I have an AC of 19. Oh. Lysel, can you equip heavy armor? You can't, actually. I should give you heavy armor. I'll just buy you heavy armor. What the fuck? Actually, there's not very good heavy armor here. Scroll of Dark Vision. Scroll of Mirror Image. Scroll of Blindness. Rain Dancer. Is that bow any good? Spell Thief. It's 1d8. Yours is... This is 1d8 plus 3, this is 1d8 plus 4. Pass. Dun, 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 dun. You got any more health pots? No, no more health pots.
Blackets will be done.
In this case, you know what I'll do?
Is perfection too much to ask?
If Yankee half plate gives 15. This gives 14. Damn. Oh, damn. Give you that. Where is... Oh, you can equip it. Oh, look at that. AC of 18. And... Wait, that's not the right armor, is it? Chainmail.
What's next?
Why is your AC higher?
Indolence breeds madness.
This is fucking heavy armor.
This protects me. Action, not reaction.
Huh? I don't understand. Why is your AC not higher? Oh, it's because the shield. The shield is huge. I mean, 16? Pretty good. Alright, so we got 14, 15, 18, 19. This is good. This is great. We're kicking ass. We are kicking ass. Alright, let me resort by value. Time to sell more shit. We all have helmets, right? Hang on.
May you keep balance.
Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure of something. We all have helmets. All have gloves, boots. I got a ring. Where is that? What's an amulet? What's a shit amulet? Yeah. Hey Huey, are you gonna change your character to be a
while for us all to recover. Of course.
To be a female Hrothgar? Now that those are out? Or did those come out before the expansion? When'd you pick this up, Asterion? Ringmail armor. Oh shit. I mean, it's trash, but I didn't know you had that. Ooh, a glaive. I've got a special one. What is this? War pick? Nah. Robbed him clean again. Alright. What have you got? Health pots. Ah, damn. Alright. Anything else? Scroll of Mirror Image can be good. I'll hold off, I think. I will take my money elsewhere.
May you keep balance.
I'll take the rest of all this. Scroll of Grace. Another one for you. Jeez, Lae'zel, you've still got so many things. Centilou, 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 Centilou. It's the boring part of the RPG experience. Inventory management. I mean, to be fair, we did just literally clear an entire fucking camp. The spoils of war, they say. I'm over encumbered if I carry that. Alright. Actually, I could pocket some of that stuff back in camp. Latest value, weight. So by weight? Wow. Yeah, scale mill heavy. And the chain shirt. Can't imagine these are very, very light. Yeah, no, they're not. Figured. Okay. Damn, bro, look at me dripped out. I'm fucking clean. The party's looking clean, my son. Party's never been more dripped out in their fucking lives. Should we short rest? Did we short rest after the fight? We did. The fuck's a staring?
Do beautiful people taste better? It hardly seems fair on the ugly. They have such wonderful personality.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
You took it upon yourself to undertake the Rite of Thorns. I ought to exile you from this place. Forever. Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
I owe you nothing. Goblins swarmed us like roaches while you stumbled after the past. You chose to abandon us. I chose to protect us.
Silence! The rite has been ended. I will allow you to stay, but consider yourself a novice anew. You have forgotten the ways of the druids, our place in the natural order. You shall learn it all once again, right here. Backslide, and nature's fury will crush you.
As you wish, Master Halsin.
That's all? She tried to imprison a child.
A misjudgment. One that should weigh heavily upon her. But the Grove still needs her passion. You will soon see why. But enough of that for now. I owe you my thanks. The Grove stands. Nature prevails. And again, I am in your debt. Speak to Wrath. He will reward you for your efforts.
What about my problem? I need help.
Tomorrow morning, we shall discuss what is to come.
Mm-hmm.
They are our guests until they wish to leave, as I said the day they arrived.
Have they blinded you to truth? Outsiders bring only chaos.
And what have you brought? Harmony? Balance?
Peace. Enjoy it while it lasts.
God, I want to kill her. I want to kill her so bad. She's so fucking evil.
Seems simple enough.
You done it. You brought Halcyon back. Thank you. No, thanks is not enough. May Sylvanas bless you for all your days. I cannot imagine taking on a camp full of goblins was a simple task.
It was pretty easy. I had Astarion do most of the work.
Fair enough. I should not have underestimated you. And I promised you a reward, didn't I? Let me show you on your map where you can find the cache. Take this rune. You'll need it. Place it among the pedestals inside our library. When the wolf glows brightest, everything in the vault below will be yours.
All right. Rune of the Wolf. Like the sound of that. So what next? We still have some places to explore. Contact the Carla. Find the Githyanki Kresh, Githyanki Warrior, the Blade of Frontiers. There's still some fights and things we have to do. We're not done here yet. Shit, we've got a fort full of bandits, ruins full of, I'm not gonna spoil it, and the hag. We're not done yet here. There's also the owlbear that I could go for. I don't really know if that's gonna be worth it though. Oh, and there's harpies over here. Damn, so many things. I don't even have. I need a new trader. Maybe we should just do mainline story things so we can get to the next town. Cause I really gotta sell this shit, and I really want to get my hands on some stronger shit. So we can come back and just smash all the shit out here. I think it sounds like a good idea. Travel to Moonrise Towers. Right, and we've got all this. Actually, we do still have one short rest left. We could tackle one of these. You want to finish the ruin? Should we finish the hag? God, I fucking hate that. Actually, let's do the harpies, just so I don't have to come back to Emerald Grove. Where are the harpies? This way. Oh, actually, I have to... Oh, nice, we quick save. I have to give, spell scrolls to Shadowheart. Hmm. Uh-oh. Oof, could not pick that better person to go first.
Let's have a little fun.
Can't have disadvantage, what do you mean? I don't have disadvantage. Outside of range, fuck. It's the range. You're not outside of range, what are you talking about? Shoot anyway. Damn it. Oh, hi. Kill it.
This is your end.
Hmm. Action search.
Need to stay focused.
Nice.
Now. On my way.
Off front line.
They won't know what bit them. Quickly.
Damn it. Really? How many spell slots do I have?
The only way out is through.
1. Is it hurt? It is hurt. Sure. Oh. I don't know, it's still my turn. I don't think any of us are resisted the song. We all resisted. Oh, you're going down.
Taking position.
I think I waited too long. The kid's dead. Fuck. I should have been here earlier. Damn.
Talk to me.
Let's do some of these scrolls. Huh? I did not mean you to do that. Oh, I really did not mean for you to do that. Great.
What's the plan?
Yeah, just smack it.
Blood comes easy these days.
Why are you shooting? God damn it, I keep forgetting. Whatever.
You fight well. Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
Always room for more? Moving ahead. Anything of use?
Just out of curiosity. Damn.
Let's get on with it.
The corpse has nothing to say.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Alright.
Light on my feet.
F in chat. I can save the kid.
And I'll drive a stake through your heart.
I do so very like spicy food.
Jesus.
What's inside?
Watch your back.
Staring.
Should be easy.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Oh my god. That's really good.
At the ready.
I like that. I got a cowboy hat. And it's actually really good for bards. Too bad we don't have any bards. Oh, actually, I can get out of here faster from this way. Right? Oh, wait, did they break this? Oh, no.
Parasites.
Given your own nature, are you really the one to judge?
Alright. What's our resources looking like?
And blades always sharp.
Got level 2s.
What now?
Level 4. She's still got all her fucking things. This guy doesn't have any resources.
No, never mind.
I've got Lay on Hands and Oath charged still. We could go for the ruins. Actually, no, let's long rest. Go to camp. We can have some time off. We've earned it.
What's hiding here?
I was gonna store something. What was I gonna store? Oh, my armor. I'll store the hat. Why not? Alright.
Moving ahead.
No one has anything to say. Alright. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's Will. Actually, let's talk to Will. What the fuck?
Yeah, hells. I was hoping you wouldn't notice I was gone.
Of course I noticed. It's no party without you.
Really? I'm honored. In truth, I don't feel in a festive mood. and I didn't want to cast a grey cloud over the night. These people are still in danger. Karlach, the creature from hell, will still threaten them, as will 1,000 other perils. They aren't ready to get on the road on their own.
We have won this day. Dangers for tomorrow.
Your words cheer me more than any party could. But, off with you. This is your day. Have a dance. Enjoy the music.
Oh, shit. I want to dance with you.
I'm afraid my feet are firmly planted to the ground this evening. Some time alone beneath the stars, and I'll be back to my old self. Promise. Still, it's a night to remember. You've made sure of that.
Hell yeah. Who the fuck was over here? Why are they gone? Is someone invisible? Where's my scroll of scene visibility? I've only got one. I don't know if it's worth it. Fuck it. I don't care. Does this guy care if there's a party going on?
Ask what you will.
No.
Your mug's as sour as this ale. We're supposed to be celebrating.
Well, go bother someone else then.
Think of it. No more caves, no more tents, no more running away. We'll be in a city with roads and markets and homes. Ain't.
Well, not like you needed it.
Everyone seems to be in high spirits. Strange. You know who I never thought I'd find myself caring for? Desperate people. Refugees. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove. Yet we came through for them. We saved their lives. Odd.
Not so odd. We did the right thing.
That's more easily said by some than others. But nobody's here to debate right from wrong. Share a bottle with me?
Sure.
We should wait a little while. Until the others have drifted off.
Oh. Another time. Thank you, but no thank you.
As you like. Try not to tire yourself out too much.
That's my girl.
You know, I never pictured myself as a hero. Never thought I'd be the one they'd toast for saving so many lives. And now that I'm here... I hate it. This is awful.
It's not that bad. Think of all the goblins you killed.
True. That was fun. Still, I would have liked more for my trouble than a pat on the head and vinegar for wine.
Should I try the wine? Should I try his wine? I'm try your wine.
It's a heavy, rich red, dry and sharp.
See what I mean? Awful. All I want is a little fun. Is that so much to ask?
I already had you bite someone earlier today. What's your idea of fun?
By the hells. Sex,
Oh.
my dear. A night of passion.
Right.
Not with you, just to be clear. I mean, can you imagine? Ugh, no.
Wow.
Anyway, don't let me keep you. I'm sure you have someone else to sniff around.
Alright. Dick. What do you have to say?
This might be the wine talking, but I'm feeling inspired. Thinking of writing my next song about you.
Oh, thanks.
But I need an angle. Any ideas?
Have you? I mean, to be fair, goddamn, bro. Look at me, bro. Ooh. Have you seen this body? It'd be a crime not to sing about it.
One raunchy ballad coming up.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What have you had to
Hope you're
say?
enjoying the night, hero. I certainly am. Cheers to many more like this.
You have no idea how good it feels to see these people smiling. The singing we could probably do without, but even so, thank you.
Go on. The others will kill me if I keep you all to myself.
Oh, see, I already spoke to you. Okay. Why is this kid all by himself? I should not be talking to a kid while
Came
naked.
through for us. That's a change from most adults I know.
What are you doing over here?
Watching a bunch of old folks get dumber by the dramful. And when they run dry, I've got a few bottles tucked away to keep things flowing. For a price, of course.
Funny. Halson?
Go on now. Don't waste a night like this talking to me. We'll discuss your problem tomorrow.
Take your own advice. Go mingle.
Later, perhaps. Don't worry about me. A night under the stars amidst nature's creation is just what I need after being locked up in the goblin's dungeon. Go on, enjoy yourself. Seek out some wine before it runs dry. There are a lot of thirsty people around here.
Bolo?
Aha, there you are! Come now, settle in. I do hope you have partaken of something bracing. This may well take us all night.
What do you mean by this?
Why, you're naming, quite obviously. That ballad was but a crude preview, a frame without its crowning jewel. Your nom de guerre. Something iconic, but not too much of a mouthful. We don't want to exclude the common folk, after all. I intend this tale to enrapture all.
What do you have in mind?
Far too much. This is the very problem. If you could set aside your many triumphs, carry out one defining act, not to belittle your achievements to date, of course, but besting a dragon, a giant, a god, perhaps? I must deliberate. Go. Enjoy your evening. I shall have work for you in the days to come.
Okay.
Sherry! That's infernal for cheers. Or possibly turnip.
I need to dance! No. No, I need to lie down.
Mood.
Thank you.
What for?
I'm glad you sought me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening. I was hoping you'd spare me a moment. There was something rather magical I wish to show you.
I like the sound of magical. What do you have planned? Or is this the wine talking?
As they say in Waterdeep, in wine there is truth. That's usually followed by, in water there is good sense. I promise you, my offer is a perfectly sober one. So, what do you say?
Let's do it. I like the sound of magical. What do you have planned?
A lesson. And trust me when I say few have experienced the pleasure I offer to teach. However, it's something best experienced in more intimate surrounds. Once the revelry is ended and the stillness of the night has been restored. For now, please enjoy the celebration. When it is done, I will show you all.
Okay.
Not like you needed it.
Better not be cursed.
Go to bed.
Buzz of celebration quiets to a soothing hum as you approach your bunk.
Though you seek repose, you needn't spend the night alone.
There is one who yearns for you in the dark. Who will you seek?
Gale!
Your heart skips a beat. What treasures might this night bestow?
Who's that?
Oh. My, you startled me. It's miles away.
How do you have such a defined six-pack, but, like, no muscles? You're skinny, but, like, you're shredded. What? That doesn't make any sense. You were praying to your goddess. Or were you praying to your goddess? If so, I'd like to join your vigil. Let's go, Paladin!
So I was. Praying she'd aid me. Mystra, for indeed it was her image I conjured, commands all magic. Salvation, if such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold. And yet even now, more than I fear losing my own self and soul, I fear losing my command of her art. Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it. It's like music, poetry, physical beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses. That is why I asked you to seek me out, to offer you a taste of such wonders. Would you like me to show you?
Yes.
Then follow my lead.
Oh shit, it's about to go down.
Now you.
Arcana. Right? Arcana. Oh, that's a raw D20. Let's do it. Oh, the nat 20! Nat 20, let's go!
You feel something strange, like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm and comfortable.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran Mistraril Kantrak Eo.
I have a -1 in wisdom for Arcana. I can do performance. I have a +2 for charisma. Repeat the words slowly but carefully. Repeat the words bold and proud. You sense power in the words. Speak them deliberately. I mean, I like diegetically, it would make more sense to do Arcana, no? I have a -1 though. That's fine. What are the chances we're gonna get 2 fucking nat 20s, right? Uh-oh. Do I use inspiration? I'm gonna use inspiration. Right? Or would it be funny that I fuck it up? No, I want to see how this goes. Alright.
Suddenly, the scent of rose water and a sense of well-being. A sliver of weave that tastes sweet on the tongue.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can.
History, nature, insight, proficiency, performance. Picture in my mind the concept of harmony. Recall a memory of early youth, family moment. Trying to hum a familiar tune. Let's do history. You think of the here and now, this unexpected moment of learning. Oh, for fuck's... The world does not want me to do this. It is a sign. You're damn right I'm using inspiration. Oh, for fuck's... This is so bad. I'm not a religious man, but if there is a God... On the money. Please, no more D20 rolls, please, I beg you.
You see, or is it sense, the presence of a woman. The woman who hovered over Gale's palm. There's something like the anticipation of a kiss, then the pleasure of being cloaked in peace. You are safe. You are nestled in the cup of Mystra's hand.
My head is so fucking huge.
You did it! You what? You're channeling the weave. How does it feel?
Thank you, Matthew. magical, sensual, even.
That is.
I'm getting horny bonked.
Connects you. The moment feels intimate.
Horny bonked so hard I fucking die. You can't do this to me, it's Pride Month. I'm back from the dead once again to be gay, I guess. Do we have Connexium? Hey, the rainbow, thank you.
You realize the weave is making you one. You have but to imagine your desire, and Gale will know it.
Oh, that's sweet. Magic sex. Whoa. Alright. Picture kissing more tenderness than passion. Why are we looking out for Joe? Let's do it.
I didn't think.
You perceive quick-fire gusts of embarrassment, trepidation, and finally, elation.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting. But it is a pleasant image, to be sure. Most pleasant, in fact. Most welcome.
The weave evaporates, and as it does so, you realize the night feels suddenly cold and lonesome.
Oh. There it goes. How easily things slip away from us, no matter how hard they were in the obtaining. Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you.
Oh, that's sweet.
I trust you enjoyed your evening. After all your efforts, it was well deserved. It may be some time before you're afforded another such night. There is much to be done, and I promised I would help you however I could. I'm certain a cure for you can be found at Moonrise Towers, but it's complicated. The journey specifically, it's extremely perilous, though it seems you're well accustomed to navigating danger.
What's so dangerous?
To get to the towers, you'll need to pass through a terrible place. A cursed place. This curse shrouds everything in shadow. You will not find life, light, or anything natural there. Any who linger are twisted by the curse. They become shadow beings, tormented, dangerous souls.
What do you suggest?
You could go overland, along the Risen Road or through the mountains. Easier at first, but you'll run into the Shadow Curse eventually. You could also go under. There is a tunnel somewhere in the ruined Temple of Selûne. It leads to Moonrise Towers through the Underdark. Long ago, a man called Ketheric Thorm built a secret stronghold deep down there, before rallying a whole army of Dark Justiciars, Shah worshippers.
Dark Justiciars. I must see for myself.
Aradin and his lot were looking for a way down there. They were promised riches if they retrieved a relic called the Night Song. But I think there's more. From this stronghold, Ketheric's forces could access both the Temple of Selûne and Moonrise Towers. But he was defeated before he could launch an attack. If you can find this place, I'll wager it will reveal a more direct path to Moonrise Towers. And maybe even bypass the worst of the Shadow Curse.
I mean, it sounds like they want me to go into the Underdark. I'd be honest, I kind of want to see what the fucking Shadow Curse has to offer, but it seems like it would be the correct lore answer to go to the Underdark. But I kind of don't want to go to the Underdark this early. I kind of want to stay above ground. Fight whatever the shadow is. Ah, but what's-her-face wants to see the Dark Justicars. Listen, I know what the Underdark is, alright? It's too early. It's too early. We'll go to the Underdark next time. We'll journey overland.
You may reconsider once you see the effects of the curse for yourself. I would like to join your camp, if you'll allow me. I can offer my skills, my counsel. I've long sought to return to Moonrise Towers. It seems our fates have aligned.
Can you just tell me what it fucking is, my man? You know what it is. Just tell me. What is it? Does my face melt off or something? Oh no, I can do it. Let's go then. It's the Shadow Curse. Shadow Curse. These both sound terrible. I know what the Underdark is, but I don't know what the Shadow Curse is. The fuck's a Shadow Curse? It sounds bad. Shadow Curse, like hello. But I don't want to go to the Underdark, man. There's so much awful shit down there. Like genuinely awful shit. Ugh. I hope this doesn't cut out the option to go later. I wouldn't mind going back and exploring that route. What about the Grove?
I've chosen a successor as first druid, Francesca of the High Forest. A bird's already been dispatched to summon her.
Who? I'll trust your judgment.
I'm glad you approve. I do not truly care if you approve, but I am glad. The Grove needs to move beyond the mistakes of the past. What it needs is an unknown quantity. An outsider who can enforce the Oakfather's teachings without bias. This is why I chose Francesca. She will restore simplicity and purity to the Grove in my absence.
Sounds like it'll be in good hands, I guess. Will this cause resentment? I mean, you must trust her. I'll follow in your better judgment, sure.
Indeed. We've quite the journey ahead of us. I advise you start in the Temple of Selûne. If you find the Dark Justiciar's hidden entrance, it could lead you all the way to Moonrise.
I think I'm being forced to go to the Underdark. I don't think I have a choice. Oh no, I can. Okay, I can go through the mountain pass. Mountain pass or Underdark? I almost want to utter the words, how bad can the mountain pass be? And then cut to like 4 hours from now. I'm fucking dying. Under the affliction of the fucking shadow curse. Listen, I'm not fucking scared. Alright. We have business to attend to that is undone, unfinished. Before we leave. Or, well, alternatively, no. We actually have to fight our way for new stuff. Alright. Highly doubt there's just a traitor just standing in front of the entrance of the fucking mountain pass. We'll collect what we can from here and we'll leave. At least we'll leave with our pockets full. Plenty of opportunity to make more money later.
Armed scribes. No sign of a struggle.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
Something good here, I hope.
Key. Oh, wait. What's in here? Book of Dead Gods.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets. Maybe I need more pockets.
Jurgle? I didn't think anyone worshipped the scribe of the dead.
The inscription is in a language unknown to you.
Button. My time to shine as a paladin. My time to shine as a paladin.
Leave no trace.
Shit. My time to shine.
I will ascend.
What should I have her do?
My path be true.
Base of footwear. I can have her charge forward. Do it.
Got to focus. Got to press on.
For you. Time to do cleric shit. Eternal undeads that can see you. Not in range, right? Oh, it's only within distance. It's an AoE. Okay, I understand. In this case, what are we thinking? Turn undead. I guess it's cast shit. Sure, we'll cast some shit. Got all these scrolls, might as well use them, right? Paths interrupted. Not enough movement. Oh, great. It's paladin time. What do I have as a paladin? Hang on. Spiteful Suffering. I've never used this. Dreadful Aspect. Control undead. Use the power of the oath to gain control of an undead creature. The undead will follow you around and attack your enemies until long rest. Oh. I'm not in range. I'll do that. When I get in range. Do I need to concentrate for that? No, it's just a wisdom save. Okay. We'll do bless the group, I'm thinking. Or Shield of Faith. Really make myself immune. Oh, actually, a scroll of protection from good and from evil and good. Protect an ally against the attacks and powers of aberrations, celestials, elementals, fiends, and undead. Oh yeah. I have a feeling these guys are gonna break my concentration, though. Actually, they're not that strong. We could be good. Oh, it's only close by. Damn. I can't do shit. I mean, I guess I could bless everyone. Or Shield of Faith myself. I'll be honest, don't really want to do either of these. How do I dash? Oh, wait a minute. Throw. Javelin.
All right.
I fucking missed. Wonderful. Oh shit. Wonderful.
Let's find some prey.
35. Movement reduced.
With pleasure.
Time to strike.
Smack. You suck. Do I watch the action surge? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think this is that difficult of a fight. It's most of the problem that they're casters.
Need to act fast.
Activate Witch Ball takes my fucking action.
Got to move.
What have I got on me? Not a whole lot that can help.
I'll catch a break.
Actually, I've got holy water. I can splash him with holy water. Sure, fuck it. Ah. Alright. Casters doing caster things. Why am I not surprised?
We'll do it my way.
Oh, shit, I don't have an angle. How do you not have an angle here? What? I refuse to believe. No way, I just made you fucking useless. Oh, let's go. Nice.
I am fury. I am death.
Can't get enraged to kill anything else.
Make way.
I could action surge to kill him, but I want to preserve resources.
Let's end this. On the move.
Still can't cast. Fine.
No choice but to keep going.
I really want to use Divine Smite, but I feel like it's going to be overkill. Ah, when do I get the chance to use this?
Death won't take me yet.
It's not often I get to use that.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Regular arrow. Too far. Well, we could do it at disadvantage. Yeah, it still hits.
Surrender their valuables, even after death. Time to press ahead.
Alright, what do we got?
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
Oh. Amulet of Lost Voices. Get to speak with undead. Nice. That's pretty cool, actually.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
Let's check it over here. I can't go that way. What have we got here? Oh, I'm here. Oh, shit. I'm gonna kill two birds with one stone here. Oh.
Oh, cursed to put my hands on everything.
Nice. I should finish. I should give you all of that. I need to give you the rest of these arrows. Need more arrows? Yeah, I've got more arrows. Got a bunch of special arrows. More than I know what to do with. Styrian.
Oh, for a skeleton key.
21.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Not a chance. Could be a trap. Just keep your
Can I disarm that? Or is that already triggered? I think that already triggered.
What to do? Light on my feet.
Yeah.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Should mind my step.
Keep a blade close. What now?
Blackett's will be done. Unnoticed. Good.
Should have worn better boots.
Oh, that's a whole full fucking place.
Shall we?
Styrian. If there was ever a moment for you to shine, it'd be right now. What's the strongest one you've got? 1932. 1932 is the strongest. Ice or fire? That's the real question. Let's do fire. I get 4 of them. The AoE on these are not very big. The darkness one is big though.
Such thing as coincidences when there's loot to be had.
Should I, or should I just do damage? Let's do damage. Right. Actually, I'm darkness. What level is this? Level 2, level 2, level 2. Oh, I'm gonna fucking destroy these guys. Yeah, just kill him. Just kill him. Just kill him. Can I possibly get the other one? No.
What are Gimblebok and the others doing up there?
Maybe we should go take a look.
Not a chance. Just keep your eyes peeled.
Nice. Alright, back up. Oh, actually? Ah, no. Actually, you know what? Not enough movement. What do you mean not enough movement? What does that lever do?
Nice and quiet now. Best be on my way.
Oh, they're blinded. That's right. Which means I can do a sneaky little thing over here. What am I throwing? Alchemist Fire? I really do like throwing this, don't I? How many times have I thrown these? I mean, it's just a Molotov, right? Path is interrupted. What do you mean path is interrupted? Because I can't throw it in darkness? That sucks. Oh man, that actually does suck. How much damage is this? Yeah, kill him. Where are the rest of you?
My patience wanes.
Yeah, just get in there.
Pain, my pleasure.
I need to concentrate.
Will that do anything from back there? I feel like it's not. It's too far back. We got this. Oh wait, no, path interrupted. Right. What does this look like?
Best step softly.
You've got to be kidding me. 710. Not enough resources. Why do none of you have actions?
Can't afford to let up.
You have an action. Alright. Blast that guy, I think. That's not a whole lot.
Time to strike.
Do I action surge? Yeah, I'll short rest. Nah, for fuck's sake. Oh boy.
This way. Just like
Seriously. Please. Thank you.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Do I not have... No, I don't. Alright, never mind. Ah.
Ready.
Perfectly fine, perfectly fine. Everything's perfectly fine. This fire sucks, though. Yeah, this fire sucks. I can't do anything about it. That's the worst part. Can't even target that guy either because it's the fucking thing. The shadow shit. Can I throw something over here? No. Fuck. Blast it. Blast it all to hell. Alright, what are you gonna do? Yeah. Really? Nice. Not gonna have enough movement to get over there though. Yes.
No time to
Come on. Nah.
Nothing will stand in my way.
I can go right through though. Oh boy. What do I hit him with? Is gonna be enough? That's not gonna be enough. Fuck it. Oh boy, the sleep deprivation is setting in. It's settling in. It's settling in.
I'm ready.
Great. Come on. These all have names. I sure hope you guys weren't friendly.
Let's have a look.
It's probably fine. It's probably fine. I'm over encumbered again, though. What am I not encumbered? Oh, a great club.
Not a welcome rest.
Can't slow down.
Single gold.
Let's see. No lock, no handle. How does it open?
What do we have here? Feather. A lever, huh? Wait.
This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god? What's that?
What was that? Great question. Oh. Yeah, nothing. Alright, we're out of here. There's nothing here. Alright, we've pretty much wrapped up everything that I wanted to wrap up here. That's not true. We have one thing left to do, and then I'm ending stream. I'm killing the hag. Ah, shit, we got a ways to go.
Such a pretty name for such a beautiful flower.
Could you not stare so blatantly in my neck when you say that, please?
Oh, but do keep calling her Flower. She'll love that.
Hang on, one thing. First things first. Split. 2. Give to Shadowheart. Split. 2. Give to Lae'zel.
Indolence breeds madness.
I wonder what the next move is.
All right. What now? On my way.
Alright, bitch. I'm back and I'm stronger than I was. Stronger than I ever fucking was. Actually, let me realign this. Alright.
Stop. Please.
Do you think I can get Astarion to do his thing? Maybe not here. Let's give it a shot. Give it a shot, huh? Get it? Because we're gonna fucking shoot them. Alright, fall back. Good damage, though. Very good damage.
Kind to our guests.
Succeeded at wisdom save? I don't know what's going on here. What is this? Ah. Oh, I think they're like literally just light bulbs. Oh, I don't think I should worry about that then. Ranged attack. Can't really reach anyone here. Let's see what they do.
I'll break their pretty little bones.
Okay. Oh, because we get a surprise round. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of completely forgot about that. Oh, for God's sakes, I blocked the path. Fuck. I blocked the stupid fucking path. Fuck! That's funny. Oh, sure, shoot this. That does literally fucking nothing. There you go. Blocked myself. How funny is that? Here's the real question. Were they even hostile? Am I killing innocent people? Are we the baddies? Where's the run? Where's the run command? Oh, there it is. I can't see. I can't read. I'm like Plankton's sibling. I can't read. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, wait, that's some shit. Alright, most definitely not friendly. Most definitely not friendly. Smack. I will go here and do tank things. The what? The actual fuck was that? I knew you'd do it.
I won't hurt them.
Curse of Regret. Damn. What is Curse of Regret? Takes psychic damage every turn. Oh, I'm cursed. Oh. Hmm. Oh, it's gone. Look at that. I can move freely.
Time to push my luck again. Another day, another fight.
Don't make me hurt them.
I should probably not be killing them. I should probably not be killing them. Great. Just great. It'd be really cool if you land this hit anyway. I should have done cleave. Fuck. I can action search. Am I really going to action search? How many more short rests do I have? One more. I don't really want to fucking action search here. Alright, I won't do it then. Alright, your turn is done. Smack him.
Let's make this quick.
Smack him.
Maybe not the best time.
It's always a good time to loot.
Let's go.
Can I get this guy? Oh, I can. Alright, never mind. I'm not getting shit.
No traps, please. Should mind my step.
There's no time to waste.
No, Styrian. Alright. This is a good buff, I think.
Let's move. How much farther can I go?
Noxious fumes, you say? Seems like no matter which path we go, we have to go through. So... Figured. Oh, but it's not gone. Oh. I think I just made it worse, actually. Ash. What do you think? Just go through the fumes?
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Take heed. I see a trap.
Vents. Heavy objects can be placed over vents to stop anything dangerous from exploding forth. Oh. Can I use to block it, though? There's nothing here. No, but like, actually. Let's say I go through the fumes. I'd be going over there to down there to down there to down there. And then from down here, I'd have to go through like fucking... If I go to head out of the ladder, I'd just be going through the one. Could maybe be something over here. Oh, it's another cursed door, I think. No, I'd have to go through two to get past over here. I mean, I think regardless, I'm going to be walking past this one now. Actually, no. Well, I mean, my options are walk through one or walk through two. Actually, no, both my options are walk through two. Only this... this suck. I have poison resistance. I only got one of these. Sorry, guys. Actually, should I hang on to it? Or should I give it to Shadowheart? Because she is the healer. But she's also the squishiest of us all. Nah, fuck it. I'm the main character. Oh, that really hurts. Oh, that's really bad. Shit. I don't trust any of this. I don't trust any of this for a second. Oh. Yep. Figured. Well, now the rest of the crew has to travel on their own. Fine.
Enough waiting. I crave blood. Repositioning. Stay vigilant. There are traps here. Stay vigilant. There are traps here.
That's a boss arena if I've ever seen one.
What's next, I wonder?
Alright, your turn.
No time to waste. Let's avoid that trap.
Styrian.
Trap. How considerate. Don't linger.
Action, not reaction.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Well, hello.
Perfect. All of you can make it.
Still alive, so that's progress.
I gotta fucking go this way.
Don't
Alright.
waste a step.
Oh, nice. We all made it. Alright, boys. You know what really helped there, actually? The fucking temporary HP.
In the cage.
Watch your back.
Let's go ahead and get rid of this.
Let's get going. Another step forward.
You come to my home, interfere in my business, and now have the gall to face me in the heart of my lair. You petulant bollocks! I'll rip your spine out your asshole! I'll use your blood to spice my stew! I'll keep you alive until I've sucked the marrow from your bones. And then I'll bring you back and do it all over again.
Just get out of here! Please!
You want the girl so bad. Fine.
Oh.
If you plan to save her.
Shit. They're all illusions, but which one's the real one? Fuck if I know, am I right? Control orb. Wait a minute. Who here had... This is probably a terrible time for this. Never thought I'd be using those. But I think Asterian's gonna have to fucking pull it off.
Quick and easy.
And he's got enough movement to fall back. Somewhat, slightly.
Over here.
Let's end this.
There's gotta be a way. I can figure out which one is the real one. There's gotta be a way. Dog Toy, hi Dog Toy, hi. Howdy. Been a while, good to see you again. Howdy do. Thank you for the head pats. For duplicity, warding bond. Light bars. That's that trace mirror image. I think what we should do this turn is just get in there.
On I go.
Just get in there. And then Sanctuary this dude. Because he is our damage dealer.
Let's go. Time to press ahead.
Hi, I've been working like a madman, but otherwise I've been good at. Nice. Hey man, you're securing that bread. Get that bread, my dude. I'm glad you've been good though. Gain advantage on attack rolls against Celestials, Fiends, and Rainbow. 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 I don't know how to tell which one is the real one. Also, what is your Fae? I have things for that, don't I? As a paladin? No, Fiends is my thing. Let's try this. She might be proficient in wisdom saves though. Tell you what, better than none, right? No, it's gonna use a spell slot. She's probably not. I'm out here metagaming myself. Tell you what, like I said before, we let it rock. Let it rock and just get in there. Speaking of bread, I ran out of jelly, so Bricky is gonna be not so good. Oh no. At least you got peanut butter, right? At least tell me you got peanut butter. Oh my god, the ray of sickness. Also, I didn't save before this because I'm an idiot. Hag's trickery, Hag's trickery. They've all got Hag's trickery. Fuck, they're all sentient in their own way. This might have been a little too much than we can handle. I don't know. I don't know. We play to our strengths, maintain formation.
I'll do it my way.
Step advantage on target. What have I got? Brace, range, spend movement speed for the rest of your turn. Roll, range damage, Tyson takes it twice. Yes. Shoot this one. High defense. High defense. You have an AC of 17? Oh shit, why did I not say before this? Of course I have peanut butter. What kind of dog do you think I am? This is true. This is true. I guess I would. Now when you put it that way, guess I was bad. Guess that is on me. Oh, you disappear after one. That makes this whole fight 10 billion times easier.
Stay on my feet.
Just do damage.
You've made a grave.
Just attempt to do damage. You've been assisted. I don't have the action points to get to you. I can get closer though. And I do basic footwork. And I've still got some vitality. You need to fall back. You really need to fall back. Damn, you lost your action too. Tell you what, this fight is... We're winning this one. We are winning this one. Oh, fuck, my health pots. Actually, wait, no, you still have yours. Shit, I mean, just health pot, I guess. Or sanctuary yourself. How many health? Sanctuary yourself. Shit. I don't think this... Oh boy. I have an idea. 1724, 1932, 1932. Damn it! Not big enough. Just out of reach. Just out of fucking reach. Hmm. 1114. 1724, 1724.
Leave no trace.
Gonna have to do it regular. We're gonna have to just do it raw. Damn it. Ah, I should have just done the AoE anyway. Ah, fuck, I think I fucked this fight. How far back is how far back's the load? At the entrance of the room. Okay. We wouldn't really be losing much if we reset. Fuck, I might have. I handled this fight. I handled the beginning of this fight very poorly. This is not going to go well. This is not going to go well.
My faith will protect me. Take you.
This is super not gonna go well.
Moving.
Nice. Back to what you were saying earlier, I love peanut butter. I know this is unrelated. Oh, fuck. Oh, but you broke your concentration. You still got concentration. Hmm. I have to heal him.
You need patching up. Take you.
It's not unrelated, really, but very important question. Crunchy or smooth? Smooth. Smooth all day, every day.
I'm ready.
You don't have a turn. If I do next turn, how is this gonna... Okay. I'm not playing around with this one. Oh boy, am I not playing around with this one. Oh boy, am I not playing around with this one. You're the real one. Right? Is this what I want to do? Yes. Compel duel. Fuck! Second wind yourself. Damn, the fire is in the way. I'm in the way. Tell you what, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Go to attack, cleave, prepare. Lacerate, 15, 26. What do we have for melee? 15, 26. 15, 26. Disarming attack. Or goading attack. You don't have a weapon though. I can't disarm you. I have to goad you. Actually, this could work in my favor.
I will not know failure.
She got saved. Action surge. Goading attack again. Fuck. Face of footwork. Run, Marina. Nice. Protection.
My injury is stuck in your teeth, slave.
Saved. Let's go, Asterion. You've got the AoE things. Actually, what does least damage? Roaring Thunder. Get it. Fuck! I don't even have enough. Hang on, give you a health pot. Yeah, let's go ahead and distribute all these right now. No one has health pots. Okay, I'm literally hoarding them all. 3 health pots to everyone. Lae'zel. And Shadowheart.
Let's finish this.
I agree.
Onward.
Magic missile. Yes. If I hit her with absolute power, it's just gonna go that way. It'd be great to have a spell slow right now too. Actually, burn the bitch. Damn, she's still so tanky. Asterion, you gotta do some work here, man. Are you not weak to fire? You're not weak to anything. Dude, I kind of want a PB&J now. You got me craving. Health pot? Health pot or poison? I have a feeling you're resistant to poison. Health pot. Oh, you are dying. You are dying, girl. Like, dying. And the worst part is, Shadowheart's out of spell slots. This was gonna be a hard fight. I absolutely knew this was going to be a hard fight. My only other source of healing is lay on hands, but I just ended my turn
Sometimes the only way out is
in favor to burn her. It's fine, the fires have dissipated. I'm talking to myself. I'm so fucking tired, bro. I've been going on for so long. I'm so tired. Let me not goading attack her. I'll just main hand. Yeah, figured. I need to get something that gives her disadvantage. But we're out of spell slots. We just gotta raw damage it. Astarion has to raw damage it. Alright, let's see what this gets us. Protection. Fuck. Why does it say there's something over here? Oh. What'd I say before? Lay on hands. Just gonna use my action. Better none. Better none.
with haste.
I'm resistant to fire, it's fine. Worst part is I'm out of grenades to throw at the bitch. What is this? Poison? That's an action. Fine. I'll end my turn in front of her. Cunning action hide. I was spotted. Oh no. God damn it.
Need to act fast.
What to do, 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 what to do. Burning hands, scroll of burning hands. Why can't I stack these? Can I not stack these? No. A firebolt, that's fucking useless. I'm thinking in my head. God, I would kill for a level 2 spell slot. What can I do with level 1? Charm, Disguise, Sanctuary, Cure Wounds, Guiding Bolt. Guiding Bolt, I can give someone advantage for the next attack roll. Who's the next attack roll? Lae'zel. I'd rather just heal Lae'zel. Not enough movement. You've gotta be kidding me. Alright, where's the fucking potion of speed? Do I not have a potion of speed? No, of course not. I've used them all. For fuck's sake. Life is pain. I hate. Abjuration cantrip. The alternative would be to use, I don't know, blur, grease. we're really we're really struggling. We're really struggling. We're really struggling. No, we're not. No, we're not. Never struggled a day in my life.
Have to keep going.
We're gonna do the movement. We'll do the grease. Corner her.
Swift and lethal.
I'm out of... I've got one more. Got one more. Don't plan on using it just yet. What are you doing? You swapped places with her, didn't you? I have to take a gamble. Oh my god, I have to take a gamble. Is it the one next to me or is it the one over here? 100%. It's the one over there. Astarion, my man, you really need to land this arrow.
Into the shadows.
Bloody clever clubs.
Thank the gods.
Okay. Move up a little. Back to her in a corner. What does she do? Get away scot-free. Ain't that great. You gotta get in there, Lae'zel. You gotta get in there. Can understand if you don't want to, but you gotta get in there. We're doing damage. Listen, we just gotta do damage. We just have to do damage.
On my way.
Survival is all that matters.
Channel Oath. It's time
Light on my feet.
to channel Oath. Never mind, she passed the fucking check. Well, fuck.
Victory awaits.
What's your total movement? Is that all your movement? Lae'zel, I need you to dash then.
My path be true.
Back her into a corner. Oh shit. Damn it.
Yes.
Flourish.
Got to concentrate.
Can I do this without burning Astarion? I don't think I can. Oh, I can. Let's do it. I'm gonna get coffee and then I think I have to get ready for work. No problem, dog. Always a pleasure to see you, have you around. Have a good day at work.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Guarantee you, it's this one.
What path lies before me?
Flame breath. Good, good, good. This is good. Got rid of all the fucking copies, right? No, there's one more. Where?
Let's turn someone inside out.
Oh, she's invisible. Who has the spell? Huh? Cancel turn next turn. Oh. I should give it to Astarion. The Scroll of Sea Invisibility. Ah, but his turn's already over. And I'm out of shit to throw. Alright.
I'm fury. I am death. On the move.
Not enough to shove. Thinking. We're good. That's okay. Knew it.
Let's have some fun.
Astarion.
Time to move.
That's only gonna work for over there.
Nothing important is ever easy.
In that case, give it to me. Astarion, kill this bitch.
Just like old times.
Yes!
What's the plan? No mercy.
Alright.
Never a dull moment.
I'm out of things to do here.
You will not take me. Wait! Ah! Wait just a tick! Killing me is a waste of time. I'll find a way to return. Always have, always will. But it's unpleasant. So how about we be civilized about this, hmm? I have something you want.
Indeed, I want your head on a stick on a pike. I don't buy it. I don't buy that you come back. Kill her.
No, Petal. There's no need for such talk. Let me leave with the girl, and I'll give you power. You want to be stronger, tougher, smarter? Done. Anything is possible.
Ability score +1.
Let me keep the girl and her babe.
Trading some wealth we just met for impossible power. It's a fine deal.
It's your choice, sweetness.
Cleric of Shar.
Well, that doesn't sound very hygienic. But have it your way. Tell your precious little god I say hello. After I rip out your throat. I wonder which part regrets you more. Half-breed.
Wait, no, because this would use... No, I'm out of flourish. In that case, we could still bite.
No escape.
Get her!
You bastard! You ruined it! You ruined everything!
Huh? Huh? Slow down. What did I do?
Ethel was going to bring my husband back. Back from the dead. And now I'll never see him again. Because of you!
She was never going to hurt her.
She would have. I had everything figured out. Just a bit longer and my child would have been born. And all this would have been over.
You want to trade your baby for your dead husband?
Don't judge me. I have nothing. My baby would have been raised in rags. Auntie Ethel promised to give this child a good life. Teach them magic even. More than I could have done.
Don't sell yourself short. You can raise a child.
I always wanted to be a mother. I just never thought I'd do it alone. Now I'll have to drag Connor's coffin all the way home. It's the only way this child will ever meet their father. I hope you're happy.
Alright, well, fuck you too.
I have a confession. I was too hasty to judge you. I thought you witless, gutless, unimpressively bland.
You hitting on me? And I thought you cruel, stubborn, and judgmental.
Yes, all that is true. I am cold as the sea of night. But you have stoked fires I didn't know I possessed. I swear, you would tear the horns off one dragon for plunging into another. You've gained my respect, and more still, my yearning. When I come near, your odor alone is enough to make my neck sweat and my hairs stand on end.
Ah. Okay. I saw someone cheese it and shove the hag in the water once. That's really funny, actually. I could have done that, but I want to loot whatever she has on her corpse, if she has anything. The attraction's mutual, Azor. You know how to set my heart racing. Hold on. Are you coming on to me? That's funny. I'll go with that.
Isn't it obvious? I want to taste you.
Okay.
Perhaps tonight, perhaps later, but I want it all the same. Do you?
um Fuck it.
Yes. Perhaps one night soon, I will come to your bunk and take what is mine.
Alright.
Until that night comes, I shall keep enjoying your scent.
Well, ain't that something? Short rest.
Better than nothing.
Indolence breeds madness.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. What's in here?
What you got on you? Corellion's Grace. Natural privilege. +1 attack bonus to unarmed. +1 attack bonus to unarmed attack rolls and damage. While the wielder is not wearing armor. Oh, this is for monks. This is trash. Fey life. Make it easier for the wearer to succeed death saving throws. I guess that's cool. That can go to someone who doesn't already have a necklace, I suppose. What necklace do you have? Fucking... yeah, no, fuck this. Give you this one. Give you this one. There, now you've all got a pretty little necklace. Isn't that fucking sweet? Isn't that fucking sweet?
Don't mind if I do.
Stone. What is this thing on top of me? Oh, season invisibility. Wooden door. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. This place sucked. Oh, treasure room? Treasure room? Question mark? Autosave. Oh, we got a bunch of shit here. Potion of speed. Let's go. Ever-seeing eye. What is that? Staff of Crones. Chest. Rings. Many rings. Shiny. A bunch of fucking drinks. Oh. Potion of invisibility, potion of speed, potion of healing. Pog. Poggers, 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 poggers. I'm pogging. Better to ether, better divorce. Bitter divorce. What? I'm just gonna take all this shit. I don't know what any of this does. That can be helpful. Mushroom circle. Loot Goblin takes now and asks questions. Never exactly. We Loot Goblin all day, every day.
Gods, Didn't hear you coming. I know I should head home, but I can't bring myself to leave. The thought of putting him in a wheelbarrow and making the journey all over again.
Wait, I found a wand. I can resurrect your husband. What are you talking about? 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 Is that you mean the Staff of Crows? I didn't read that. Wait, maybe I actually should have read that. Can I check my inventory? Can I check my inventory? Dialogue history, attack, trade, character select, game menu. Trade? Oh my god, thank god I can see my inventory. Where's this shit? Ever-seeing eye. Protection from good and evil. There. Staff of Crones. Ray of sickness. The fuck am I going on about? I'm not fucking. What? What do you mean I can resurrect your husband? Like, no, I fucking can't. What? I got scrolls of resurrection or revivify, but that's revivify, not resurrection. Do I try this? Do I attempt this? Alright, you could just leave him here. Why don't you go? Sure. I don't know. I'm a paladin. What do I know?
You can.
You feel a surge of power from the wand. The air suddenly tastes acrid. It wants to be used.
Bring it back. Bring Connor back. Please.
I kind of don't trust this. Oh, was this the bitter divorce? I didn't read this. Wait, can I see my inventory again? What do I have? Magical consumable, miscellaneous. I can't see the bitter divorce. Also, wow, I have a lot of money. I'm sure it'll be okay. I don't trust this. I don't trust it. Fine.
What's happening? Why is he still dead?
Oh, he's undead. I mean, you got your wish, right?
You feel something pull at you. The creature yearns for a master.
As a paladin. The creature's bound to the wand. How useful. So the hag fulfills her promise. Can never be simple, can it?
Oh, this isn't what she promised. I wanted him back the way he was, not this.
I'm killing it.
No, don't! Connor!
Oh. You want to keep him? Oh, for fuck's sake, you're gonna make me reload. I hate you so much. I can't believe you actually want to fucking keep your... Why do you want to keep him? She want to keep him? That right? What the fuck? Bitch is actually insane. I mean, I should have figured she was gonna fucking sacrifice her baby for her fucking husband.
With haste.
Of course the bitch is insane. You know what? Maybe I should have killed her.
Open up.
Like, actually, maybe I should have killed her. Alright, I'll continue the dialogue, have her explain her reasoning. And if I do not find it satisfactory, I will kill both of them. Because what the fuck?
Here we go. Something's on my mind.
God, the thought of putting him in a wheelbarrow.
I found a wand.
You feel.
Bring him back.
Use the wand.
You feel.
What have you done to him?
The hag fulfills her promise.
I wanted him back. Back the way he was. Not this.
We can always bury him again.
No! Don't put him in the ground. He is afraid of the dark. I'll do it. I'll take him.
What is fucking wrong with you? You can just leave the poor dead man, but then you won't get XP. The gamer's jolly problem. Always ends with killing everything. Your husband's gone. This thing is a monster.
You don't know that. He could still be in there. And I gotta try. Maybe someone in Baldur's Gate can help us. Connor always said you can find anything in that city. I'll figure something out. Come on, love. Let's go.
Using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea.
Let us be mindful in the future at least. There are few fair bargains.
Great, now they're gonna be a recurring NPC. Can't wait to see what becomes of them. I don't know. I'm hopeful for a happy ending, but at the same time, no, this bitch is insane. What the fuck? Actually, where the fuck's the exit? How do I leave? I mean, I'm going to Baldur's Gate anyway, so... It's actually a fucking to be continued. What a fucking... whatever. Actually, whatever. Don't mention a happy ending with a zombie. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's disgusting. I may be an oath-broken paladin, but even I think it's fucked. Oh, shabby wardrobe. I don't think I actually looted that. It's just a book. I don't fucking care. Who the fuck are you? On that ungodly note, I'm gonna head out. Alright, no problem, homie. Have a great rest of your day. Or have a good day at work. Gandrel.
Ah, stranger. Forgive the aroma.
You catch a waft of something foul, metallic, and sickly sweet.
Powdered iron vine. An old hunter's trick. Most monsters will think twice before making a meal of me.
You're a monster hunter. I'm surprised. I thought all Ger were vagrant cutthroats.
I knew you were a jackass, but racist? I'm shocked. Racist? Are you being racist? You better not be being racist, bro.
Your friend has just heard the rumors of my people. That we steal chickens, curse your crops, seduce your daughters. I wish I had half the power settled folk think my people possess. Alas, I am a simple wanderer. A simple wanderer and monster hunter. But I'm no witch doctor or cutthroat.
Oh my god, could you have helped me earlier? I assume you want to kill the hag?
Or to make a deal with her. Probably think you can outfox the old dear.
Right, but very wrong. My prey is a vampire spawn, much less impressive than the beast that lives here. His name is Astarion.
Uh-oh.
But I fear he's gone to ground. I was hoping the hag of these lands could help me flush him out, but it seems she is no more.
Great, we're gonna have to kill this guy, aren't we? He's level 5! I'm out of resources! He's gonna kill me! And when you find this Astarion, you'll kill him?
Not this time. My orders are to capture him.
Oh. And bring him where, exactly?
Baldur's Gate. My people wait for me there.
Only a spawn. Pity. Not like it's a real vampire.
I don't know. I'm sure a vampire spawn could still rip out your throat if he felt like it.
He is right, unfortunately. They are only weak when compared to their masters. During the day, we have the advantage, but at night, when they hunt, you'll not find a more deadly quarry.
Yes, I'm sure they can creep right up on you.
We've all survived so far. Let's focus on that.
It would still be wise to post guards at night. The threat is real.
Indeed it is. We should do something about this threat.
Listen, we may not have to kill this guy. He's just a wanderer. He was hired. It's not like he actually has a personal vendetta against Astarion. We should be going.
Wait, that's it? We're just walking away?
I said we'll be careful. Now let's go. Listen, he's not gonna get any leads. I killed the hag. He's harmless. I also really don't want to fight him. I also really don't want to fight him. Oh wow, I don't want to fight him.
Fine. But if this comes back to bite us, it's on your head.
Fine, I'll kill him.
Peace, my friends. I pray our paths cross again.
They better bloody not.
Listen, if we come across him again, I'll kill him personally. We're fine, okay? We're fine. Listen, everything's okay. I have an AC of 19. Do you know what that fucking means? That means I'm unfucking touchable. in before I get my fucking ass beat by something out here. Oh boy. Alright, we're done with the Emerald Grove. We're done with all the shit down here. We killed the hag. Nothing really left in the village. Excuse me. Oh yeah, it is. Fucking, reach the mountain pass. How do I reach the mountain pass? This path over here? But this was broken. My path doesn't go anywhere. Unless it's this way. We're actually done, right? Oh, there's the owl bear, I suppose. Could go kill the owl bear. And then we'd actually be done with this area. Ugh, man. I just hope it's not too strong. We're out of resources. I want to long rest. Both in-game and IRL. I need to long rest IRL. Holy shit, I need to long rest IRL. We'll take a peek. If it's too strong, I'll fucking, I don't know, I'll leave. I don't know. Listen, we have spells. It's fine. Nobody fucking worry. Astarion does damage. Like a shit ton of damage. I have an AC of 19. I don't want to see a single fucking person panicking in that goddamn chat. Owlbear nest. Autosave successful. Eviscerated goblin.
That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Pickaxe. Can I have the pickaxe? I want the pickaxe. What's the skeleton got on him? Nothing. Rattle me bones! 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 Uh-oh. Level 3. He's hurt. He's got a baby with him, though. Astarion?
How delicious. Time for discretion.
Who knows? Maybe I'll even let you bite it.
They won't see me coming.
33 damage.
Let's find some prey.
42 damage. Too far for anything else.
Time to strike. No time to waste.
Sure.
The cub looks from you to his dead mother.
Oh.
A single strike will end his suffering.
No, what the fuck? No.
It hurts.
I am sorry, little
You
one.
watch speechless as the cub begins to eat his mother.
The cub has a fighting chance now.
That, or we've just prolonged its misery.
A bag of holding.
Sorry, little guy. I actually feel genuinely bad about that. Oh, that's like really sad. Do you think maybe I could have animal handling? I have a broken spear.
Let's have a look.
Give it to Lizone. Owlbear egg. Should I fucking take this egg? Something tells me the druid guy would probably be pissed if I took the egg, but at the same time I kind of want to. Can I raise it as my own?
An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
Oh. Never mind. My fucking money hungry ass. Oh wow, you were not kidding. It's a small fortune, but a fortune nonetheless, I suppose.
Looks like a shrine to Selûne over there.
Scroll of Detect Thoughts. Potion of Animal Speaking. Potion of Healing.
This thing won't yield its contents easily.
Selûne Seal.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
I figured you could open this. Oh, never mind. How do we open this? Medium toughness. Oh. I pressed the Windows key. It's okay. Ugh. Thought I crashed for a second. We're okay.
No one's stopped me yet. If not over, then through.
No, it's another exit. Wait, where does that lead? Oh. That's where we came from. Fucking camera. Oh, for fuck's sake. How do I open this chest? Selûne Seal? You've got nothing for this, right? Yeah, nope. Sigh. Okay.
No time to rest. Moving in.
Actually, do I still have that, animal friendship? I've got the thing for animal friendship, and I picked up a thing of animal something, right? Did I not just pick up a different thing? Amulet of Saloon's Chosen. Actually, wait a minute. What are the chances we just need to wear the amulet? What am I looking for again? Scroll of Detect Thoughts. I can't talk to animals though. There's no like scroll of talk to animal. I want to adopt the owl bear. I want to raise it as my own. Man,
My faith will guide me.
I have the amulet. Let me try.
On I go.
I have a feeling it's not going to work though. Yeah, it did not work. Alright.
Better get to it.
Is that blood? No, never mind. One day I'll catch a break. Goblin camp. Hello? Is there someone fucking here? Oh my god, there is. There's a single survivor. I got a chest with them. You know what?
Careful, I might. Moving.
Just because it'd be really funny. Oh, great.
The subtle approach.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Scroll of Ray of Sickness.
Open up.
Someone there?
Astarion.
A crooked touch.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Light blue dye.
Need to find a way forward.
Alright, now we've officially killed everyone. Alright, long rest. Ah, Gale, you need to eat. I need to feed my Gale.
First in my heart.
My condition likes being ignored as little as
hang on.
I do. Assume another artifact. And soon.
Alright. And the wearer dashes or takes similar action during combat, they gain 3 lightning charges. No, actually, this one. Right? Yeah.
Thank you. Good gods. It hardly has any effect. Oh, Mystra, have mercy on us all. Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent.
Go on, you're among friends. There's no need. I trust you, Gale.
I appreciate it greatly, but I can no longer keep you in the dark. You have to know who I was. You have to know who I really am.
Ooh.
What I am is a walking shadow of the promise I once held. I'm what one might call a wizard prodigy. Who from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it. Much like a musician or a poet. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself. The Lady of Mysteries. The goddess Mystra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. In time, she became my muse. And later, even my lover.
Tell me you made love to a goddess?
Oh, yes. We enjoyed each other's company. Body, mind, and soul. But even so, I desired more. You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. Mystra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us cross. Yet, every time I was with her, I stood on the precipice, gazing into the wonders that lay beyond. I sought to cross her boundaries.
What do you mean?
I tried to convince her. I pouted. I pleaded. Swore my ambition was only to serve her better. She only smiled and told me to be contented. But inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess, and yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead. We come now to the crux of my folly. Shall I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale?
Yeah, tell me.
Very well. Here goes. Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. I'll save his history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. He almost managed, but not quite. His entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone. The magic that was unleashed that day was phenomenal. Roiling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. It fractured, then shattered, and all magic was lost to the mortal realms. Until the day Mystra returned. She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. A Netherese tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess?
Aw, he's taken. I just noticed. Well, it's a good thing that Zell likes me. What was the answer to the question?
The answer was to try. The outcome was to fail. I was certain that this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mystra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains. I was mistaken. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next... Here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you.
You feel the tadpole quiver as you realize Gale is letting you into the dark. You see through Gale's eyes, staring down the corridors of a dread memory. A book bound and suddenly opened. Inside there are no pages, only a swirling mass of blackest weave that pounces. Its teeth, its claws, it's unstoppable as it digs through and becomes part of you. And gods, is it ever hungry.
How are you still alive?
Thankfully, the moment I absorbed the fragment wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning. This Netherese blight, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough sources, it remains quiet. Were it ever to fully destabilize, however.
You'll die.
Rather worse, actually. I will erupt. I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry, it'd level a city the size of Waterdeep.
You're a fucking nuclear bomb? I'm partied up with a fucking human nuclear bomb. I can't believe it. Is there nothing we can do?
We might chance upon a king's collection of magical artifacts around the corner. We might cross paths with a miracle round the bend. Then again, we might not. All of this, it must feel like a betrayal. Say the word, and we'll part ways.
I care too much about you to abandon you now, Gale. We will travel together.
That is a great relief. Oh, a great relief indeed. You truly are a soul that steals my own. From all my new rallied heart, I thank you. I thank you all. I understand if you stand against me. I'm humbled if you stand with me. Either way, I will do my best not to let you down. I stand at a precipice, but if you do not give up hope, neither shall I. I'll fight. I'll resist as long as I can. Now, even I am tired of the sound of my own voice. Let us venture forth.
Hell yeah. Anyone have anything to say?
Well met.
Speak.
Oakfather's blessings to you.
Oh hey, the shadow curse you spoke of. Surely it can't be that bad.
It's had the whole region around Moonrise Towers in a chokehold of darkness and despair for years now. Those who remained are shadow cursed. If you don't die at their hands, then you become one of them. We have to get to Moonrise, but the less time we spend in its blighted surrounds, the better.
Zombies? Now, why do you want to go to Moonrise?
Those illithid creatures threaten the natural order. It's my duty to do what I can to stop them. There's also the Shadow Curse. It's an affront and must be cleansed. I helped overthrow Ketheric Thorm and his Dark Justiciars years ago, but I failed to prevent him from unleashing darkness across the region before he was defeated. If I can join you and get close to Moonrise, perhaps I can lift this curse, just as you find a cure for your infection.
Seems like you feel responsible for the Shadow Curse somehow.
Well, there's hardly anyone left to share the responsibility with. Few who witnessed the fall of Moonrise still draw breath. What Ketheric Thorm unleashed is not something that nature can undo by itself. I must do what I can. I studied the Shadow Curse for years, but to truly understand it and stop it, I must reach its source.
Do you know how it can be stopped?
Perhaps. But we'll need to get closer before I can put my theory into practice. Put it from your mind for now. Once we near the curse, then there will be more to be said.
How are you faring out here at camp?
Wonderfully. If I'm honest, the grove was too comfortable for my tastes. I felt removed from nature. I'll miss my books, but I can find all the wisdom they contain out here firsthand.
You'll find plenty of books before long. I keep coming across them everywhere.
Is that so? Well, nature does abhor waste. I will keep watch, thank you. I had a feeling time in your company would prove fruitful.
At the celebration with the teams before, I hope I didn't come over too strong, got caught up in the moment.
There are few things that are too strong for me. And cast those regrets aside. You did not get caught up in the moment. You seized it. In other circumstances, I would have done the same.
Aw, sweet. You'd have done the same?
Perhaps. But best to not dwell on nights past. There are plenty more yet to come.
Oh, whoa. Everyone's hitting on me. Alright, we're done here. Staring.
To think, Gales had this devastating war within himself the entire time, and only just mentioned it. Who'd keep a secret like that from his friends? You can't trust anyone these days.
So there's a monster hunter after you?
So it would seem. Hopefully he bumps into some gnolls while stumbling around at night, and that's the last we hear from him.
Is he hunting you? What'd you do?
I didn't do anything. I was kidnapped. just like you. It seems Cazador wants me back.
It's Cazador.
Cazador Szar is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate, the patriarch of his coven and a monster obsessed with power. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn, and he became my tormentor.
You sure Cazador's behind this?
It was him, I'm sure. Only he would know to send the Gur after me. It was a group of Gur that attacked me that night in Baldur's Gate. I would have died had Cazador not appeared and saved me.
Oh, that's why you're racist. That's fucking crazy. Dude, what the fuck? Why would monster hunters serve Cazador?
They may have no idea who they're working for. Cazador likely paid someone to call in a favor, and here we are. He doesn't do simple plans. Not if he has a complex one that pits a dozen enemies against each other. No. This hunter is a message. Cazador's letting me know that even out here, he can get to me. He wants me back.
Why capture you? Why not just kill you?
Maybe he wants to make an example of me, to show what happens to runaways. Or maybe he thinks death is too good for me.
Well, you're safe with me.
Safe? You think I'm safe? Do you know the power a vampire lord possesses? He can change shape, turn into mist, call wolves to do his bidding, shrug off blows like they're nothing. He could walk into our camp tonight and kill you with his bare hands. And you'd be lucky if death was the worst thing that happened to you.
Alright, what do you suggest?
First, we have to... I don't know. Well, if we kill his lackeys, he'll just send more. We just have to be vigilant, keep our wits about us, and kill any monster hunters on sight.
What do you think is waiting for us at Moonrise Tower?
Who knows? Drow? Mind flayers? Death? Hopefully not ours. But maybe answers. If we can convince the right people to talk.
You're making my face, Neil.
It's tempting. If I keep the tadpole, I risk transforming into a grotesque monster. If I lose the tadpole, Cazador has control of me, body and soul, and I return to the shadows. It's grim either way. So why not sell what's left of my soul to a devil? Better he has it than Cazador.
I understand.
I'm glad to hear it. Whatever's coming, we need to keep our options open.
Okay. 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 Alright, last one. God, I can't wait to fucking leave.
Gale's been walking around this whole time with some sort of magic bomb in his chest. I'm not normally one to begrudge someone their secrets, but that's something I should know.
You seemed intrigued when Halsin mentioned Dark Justicars before.
I was. He mentioned Dark Justiciars, and we've come across other signs of a Sharon presence during our travels. I'm not sure I can dismiss that as a coincidence.
Why are you in pain?
The wound on my hand. It never quite heals. And sometimes it causes terrible pain to rip through me. It's my burden, though, from Lady Shah. I can feel her influence somehow.
So you knew more than you were letting on before. Or, I guess, is there anything I can do to help with it?
I don't think so, but you're sweet to ask. Maybe just be patient the next time you see me wince or cry out. It'll pass quickly enough. It always does. Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shah. Pain will give way to loss and then to the peace of her eternal darkness. You can tolerate a great deal of suffering so long as it has meaning.
Why would Shah subject you to such a thing?
I cannot say. Not with what I can recall. But even then, it would not be for me to question her will. Lady Shah has her reasons.
What causes it to hurt you?
It's difficult to say. Sometimes I wonder if it's supposed to be guiding me, punishing me, testing me. But perhaps it's none of those. Perhaps it's completely random. I'd like to hope there's more to it than that. Some meaning that Lady Shah will reveal to me when the time is right. Until then, all I can do is endure.
Okay. End the day.
Let's see what this does.
And everyone is naked. Everyone is naked. What do you want, Asterion?
Looking at something.
How'd you know I was here?
The only benefit to a mirror when you have my condition, it doesn't quite make up for the lack of a reflection, mind you.
Do you miss it? Seeing your own face? Or, yeah.
Preening in the looking glass? Petty vanity? Of course I miss it. I've never even seen this face. Not since it grew fangs and my eyes turned red.
What color were they before?
I don't know. I can't remember. My face is just some dark shape in my past. Another thing I've lost.
Stare into his eyes.
What?
I don't know which one. I see you. Yeah, sure.
And what do you see? Exactly.
Peters. Oh, you can't see because I'm literally covering it. You have a mole? No, you don't. That's a fucking lie. That's fucking crazy. Strong, piercing eyes. Your mole grabs my attention. I'll fuck with him, sure.
My... What? But I don't... Excuse me.
What's up, Gale?
Even in such fraught times as these, there's peace to be found in the stillness as evening draws in. I used to while away many hours just like these with my companion, though in far comfier surrounds. She preferred it when we were alone, curled up before a crackling hearth with some ancient, esoteric tome between us, ink glinting in the firelight.
Sounds like fun.
Oh, not everyone is comfortable being alone with their thoughts. Though I never felt alone with a book in my hand, or with her for company. I speak of Tara, my Tressin, assistant, my constant companion through all the ills and tribulations my hubris has thrust upon me. She'd be proud to see me keeping such fine company. The savior of those poor tieflings, no less. I've given her precious little to be proud of recently. After I was afflicted with my condition, I locked myself in my tower for an entire year. I was inconsolable, wallowing in my self-inflicted tragedy. I'd given up on myself, but Tara never did. It was her encouragement, her research that led me to my treatment. Once we knew that magically infused items were the key, she went out to find them for me. She saved my life. She has a good heart. She'd recognize the same in your actions here. I'm sure she'd approve of me lending myself to your efforts.
I don't know, dude. Must be very small. She sounds smart.
Smart does her a disservice. She's a fine wizard in her own right, though somewhat held back by her lack of opposable thumbs. You remind me of her somewhat. There's a steeliness in you. An unwavering tenacity, even in the face of, to be frank, quite dire odds. Wish you were here for me to make a formal introduction. But I would never ask her to undertake such a journey. She's safer at home. Besides, she was always telling me I needed to spread my wings, so to speak. Find mortal friends instead of hanging onto Mystra's coattails. So that's what I'm doing. I hope.
I remind you of your pet? How romantic.
I assure you, were you to meet Tara, you would see the comparison for the flattery it is. But perhaps that's not a point worth laboring further. Suffice it to say, I think rather a lot of you. And there aren't many on this plane who I'd give such high praise.
Don't stop there. What else do you think?
Were I to recite that list, I fear we'd be here at dusk tomorrow. Many things, I assure you. But a conversation better saved for another time. With my condition as volatile as it is, I fear any undue excitement may tip it over the edge, so to speak. Go, enjoy your evening. Nothing better for the heart than a good night's rest. Mine is gladdened to know I'll have the pleasure of your company again come morning.
Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Ask. I don't know, I could divine smite for a reaction. That's cool. Go to bed.
I promised I'd be back. Don't worry. I have things under control. For now. You haven't been using the parasite's power. You think you don't need it. But things haven't gone as you expected. You hoped a druid as powerful as Halsin might be able to remove your tadpole. But he couldn't. You're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places.
So what should I be doing?
Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic that prevents its removal. Until the source of the tadpole's magic is destroyed, any attempt to remove it will kill you. You were lucky that Halsin knew this. His instincts are right. The parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun.
How do you know so much about the tadpoles?
I have kept a careful watch on the movements of the cult. Though the Absolute's aims are not yet clear to me, its methods are. These parasites are more than illithid spawn. They are vessels for control. The infected hear the voice of the Absolute and believe it to be a god. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the True Souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days. They will be mind flayers in an instant. Were it not for my protection, so would you.
Who are you?
It's complicated. But I'm an adventurer, just like you. Just like you, I was infected with a Mind Flayer parasite. Just like you, I seek to be free of it. I've been trying to escape from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded. Now, through you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot, and I can protect you from that evil. If we work together, we may turn this around. Hells, they need me. I have to go.
What do you need me to do?
The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back. I will hold them off for as long as I can, but sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens. The cultists are gathering at Moonrise Towers. Use the powers your parasite gives you to convince them you are one of them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it. Go. Our freedom depends on it.
Alright then. What's this? Talk to the strange figure. I've already talked to him. All right, everyone. We're gonna end it there. We're done. I'm done with today. Oh my god. Oh no. I think I've accidentally broken my longest record. Oh, this is the longest stream I've done. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Wait, who are we rating? Who are we rating? Who's on? Oh, fuck. Oh, perfect. I guess who's on right now? It's your boy. This dude is doing Pokemon Platinum Nuzlocke. Haven't you, like, never played a Pokemon game? Why are you doing Nuzlocke as your first thing? You are silly. I want to pick your brain. That's so... He's probably thinking so many things. He's probably thinking like a billion things. Alright, this is Lethrigar. You know him, or maybe you don't. He's a Skull Dog. Or Skull Coyote. Cowboy. Cool. I don't know what how else to describe. Listen, my brain has shut down a long time ago. I am so tired. I am so tired. I'm out of here. It's been real. It's been great. Fantastic stream. We got a lot done. I'm leaving though. Okay. Good night. Goodbye. I have to fucking wait for the countdown. Alright. Okay. Now goodbye.